Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Thank you, members. Take your seats. Point of order, Mr Gosson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I wrote to the Attorney-General raising a query about the legality of the democratic consent vote due to be held in this chamber next week. Section 38 of the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Act 2020 now provides that the Windsor Framework must be applied without prejudice to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland, which means that suspension of Article 6 of the Acts of Union is unsustainable. Can you confirm that the consent vote will not be held before the advice of the Attorney-General as to the legality of the consent vote is obtained?
Mr Gosson, I'm going to pass that on to the Speaker's office, so they will get back to you in due course. Okay? Thank you. So the first item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they may do so by rising in their places. And members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. And I just want to remind you all that you will know already that interventions are not permitted or points of order will not be taken until after this item of business has been finished. I call Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Speaker. Today we celebrate the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Today we acknowledge the contribution that people with disabilities make to our society. We also recognise the difficulties that people with disabilities face in accessing public services, employment and other opportunities that are taken for granted by others in society. Although the International Day of Persons with Disabilities was first established in the year 1992, there are still many obstacles in the way of people with disabilities. This is so. Last week we had a debate on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, becoming part of our law here. That would certainly protect people with disabilities, but there are something more significant that we could do, and that is listen to them, to those people. People with disabilities themselves know best what needs to be done. Nothing about us without us. That is the motto of the global movement for the rights of people with disabilities. I think we could all learn something from that motto. In my opinion, the views and opinions of people with disabilities must be taken into account in every law that we pass in this House. We would not dare to pass laws on behalf of people of any other section of the community without their prior approval. Indeed, we hold a consultation process and we hold conversations with those who will be affected by any law that we pass. Why wouldn't we do the same for people with disabilities? They are absolutely right when they say nothing about us without us. Speaker, policymakers need to listen, but more than that, we need to see people with disabilities in leadership positions now. Thank you.
Declan, I call Morris Bradley.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to highlight the further delay in Portstewart's Mirror Hotel and Spa Complex, commencing as a tourist destination which will be of immense benefit to the Causeway Coast and Glens tourism offering. This hotel project was finally approved following prolonged legal disputes led in the main by North Antrim MP Jim Allister on behalf of objectors. Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council's Planning Committee approved the £20 million Mirror Hotel and Spa Complex in Portstewart on Wednesday, 28th of August 2024, despite further submissions. The project had been beset by objections since it was first introduced in 2016 by C&V Developments. Located near the start and finish lines of the renowned Northwest 200 motorcycle race, this project has faced several legal challenges over the years. Now the approval faces further delay while sitting on the Minister of Infrastructure's desk since waiting on a potential call-in and hold-up. I checked with Council yesterday. They have written to the Department seeking guidance on the application on the 3rd and 12th of September. I also asked the Department for an update on November 7. There has been further correspondence from MP Gregory Campbell and additional correspondence from the Council on November 28, but so far the Department for Infrastructure has not replied to the Council. In the Department's own guidelines on processing a call-in application, paragraph 11.2 states a 28-day period for reply. The Council sought guidance on September 3. It is now December 3, 2 months later, and still no guidance has been issued by the Department. The new hotel on the North Coast will provide much-needed accommodation, create various employment opportunities, offer training and support local businesses in the area. Now the planning application subject to a call-in faces further political delay. Mr. Speaker, I urge Minister O'Dowd to, Deputy Principal Speaker, I urge Minister O'Dowd to issue guidance to allow this project to commence, be built and functioning in time for the Open Golf Tournament and also augment the North West 200. And apologies.
You're grand, Morris, don't worry about it. I get caught lots of things. Anyway, John Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, today I want to take a moment to reflect on the significance of World Wildlife Conservation Day, which is celebrated annually on December the 4th. Wildlife Conservation Day was envisioned and set in motion 12 years ago by former US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. The day was established through a pledge by the US State Department committing to the vital cause of safeguarding wildlife species across the globe. Charities such as the World Wildlife Fund used December the 4th to remind people of the urgent need to protect endangered species and their habitats. Over the past 12 years, Principal Deputy Speaker, we have made some strides in wildlife conservation. However, the journey ahead remains long before we can truly commend ourselves for the progress made. Principal Deputy Speaker, the day offers us an opportunity to reflect on our planet's astounding biodiversity and acknowledge the essential role wildlife plays in sustaining the fragile balance of our ecosystems. Regardless of its size, each species serves a specific function that supports our existence. Yet we are confronted with a grim reality. Our wildlife is grappling with relentless threats: habitat destruction caused by human expansion, the far-reaching impacts of climate change, the extensive dangers of pollution, the cruel practices of blood sports also, among others. The alarming speed at which species are vanishing poses a severe risk to the natural world and ultimately to humanity itself. Our well-being is intricately linked to the health of ecosystems around us, as they are connected to the processes involved in providing us with clean air, drinkable water and a sustainable food supply. Therefore, protecting wildlife is synonymous with preserving our future. The importance of defending our planet's diverse creatures cannot be overstated. This involves igniting a passion for nature in future generations, so they will appreciate its beauty and understand the urgent need to preserve it also. There are also, Principal Deputy Speaker, constant and dangerous threats to local natural habitat. Our damaged and delicate ecosystems face many pressures, not least of all from pollution locally. Lough Neagh presents a current and stark reminder of this, and members will know that Belfast Lough is also presenting serious problems. It was most disappointing to me, therefore, to find the ERA Committee, of which I'm a member, refusing just last week to support efforts to reverse leniency on penalties based on cross-compliance within our agri-sector. These would simply have reverted to a previously held position and used penalties as a deterrent to breaches on matters including pollution. We really need to do better than this. I'm sure I'll have more to say on the matter, Principal Deputy Speaker, when the political reaction starts to the next Lough Neagh crisis. It's crucial, Principal Deputy Speaker, that we recognise our responsibility to actively protect our natural world for generations to come, through actions as well as words.
Okay, thank you, John. I call Robbie Butler.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I, was it the 3rd of December? Can I wish you a happy Christmas? I'm a very Christmassy type of person, but I often have to catch myself on when December starts and I start playing my Christmas music, and I get really happy, because the reality for a lot of people across the world is that people have illnesses, they have sickness, and Christmas for a lot of people can be a really challenging time. I'm not sure if you were listening, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the radio this morning, where Kevin Sinfield, the former Leeds Rhino legend, has visited Belfast today to raise awareness around motor neurone disease. And motor neurone disease obviously affects people globally, but here in the UK around 5,000 people a year are diagnosed and live with motor neurone disease, and it is a very debilitating and ultimately painful disease to live with for those that have it and their families who support them. Kevin and the Leeds Rhinos teams have taken a challenge. I think this is their 3rd year. They were in Dublin last year, they're in Belfast today, and it's called the 7 in 7 in 7. So they're running 7 kilometres in 7 regions, and they're trying to do it in an hour over 7 days. I think they're called ultramarathons. I know how hard it is to run 5K, never mind 7K, but the team are doing this with a team of volunteers to raise awareness and to hopefully raise money to combat what is a dreadful disease that is affecting far too many people. When I worked in Springfield Road Fire Station many years ago, in the early 2000s, there was a very fit, very popular, very good firefighter who in his early 40s was diagnosed with motor neurone disease, and sadly, he lost his battle after about 3 or 4 years. And very often we know that it can be very lonely for these people, but there are a team of people in the Motor Neurone Disease Association who will walk those steps with the families and with those that suffer and support them on their journey, and that is really important. But what we can do is to face into the challenge that affects these people and support them, raise awareness, but also hope, pray, and put finances and resources perhaps to one day achieving a cure for this dreadful disease. So I just want to put on record my thanks, and I'm sure the thanks of this chamber, to Kevin Sinfield in memory of his former Leeds Rhino teammate Rob Burrow, and all of those who are navigating their lives with motor neurone disease, and say that we see you, we hear you, and we will support you in your battle. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Philip McGuigan.
Saturday, the 7th of December, is Small Business Saturday, an initiative now in its 12th year, the aim of which is to encourage people to visit their local town centres and support local traders and businesses. Essentially to encourage people to shop and trade local and support the many micro and small businesses across the north that are the engine of our local economy and local communities. And we recently had a debate in this chamber on rejuvenating our high streets, and the general consensus across the chamber was of the vitally important role played by the hospitality sector, local traders and independent retailers. As well as the economic value, there was agreement on their role in creating vibrant centres where we live, work and socialise, and that's certainly the case in the main towns within my own North Antrim constituency, Ballycastle, Ballymena and Ballymoney. So, Small Business Saturday presents a timely reminder as we go about Christmas preparations to look towards the small traders and independent retailers who can offer unique products, fresh produce with a shorter supply chain, and showcase local talent such as arts and crafts, bakeries, restaurants and much more. If we want to see our high streets not just survive but thrive, then we need to play our own part in promoting and supporting them, and this Saturday offers a great opportunity to do so.
I call Tom Buchanan.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of TB has been a long-standing and challenging problem for farmers in Northern Ireland, and following the recent publication from the Department of Agriculture and the Chief Veterinary Officer of this 90-page review, it is extremely disappointing that the issue of TB is far from being resolved, and it is clear that the Department has little or no intention of taking any meaningful action to tackle the crisis right across Northern Ireland. The scale of the problem is alarming. Northern Ireland continues to face one of the highest rates of TB in Europe, and within the first half of 2024 there was a 22.5% increase in the number of cases compared to the previous years. DAERA's efforts to date to control the spread of TB has been unsuccessful, with a cost of 55.7 million in 23-24. In fact, the Audit Office stated that the continuous cycle of testing, the removing and compensating for infected animals has failed to achieve the desired outcome. And without eradicating the disease, it cannot be argued that this is the best value for money. The Northern Ireland TB strategy that was launched by my colleague and former Minister Edwin Poots for DAERA at that time consisted of 21 recommendations that would have enabled the eventual eradication of TB. However, it is disappointing as we stand here today that the majority of those recommendations were not implemented, and given the increasing scale of TB infections, the Department has now stated that that strategy is no longer sustainable. Scientific studies all suggest that the most effective way to reduce the spread of TB is through wildlife intervention. Culling infected badgers is necessary to break the cycle of infection between wildlife and cattle. Culling, alongside the long-term aim of moving to a vaccination-only approach, is the only way progress can be made to reduce the number of TB infections. No other method has worked thus far. And yet the farmers are the ones who bear the burden of the Department's inactions over the continued spread of TB, with substantial financial losses due to herd restrictions, the loss of prized livestock and disruption to farm operations. And it is vital, therefore, that the Department safeguards and protects the livelihoods of farmers and farming families with the eradication of TB, making the eradication of TB a priority. And I want to say to the Minister today, and I hope that he is listening, that to continue to kick the can down the road will not solve the problem. We need an effective eradication programme. The Farmers' Union have asked how many farmers will be hit by TB by the March 2025. How many more will face another huge financial mental blow? How many will have their hearts broken by TB for the first time between now and 2025? And I trust the Minister is listening and will take cognizance of this issue.
Thank you, Tom. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. As previously has been mentioned, today is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, and it is appropriate that we take time today to consider the continuing barriers that people with disabilities face in our society. The theme for this year is amplifying the leadership of persons with disabilities for an inclusive and sustainable future, and it is right that we seek to amplify the voices of the many passionate and determined campaigners that are improving the lives of people with disabilities here in Northern Ireland. Organisations such as Disability Action, IMTAC, My Way Access, MenCap and many, many more have been working here for years, supporting and advocating for the rights of people with disabilities. Last week we debated the incorporation of the UNCRPD into our local law, and it was very encouraging to see that this Assembly endorsed this essential legislative change. The UNCRPD is recognised as the gold standard for equality rights, and while the UK has been a signatory since 2009, it has not sought to fully incorporate the Convention, while political instability here has resulted in a widening gap in equality legislation between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. Today I am launching a public consultation on a Members' Bill seeking to introduce a new due regard principle on public authorities in respect of obligations of the UNCRPD. Such a bill would represent a positive first step towards recognising the importance of the UNCRPD and improving the conditions of people with disabilities in all aspects of life. And given the shortened amount of time we have to legislate, I don't think that equality for people with disabilities can be postponed any longer or delayed until the next mandate. I look forward to engaging with other members and continuing to engage with relevant sectors to develop this proposal, and encourage everyone to read and respond to the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Donny. I call Cathy Mason.
Les Concordia, at the end of last week, I met with a large group of local principals and SEN coordinators, SENCOs, to discuss the critical issues facing the special educational needs system in our schools, following widespread concern amongst school leaders in response to the Department's comments regarding the role of SENCOs. Following this meeting, it's very clear to me that there is a disconnect between the Department, the Education Authority and the stark reality of SEN provision in our schools. Parents of children placed in new specialist provision in mainstream classes shared their struggles and highlighted the constant battles that they face just to secure an appropriate education for their children. The stories paint a deeply troubling picture of the current state of SEN provision. Concordia, the challenges faced by children, families and educators in South Down highlight the urgent need for major transformation in how SEN services are delivered. Without swift and meaningful action, I am deeply worried about the future for these children and their families. The support staff delivering the support to children with SEN are underpaid, under-resourced and do feel undervalued. These professionals are keeping the system afloat despite limited resources and ever-increasing demands, but their goodwill and determination cannot be relied upon indefinitely. At the heart of this issue are the children and families who rely on the SEN system. Parents across South Down have told me about the delays in assessments and statements which are creating an unacceptable backlog, leaving schools to manage complex needs without the necessary resources or specialist input from allied health professionals. This is having a profound impact on principals, teachers, support staff, children and families alike. One parent I spoke to whose child was placed in one of these new SPIM classes spoke of the sheer exhaustion caused by the constant battles for assessments, statements, places and even for basic communication. This is not an isolated experience and it reflects a wider failure in the system that forces families to fight for what should be a fundamental right, access to education. The Department must now step up and listen. Without urgent and meaningful transformation, the futures of too many children in South Down and indeed across the North will be compromised. Every child deserves the opportunity to thrive and every family deserves to feel supported, not obstructed by the education system. The time for action is now.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to talk about the support group Parents for PEGs. They were up to Stormont yesterday and they fight. The families, the parents and friends fight for their children. Children who have complex medical requirements and needs and thus then have to be fed through a tube. Many of these children are still in prams or in wheelchairs, but most of their lives, if not all of their lives, their short lives, they have had to be fed through a tube that goes up their nose and down their throat. And some of these children have to use this tube 17 hours a day, every day of their short lives. But that can be fixed, Principal Deputy Speaker, by a simple procedure, one that can take only up to 15 minutes, whereby that tube is replaced by a tube directly into the child's stomach. A procedure that could take only up to 15 minutes. But yet, there are over 90 children in Northern Ireland who suffer this and suffer this impact even though they have complicated medical needs, but yet they have to be fed a tube up their nose and down their throat. And for the life of me, I don't know, Principal Deputy Speaker, why these children, these small, vulnerable children, cannot be served by our health service, many having to go to London to have this procedure done. All of them waiting on a waiting list, some of them for years. It's not fair, Principal Deputy Speaker, it's not right, and the health service should sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Matthew, did you come in or stand up to make a member statement, or at this late stage? Yes, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you for clarifying that with me. In the season of goodwill, I appreciate your festive spirit. And let me in briefly. I did just want to stand up briefly and talk about a couple of developments in a really wonderful community, which is part of my constituency, and that is Carryduff. Carryduff is one of the most vibrant community-spirited parts of South Belfast. Indeed, will soon be, for the purpose of this Assembly, South Belfast and Mid-Down. In the last little while, there have been some really positive developments in the Carryduff community, which I just wanted to highlight. Two of its brilliant local sports clubs, that's Carryduff GAC and the Carryduff Colts Soccer Club, have been rightly honoured for their amazing work. Carryduff GAC was named Club Down GAC, Down GAA Club of the Year. In the last couple of years, it celebrated its half-century. It has been an extraordinary achievement. It is now one of the fastest growing but also strongest senior clubs in the county. It's also it's what's called a dual code club. It's strong in both hurling and football, and indeed challenging for championships, certainly in football and possibly in hurling. Carryduff Colts is a glorious local football club. They've got one of the largest and most fastest growing memberships in all of Northern Ireland. They won the IFA's Regional Amateur Club of the Year. There's a wonderful local community group, indeed Michelle Guy, who is in the Chamber, was just in a meeting with me, has been a strong supporter of that too over the years. A local Carryduff Regeneration Forum has done a huge amount of work to develop and grow Carryduff as a community. But the reason I say all this, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is that Carryduff, through local sports clubs, community organisations, community regeneration, has done a huge amount, and we'll see evidence of that in the weeks to come around Christmas, but it's never properly had the support, certainly from its local council. That whole area, what's called BT8, the postcode of Castlereagh South, Carryduff, Newton, Breda, Four Winds, contributes a huge amount in rates revenue to Lisburn and Castlereagh Council, but it gets out a frankly shameful amount of support from local government, so it relies upon those great community institutions like Carryduff GAC, the Carryduff Colts, the Regeneration Forum and others to deliver for it. We're also going to see in the next couple of weeks a really positive development in Carryduff, which is the opening of a new Lidl supermarket. It might seem a modest development, but it's been really long for and long awaited, and I mean literally a decade in the making for Carryduff. That's a really important development. But going forward, we need more, and I want more for that community. I want more investment in the public realm. I want more investment in public transport for Carryduff, including ideally the extension of Glider Phase 2, assuming it is delivered all the way to Carryduff, to reduce congestion down the Saintfield Road, to properly build, grow that community and make it sustainable and livable in a way that the terrific residents of Carryduff and the groups that support them deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Emma Sheeran.
I just want to raise briefly this morning to congratulate Robert Emmett Slackneil on retaining an Ulster title again on Sunday after a spectacular victory over Portaferry, where they came from 8 points down to eventually win out by 3 points. And I just want to congratulate the people of Slackneil on again becoming Ulster champions. As my wee friend Patrick McMullen always says to me, up the Robbies. There'll be plenty of people shouting up the Robbies from now on.
Thank you. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. This morning I rise to talk about dogs, super dogs. These dogs use a combination of air scenting and trainee training to locate missing and vulnerable people in any environment. These amazing canines can cover a search area in half the time it would take a dozen humans. The organisation is called Canine Search and Rescue. It's a professional, voluntary team that uses specialist search dogs to locate missing people across Northern Ireland and abroad. Last week I had the opportunity to meet one of these four-legged heroes, as the longest-serving canine, Max, it's also the name of our cockapoo, has been leading the way on life-saving missions for over 7 years. Canine have 13 canines and 22 volunteer dog handlers. They've also trained some of their live victim dogs as urban search and rescue dogs to help locate people in collapsed structures, and they've been used in the aftermath of the 2023 Turkey-Syria earthquake and also in the Creaselaw explosion. Making this group a success are the incredible team members who are entirely voluntary and on call 24 hours a day, balancing this commitment with their personal and professional lives. As it stands, the group receives no government funding and relies completely on public donations. Their volunteers have met the cost of their own training and equipment, and to give some context to that, training one dog over a year costs about £8,000. The most incredible aspect of this story is that Canine Search and Rescue has been declined membership of the Northern Ireland Search and Rescue Practitioners Group by the Justice Minister on the grounds that there is, and I'll quote, no service gap. This decision renders statutory agencies like the PSNI and Coast Guard powerless to task Canine Search and Rescue directly, even though they may be in a position to assist in a search, but through red tape cannot. It is frankly astounding that, given the fact we hear regularly in this chamber about shortages, legitimate shortages, in departments, that here is an organisation that requires no resources, is fully qualified, offering their service for free, but the Department of Justice are refusing their help. In 2021-22, the PSNI received over 10,000 missing person calls. That's nearly 200 people a week. K9's purpose is to be life-saving, and given there is no question of their professionalism and competence, it makes no rational sense to me for them to be made redundant by a government department at a time of extreme human need and distress. I would call upon the Justice Minister to urgently reflect on her decision and change it to the right one.
Time's up. Philip Brett.
Speaker, and I rise to raise my concerns at how the Northern Ireland Guard Force have been treated here in Northern Ireland by the Ministry of Defence. The Northern Ireland Guard Force provide armed protection to 11 reserve army camps across Northern Ireland, including in my constituency and indeed in yours, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, at Dunmore in North Belfast. The role of the Northern Ireland Guard Force is to protect both people and personnel as they carry out the vital work of the reserve services. It is their responsibility to search vehicles and to ensure that the public using those centres are protected. After many years of dedication and brave service to the people of Northern Ireland, the Ministry of Defence earlier this year informed the members that they plan to replace their roles. Members were told that their roles would be replaced by 2028 and that would be done in clear consultation with current staff. Just 2 months ago, members of the force were informed that their roles would be replaced now in 2025, and this was done without any consultation or any due regard to the brave and dedicated service that members of the force have given for many years. There is no guarantee that they will be able to apply for these new roles. There is no guarantee that they will be given the same terms and conditions if they are granted these new roles, and there is no guarantee that they will have continuation of service, which, as members will be aware, will be vital to their pension contributions. Having spoken to members of the force, their disappointment at how they have been treated is palpable. The principles of the Army are clear, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker: courage, discipline, respect for others, integrity, loyalty and selfless commitment. The brave men and women of this force have shown those attributions in spades. However, the Ministry of Defence have not. They have shown disrespect for their past service and disrespect for their future work. Today, I want to put on record my thanks to these brave men and women who have provided armed guards and protection to people right across Northern Ireland during our darkest times. They have stood at our side to ensure that they were able to protect members of the public, and I and this party will continue to stand by them until the Ministry of Defence overturn their disgraceful decision.
Thank you, Philip. That ends member statements. The Speaker's office has received notice from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Just before I call the Minister, I just want to remind members they must be concise and ask in their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate or long introductions. Minister.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. Today I want to address the Assembly on the important topic of how we can enhance and support the educational experience of our young people through targeted strategic capital investment in our schools. Investment in the schools estate is not just about how much money we spend, but how well we spend it. Today I am signalling a new approach to investment in our schools. I want to end the game of winners and losers, a situation where, given the limited budget available, there are great facilities and opportunities for the few, but the many have to make do and mend. In launching my new curriculum-led capital investment programme to support teaching and learning, I am determined to make sure that every child in every school feels the benefits of capital investment through a range of high-impact, lower-cost projects. The best investment is not necessarily the one with the highest cost, but the one that has the greatest impact on children's learning. Every child deserves access to the resources and equipment that will help them discover their full potential. The new curriculum-led capital investment programme will ensure every pound of funding is used effectively to provide the tools and resources that will lead to the very best outcomes for our children and young people. That means smarter spending, focusing on what really works for pupils. Historically, my department's capital programme has focused on new builds and major extension and refurbishment projects. These large projects are extremely important, but unfortunately can only, of course, be provided to a limited number of schools. Curriculum-related capital investment outside these programmes has to date been very limited. In recent years, smaller capital works have been restricted to emergency and statutory schemes to keep schools open and children safe. This is not acceptable. The aim of the new curriculum-led capital investment programme is therefore to invest in priority areas across the education system that will directly support, enable and enhance delivery of the curriculum in Northern Ireland. The programme will target areas of learning across the curriculum for investment, including physical education, science and technology and drama. We have strong evidence that inadequate facilities are currently having a key impact on the delivery of PE in our schools. It will therefore be the initial focus of the first stage of the programme, with a call launched for outdoor covered sports spaces for primary schools and synthetic pitches and sports halls for post-primary schools. This focus on PE will be supplemented by specific annual priorities to refresh resources and equipment more widely. This will allow us to target investment flexibly at key areas of need. High-quality resources support high-quality learning and teaching. This year, I will therefore provide £10 million of funding, which will roll out outdoor play equipment for all nursery and primary schools. It will also deliver 15,000 new desktop computers across all post-primary and special schools, and as previously announced, defibrillators to all schools in Northern Ireland. The curriculum-led programme will ensure that every pupil in every school will benefit from capital investment to improve curriculum delivery. To quote Socrates, the Greek philosopher, not the Brazilian footballer that I knew, education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. With the right resources, we ignite curiosity and a lifelong love of learning. So why is PE being selected as the initial area of focus within the curriculum? The simple answer is that we know the effective delivery of PE is often hampered by inadequate facilities. PE should not only be a key element of the curriculum, but a central part of children's overall development. There is growing consensus on the need for PE and sport to be positioned at the core of the curriculum. PE has a wide range of physical and emotional benefits, from developing muscle and bone strength, increasing concentration, educational performance and learning, to boosting mood and reducing the risk of many lifestyle-related diseases. Developing regular physical activity in childhood is crucial. We know that children who are active are more likely to become active adults and continue to reap the benefits of an active lifestyle throughout their life. In recent years, there is also a growing evidence base to suggest that physical activity has the potential to support learning more broadly. Research has shown that physical activity can improve short-term memory, reaction time and creativity. It increases attention span, coordination and complex thinking, and enhances behaviour and academic achievement. There is also a significant body of evidence that engagement of young people in good quality PE supports the development of life skills such as leadership, organisational and communication skills, increased resilience and problem solving. Yet we also know that our schools are frequently being held back by poor facilities. In 2022, the Education and Training Inspectorate's thematic evaluation of PE highlighted the inequity of current facilities, with 30% of our schools having inadequate accommodation to plan for and deliver the PE curriculum effectively. Equally, ETI highlighted the excellent practice that can exist when the right facilities are in place. We know too that fewer than a quarter of schools are delivering the recommended 2 hours per week of PE. This contrasts to England, where the most recent PE subject report published by Ofsted found that most primary schools and around half of secondary schools were timetabling a minimum of 2 hours of PE per week. The time has come to address these critical gaps in our schools' infrastructure. Many smaller primary schools in particular lack reasonably sized hall accommodation which is suitable for PE. Having to utilise available hall space for dining and all other school activities further reduces its availability for PE. Covered outdoor sports spaces can provide a lower cost and convenient way to encourage and support a variety of sports activities. Such spaces have been utilised to good effect in the schools estate in both England and Scotland. Therefore, I am today announcing a pilot project to provide outdoor covered sports spaces across 20 primary schools. The application process will require schools to implement a minimum of 2 hours curricular PE as a condition of funding and to participate in both self and external evaluation of the project. I am pleased that ETI will evaluate the impact of the pilot facilities on the delivery of PE to inform future investment. Similarly, there remain post-primary schools without separate sports halls and on-site access to synthetic sports pitches. This needs to change. Over the coming weeks, my department will launch the application process for these projects. One of the most exciting aspects of this programme is that it will help ensure more equitable access to PE across all schools. Whether you are a pupil in a large urban post-primary school or a small village primary, this programme will help increase opportunities for high-quality PE. I invite all principals, teachers, parents and pupils to embrace this new programme. It is time for us to recognise the critical role that modern, well-maintained PE facilities play in the success of our pupils. We are giving them the tools they need to be not only successful students, but confident, well-rounded individuals who are ready to take on the challenges of tomorrow. I hope to ensure that high-quality PE is at the heart of every school and that every child can discover the joys and benefits of an active lifestyle. Turning to the annual investment streams for equipment and resources, this year I am investing over £5 million through the programme to provide 15,000 computers to completely refresh the desktop stock at post-primary and special schools. All educational technology is not equally effective, but when used appropriately, it can improve educational outcomes for all. It is not a substitute for good teachers or good teaching, but in the hands of great teachers, it can be transformational. Yet 42% of principals in Northern Ireland, when responding to PISA in 2022, indicated that a lack of digital resources was a key barrier to teaching. For our pupils to stay ahead, we must ensure that our schools are equipped with the best digital equipment possible. In this age of rapid technological advancements, computers have become indispensable in every area of life, from enhancing teaching and learning to facilitating communication, research and creative expression. Computers are essential to modern education. I'm also very conscious that not every student has the same access to technology at home. By providing computers in schools, we level the playing field, ensuring that all students, regardless of their background or socio-economic status, have equal access to digital tools and opportunities. Investing in new computers for our schools is not just an investment in technology, it is an investment in our future. It is a promise to our children that we are committed to their education, to their growth and to their success. The programme will ensure that every child, regardless of where they live, has access to the tools and resources they need to succeed in the digital age. Alongside the investment in computers for schools, I am also delighted to announce today a £4 million investment in outdoor play equipment for our nursery and primary schools. Funding will be provided directly to schools to buy the equipment they most need. There is an increasing understanding of the importance and value of outdoor play across all phases within the early years sector to promote young children's learning and development, resilience, health and sense of well-being. For the vast majority of children, the opportunity to play outside when not in school is in decline. Outdoor learning, therefore, needs to be a core component of every child's educational experience. It is an essential tool for fostering physical health, cognitive development, social skills and a connection to the environment. Appropriate equipment is a key element of high-quality outdoor learning. This investment is a clear commitment to enriching the educational experience of our youngest learners and ensuring they have access to safe, engaging and stimulating environments where they can grow and thrive. From climbing frames and balance beams to interactive play panels and sensory gardens, these resources will offer endless opportunities for children to explore, create and learn in the outdoors. Cost-effective investment will create a dynamic and engaging outdoor learning environment for our children. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, today I have announced the first annual priorities for investment, which have been informed by recent inspection, evidence and wider research, as well as my extensive engagement with school leaders during the past 10 months. In coming months, I work closely with our educators to shape the annual priorities for future years. Early in the new year, my officials will launch a detailed survey for schools, which will aim to pinpoint further areas where additional investment in equipment, resources and facilities is particularly needed and would significantly enhance curriculum delivery. In conclusion, the curriculum-led capital investment programme represents a major step forward in our commitment to providing the best possible education for every child. By investing in equipment and facilities that directly support the curriculum, we are ensuring that our education system is aligned with the needs of the modern world. It is not just an investment in buildings and infrastructure, but in the future of our education system, an investment that ensures every child has better access to the resources, equipment and opportunities that will unlock their full potential. Let me be clear, I will continue to make the case for much needed higher levels of capital investment in our schools estate. There has been a legacy of underinvestment. We have both to address the issues of an ageing schools estate and requiring additional specialist places for rapidly increasing numbers of children with special educational needs, yet I am equally determined to make the most of the capital funding that is available to enhance learning and teaching for all our children. From technology upgrades to sports and play equipment to outdoor learning spaces, these high-impact, lower-cost capital projects offer opportunities to enhance the learning environment for pupils right across Northern Ireland. By making thoughtful, strategic investments, we can create school environments that are more engaging and supportive of pupils' learning across the curriculum. Effective spending in schools is not just about the quantity of funding, it is about how well that money is used to empower teachers and inspire pupils. A well-resourced classroom is a powerful engine of possibility. The right tools do not just support learning, they inspire it. Our children need and they deserve this investment. So today I set out my unwavering commitment to providing the best resources possible for our children's physical and academic success. I'll therefore finish by reminding this Assembly that money spent on our schools is never a cost, it is an investment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for this positive statement of intent and investment. Many schools and students will be delighted to hear of an overdue upgrade of their computer facilities that will enhance access and the educational opportunities across the board. Investment in PE is also massively welcome, given the undisputable health benefits that it brings. Can the Minister assure us that, in regard to the pilot project, that there will be a level playing field and that he will ensure a good geographical spread of successful projects?
Minister.
I thank the member for his warm words in welcoming this announcement today. It is absolutely good news for our children and young people right across Northern Ireland. We'll take forward the pilot scheme which you referenced in terms of the primary schools, the 20 that we want to do. We'll set out the criteria that we'll use to do that as we seek the applications, and I'll assure the member that I will seek to have as wide a geographical spread as I possibly can, but I can provide more details as to how we're going to take forward that pilot project to the member in due course.
Thank you, Minister. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Welcome the announcement and thank the Minister for his statement today. Any investment in our education system is of course welcome. I just want to try and pin down some of the figures in a little bit more detail. The beginning of your statement references 10 million and it refers to outdoor play, to computers, to defibrillators. We then have a reference to 4 million for outdoor play and then later 5 million for computers. So can the Minister just outline the specific total amount of investment that is being announced today, and could he break that down into the curriculum areas that he's going to invest it in and confirm for the Assembly the period of time over which this investment is going to be made?
Minister.
Can I thank the Chair of the Committee for again welcoming this announcement today. It is good news. I've outlined the 10 million that we're spending now in this current financial year. It is around £5.4 million for the computer rollout in our post-primary settings. It's £4 million when it comes to the primary school funding that is going to be allocated, and the defibrillators comes to around £750,000. So that is the spend that we're going to be rolling out this year. For our curriculum-led capital programme, and I've outlined that we will then, early in the new year, be making that open call to all of the post-primary schools to bring forward their applications for the physical education component part of the curriculum-led capital programme that I want to take into the next financial year. That will be primarily looking at issues around synthetic pitches and those sports hall provisions, and that is something that when the call goes out, the applications will come in, and then the funding will be aligned to make sure we can take forward as many projects as possible for that element of the programme next year.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cathy Mason.
And I thank the Minister for this statement. It's very welcome. Minister, a very significant issue that's facing the Irish medium sector is the availability of language, appropriate support, curriculum, resources and materials. Is this an issue that the Minister intends to look at with a view to supporting our Irish medium school communities?
Minister.
Well, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, absolutely, in terms of supporting the Irish medium sector. I've met the sector, have been in many of the Irish language speaking schools. One of the themes that will come out of those visits has been the ability to have the appropriate resources that are needed for those who choose to have their education immersed within the Irish medium. So it is important that the support is being provided, and I continue to engage with the sector to make sure that we can support them as best we can.
Thank you. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, maybe you could clarify what aspects of the programme will be delivered in this financial year for me, please. Thank you.
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member again for the question. The chairman of the committee asked how we're going to break down the spend this year. So obviously there's £10 million. It is on that outdoor play. It's the desktop computers, the defibrillators will all be delivered in this current financial year, and the £10 million are allocated for those purposes, and we have already commenced the process of procuring the appropriate computer equipment. We will be then providing the funding to the schools within the next number of weeks. We will provide that funding to schools who can then procure then that outdoor play equipment.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin Crawford.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I join with others in welcoming this announcement from the Minister this morning and thank him for bringing it to the floor of the Assembly. Minister, can I ask how will these additional PE facilities consider the needs of students with disabilities to ensure that all students can participate in physical education?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for North Antrim again for welcoming this good news story today. He rightly outlines the importance that sport is accessible to everybody, and I very much want people that have additional needs to be supported in terms of the equipment that is available, the sports halls being accessible for all, and in a number of the schools that I have visited, they are not accessible for all, and schools are having to overcome challenges. So this presents an opportunity to enhance the provision of our infrastructure, and vitally important to that will be ensuring that when it comes to disability access, that will be a part of taking the programme forward.
Thank you. I call Declan McAleer.
thank the Minister for stepping in, and I welcome this investment. And I can talk with a little bit of experience in my own community. We have a covered sports area which is used by a multitude of sports, including football and handball. And just recently, the Ulster GAA had a wheelchair football session with our local school in that covered outdoor facility. So I appreciate the benefits of it for schools and for the wider community. So can I ask the Minister if you would consider reinstating the funding for the Department's GAA IFA PE curriculums programme, which is recognised by the EDI review but was revoked by the DE Permanent Secretary in the absence of the Education Minister?
Minister.
Well, like the member, I have been and played in those covered outdoor sports facilities. It makes them more accessible all year round. It also protects from the weather conditions, which often vary and change in our country. And so trying to get that covered outdoor space, I think, will enhance the opportunities for play to take place. So that's why we want to take that forward. He highlights another issue, and I announced £10 million of funding, and members say give us more. I can understand that. I've been engaging with the different sporting bodies around that scheme that was developed a number of years ago, a scheme that I think was very worthwhile and beneficial. I've met with the GAA, the IFA, Ulster Rugby and Ulster Hockey, and so I'm keen that those conversations can continue. I would like to see that programme reinstated, not necessarily in the same format that previously had been the case, where it was only the IFA and the GAA that was involved. There are other sports that I think could benefit from that, and then subject to finance, and that's always the caveat, unfortunately, I have to put in that if we can secure the resources that we need, I would like to develop that particular scheme again.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for this excellent statement? It's yet another example of him and this party delivering for communities right across Northern Ireland. Minister, can you confirm that the funding for the outdoor play equipment for schools in North Belfast, many of which you have visited, will be available and in the accounts of schools in this financial year, so pupils right across my constituency can benefit from this excellent new announcement as soon as possible?
Thank you, Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for North Belfast, who again rightly harasses me to try and get as much funding into North Belfast as possible, as well as the Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I have to say. This announcement, as I've said, makes sure that every school, every nursery, pre-nursery are going to benefit, and we are moving from major capital investments, which are important, school enhancement programmes, which are important, but that's for the few. For the many, they are not getting what they need, and so this £4 million announcement will be within schools before the end of this calendar year, so within the next number of weeks. The funding that will be distributed will be dependent on the size of the school, but it will range from £2,000 up to £5,000, going to every single preschool, nursery and primary school across Northern Ireland, and that will enable them to spend this funding on equipment which is important to meeting their needs.
Thank you, Minister. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. I'll join with everybody else in welcoming this investment. I think there was a report recently said that only 13% of our kids are getting the recommended amount of physical activity, so this is really, really worthwhile. I'd like to ask the Minister if the Department is collecting data on schools delivering the minimum 2 hours per week of PE to ensure that we have some way of measuring the effectiveness of this investment.
Thank you, Minister.
Well, we do collect information to try and monitor this, and the ETI will carry out inspections in this respect. So that is informing the decisions that we are taking. It's also why we're making it a condition on those 20 pilot schools for the outdoor cover, that to secure that funding, you need to guarantee 2 hours of PE. Recently, I was at Fort Hill Integrated Primary School, where they have been developing their physical education literacy as part of that curriculum, and they showed examples of how they can do that, and the benefits of it are well understood by people who engage in it. So this is an important announcement today. It's one that will enhance the opportunities for physical education and create that lifelong experience. I loved playing sport whenever I was younger. I went to school not necessarily for the academic education, it's because of my love of playing football, and it often, on a Tuesday afternoon, got me out of double award maths classes, and that was the highlight of getting picked for the team when I was at Laurel Hill. But it created a lifelong desire to be engaged in sport from that very young age. So tonight I'll be playing with a group of fellas that I went to school at, and we're now in our early 40s. We're still engaged in sport. And so that's something that we need to cultivate with our younger generation and get them involved for the many different benefits that we can achieve from it.
Thank you, Minister. I call Emma Sheeran.
Concordia, I thank the Minister for this statement. Minister, is there any scope within the initiative for the return of free digital devices for children of disadvantaged backgrounds to support their learning?
Thank you, Minister.
The member raises an important point, and this is why I want to make sure that we address the inequality of the haves and the have-nots in our society. Outside of school is a challenge, but inside school, and I've visited now upwards of over 100 schools, and I've been in some facilities where it is state-of-the-art digital technology, and I've been in other schools which is completely antiquated in terms of the technology. And therefore, we need to make sure that there is a levelling right across Northern Ireland so that when you are at least in school, you're getting the same opportunities to access the best possible technological equipment. And this will help address those various different socio-economic factors that then can have an impact on the educational outcomes for our young people.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the statement from the Minister today. Given that Limavady High School has no dedicated sport hall, and indeed is the only post-primary school in that area that has no sports hall, and given that young people of that school have to carry out their sports activity in a park some distance away, and within a park where 2 people were killed and murdered, does he agree with me that that needs to change?
Minister.
The member articulates well the need that exists, and I've been at the high school. The member has had me there. He is engaged in this area and highlighted the need. And as a part of his engagement, we're having a new policy created because he and other MLAs have highlighted the inadequacy that exists. I've been able to witness that when I've been in schools for myself. I was very fortunate. My school had 3 grass football pitches. It had a gravel pitch. It had a sports hall. And that was at a secondary school in Lisburn. And I've been at schools where they have none of that, or they maybe have 1 gravel pitch. And they often look at envy at some other schools that have world-class facilities, and that is something that we need to address. So he has highlighted a school in his constituency. There is now a gateway for that school to be able to make an application. There is a dedicated curriculum-led capital programme which is focusing in those early years of its development on physical education. And so I can't say to the member, I can now guarantee that there is going to be the provision of a sports hall for the school that he has highlighted. But I can now say to the member, there is a way forward that can be advanced by the school in Limavady and by other schools across Northern Ireland in terms of meeting this need. We can now take that forward to the next stage.
Thank you, Minister. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I also warmly welcome this announcement this morning, which will make a real difference and impact to pupils all across Northern Ireland. Can I ask the Minister, does he have any figures around how many schools in Northern Ireland have a shortfall in terms of PE accommodation?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for the question, because we did carry out a survey, obviously, to help inform the decisions that have now been announced today. It took place in November. We surveyed all post-primary schools, and 125 of the 190 schools responded to that survey. 31 of the 125 schools do not have a sports hall, which is separate from the multi-purpose hall that they have in their school. 71 of 125 schools do not have a synthetic pitch on the school site, and 12 schools only have access to a shared synthetic pitch. So that demonstrates, from that survey and the information, the need that exists. I recently was in Uri High School. My colleague Diane Forsyth invited me to that school. They have 1 gravel pitch, no synthetic pitch, no grass pitch, demonstrating the need, and was able to point out all of the neighbouring schools that have not just one but two, and that's often the case whenever we see the inequality that exists within the school estate. So you have new bills, and we follow the handbook standard of what needs to be provided, and they will be given an array of sporting facilities, and then you have schools which have next to nothing. And this is why this capital programme, curriculum-led, is so vitally important. It's a new strand within the wider capital approach that the department takes. We're standing up this new strand within that. We're securing funding for it, and this will be something that we're already releasing £10 million this year, and we are now well underway to identify opportunities for this to be an ongoing, recurrent spend of capital investment to benefit schools.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andrew McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Will outdoor play investment allow schools to develop outdoor learning environments suitable for the delivery of programmes such as the Forest School programme? Thank you.
Well, the member highlights the Forest School programme, and an excellent one that now schools are all wanting to get accreditation for. So you have your eco green flag, you have your Forest School. I actually want to see, can we develop a physical literacy type flag? We love our flags in this country, don't we? But imagine if you were at a school where you have the green flag, the forest flag, you've got a PE flag. We need to provide the infrastructure for those schools to be able to do that. And so the outdoor play equipment, of course, this is all about helping to achieve outdoor learning. And there is a huge body of evidence that demonstrates why outdoor learning is beneficial to our children and young people. And this will undoubtedly be able to help those schools to enhance that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today, because he is delivering on the key needs for schools here in Northern Ireland, and I have no doubt that when the call goes out he will be inundated with schools looking to apply, and that points to my question in relation to the criteria. Will those projects need to be speed ready through the planning system to be able to access the fund? He will know about Devonish College and the need for a hockey pitch. He's a hockey fan, and that Fermanagh has no hockey pitch provision in Fermanagh. So will those projects need to be speed ready to access the funds?
Minister.
Well, in making the call to schools to apply for this, of course, I've encouraged principals when I've met them engage in developing those opportunities, make sure planning permission isn't a barrier to that. That was one of the conversations that Diane and I had in Uri High School, to make sure that that planning process is there. But that will be something that whenever we open up the call, schools can engage. We'll lay out the criteria. It's important that we have these projects shovel ready, as members often refer to it, because what we see typically in the financial year, you will get some slippage within major capital projects. It happens in all departments. We try and minimise that, and then we seek to spend funding on smaller capital type schemes. Having an extensive list of those opportunities is important, so that at the end of that financial year, for example, this issue around outdoor play, we are able to do that because we can move it quickly. So I want to have a comprehensive list of applications available that can then all be assessed, and like the member, I very much want to promote those synthetic pitches, but it's not for me to tell schools whether they want a hockey pitch or a football pitch. Devonish College had an opportunity to do that, and when they were designing the school, and they chose to go with the configuration that they have. So there's opportunities as part of Your School, Your Club, which the Department for Communities have advocated. This will also provide an opportunity for schools to be linking in with other funders, because if I look at a synthetic pitch, for example, we will fund the creation of that, but if it's going to be used for wider community use, often you will need to go to the local authority and they can fund the provision of floodlights, for example, because schools operate in daylight hours. But if you want to use it in the evening, then you need to engage with other stakeholders. And I would very much encourage the collaboration between what funding opportunities can be achieved from this, and then also engaging with local government authorities as well.
Thank you, Minister. I call Donny Donnelly.
Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his statement, and this funding is very welcome. I noted the Minister's enthusiasm for young people being involved in sport, and I wanted to tell him about fantastic work that's being done in Larne High School, despite shocking levels of dilapidation. The sports hall has holes in the floor, there are gaps in the roof and the walls. And as asked yesterday by my colleague Nick Matheson, I wonder if the Minister would accompany me on a visit to Larne High to see the fantastic work that's being done in this area.
I suspect the member's late in asking me to go to Larne High. I'm pretty confident my own party colleagues have already asked me to attend, so, but where I can incorporate other people, happy to do that. Larne High is another example as to why I have wanted to take forward the opportunities for this capital programme, because there is not the provision that we need, particularly when it comes to PE. And so we now have a new programme and an opportunity, at least that whenever I engage with schools, I can say, here is a programme that you can make an application to. It isn't in the gift of any minister to be able to say, I'm going to show favouritism to one particular school, you've got a new pitch facility. We will build the appropriate criteria around all of these programmes, then there will be prioritisation subject to all of that criteria, and then the funding will flow. But this now gives an opportunity for schools to make an application towards these schemes.
Thank you, Minister. I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement. It's very welcome, and it gives an opportunity for schools in my constituency to apply for much needed funding. But can the Minister explain why he believes this programme was needed, and could he also give us an idea of schools who have next to nothing? Will they be given some sort of priority to those that already have facilities?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for the question? We've outlined why we believe the programme has been needed in the broader statement, but the high quality learning environments, we all know they will help support the delivery then of the best outcomes for children and young people. So we need to empower the great teachers that we have with the great facilities, and that combination then will maximise the potential for our young people to realise that. Historically, the Department's capital programme, it did focus on new builds, major extensions and refurbishment, and this is now allowing us to advance into a new way of doing things with smaller capital works schemes being able to be developed. Of course, the member has highlighted where will the prioritisation be. That is something that we will work through in terms of establishing the appropriate criteria whenever then we make the call early in the new year.
Thank you, Minister. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I join with other members in welcoming this very positive statement by the Minister. And could the Minister set out more detail on how much each primary school will receive, how they will access those funds, and how they will go about spending that money?
Minister.
Well, the schools will be able to spend the funding through their normal processes, and there's an Education Authority catalogue that you have a very detailed list of the various different outdoor play equipment, and they'll be able to draw down from that, and that way we can follow and audit that the spend is being appropriately utilised. So £2,000 to £5,000, that will be the range of funding that gets allocated. That will be distributed to the schools within the next number of weeks, and that allows the schools and those who are best placed to know what they need for their particular setting to be able to spend that funding, and particularly in those early years, you know how much equipment that you need and how often they can break down and need to be replaced. And so this is a scheme that will be very much welcomed for those early years organisations.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement, particularly the emphasis on PE and investment in PE. We know with the rise of unhealthy lifestyles how essential that is to children's lives. But Minister, building on the question from the member for North Antrim about kids with disabilities, we know kids that are in special schools face some of the most challenging circumstances for both them and their family, and their access to physical education is so limited. So can I ask the Minister, what assurances can he give that those within special schools will be able to access fair and proportionate amounts of this funding?
Minister.
This new capital curriculum-led programme builds upon and sits along with the Special Educational Needs Capital Programme that we have announced, and we are already looking at all 39 special schools, identifying what opportunities there are to enhance the provision within those schools. In this announcement, particularly on IT and the equipment for computers, that will be also extended to special schools to make sure that they're getting the opportunity to avail of the most recent technology as well. So the member is right to highlight the need for very much an equitable distribution of funding, one that is inclusive for everyone in our society to be able to benefit from, and that's what these schemes will allow us to do.
Thank you. I call David Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister again for the statement, which is delivery against some of the commitments he made when he gave his vision early in his tenure. And I know many schools in my constituency, some of which he'll have visited, will be excited at the prospect of the investment in pitches and outdoor facilities. Could I ask him, in the modern era of education, why investment in technology is so crucial?
Can I thank the member for, again, his kind remarks, and he highlights the issue as to why are we investing particularly in computers and the need for this technology. There's a number of reasons that are well evidenced. We had the ETI's baseline evaluation of digital skills provision in primary, post-primary schools, and there was a CBI report on software skills for a 10x economy digital skills NI network, and they highlighted that we've had a decline of uptake for digital skills-based qualifications, and that is having an impact. The number of girls choosing to study computing and software programme courses is also consistently low, so more needs to be done to promote these programme pathways to meet the current and future needs of our economy. I highlighted in the statement that 42% of principals that responded to the PISA 2022 survey, they highlighted a lack of digital resources as being a key barrier to teaching. That's compared to 24% at an international level. So there's a clear need when it comes to providing this technology. It will be fully deployed using Windows 11, so it'll be very much a modern technology framework that we're going to be using in terms of the engine that will run these computers, and that's going to have a real impact, so that when people are choosing their subjects, they're going to be able to know this is the kind of computer that we're using. And often, you know, I picked my school because of the PE provision. That's what dictated to me where I wanted to go. Other people are choosing schools because they walk in and they can see incredible technology suites, and so this will help enhance the pupils who are choosing to pursue digital skills when it comes to the courses that are available within schools, and it'll help empower the teachers to be able to effectively utilise this modern technology.
I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his statement to the House today. Can the Minister set out any plans he may have for other areas of the curriculum?
Yes, and that's an important question that Mr Buchanan raises in terms of what other areas of the curriculum. The aim of this programme is to invest in the priority areas to support, enable and enhance delivery of the Northern Ireland curriculum. So it's not envisaged that this programme would be static, but rather the longer term focus on PE would be supplemented by specific priorities for investment that would be identified annually. So that will allow the programme to target investment flexibly and in line with identified areas of need. So this year we're looking at computing equipment to support digital literacy as well as outdoor play. So these are the first annual priorities for investment. They've been informed by inspection evidence and wider research, and also my engagement with school leaders over the past 10 months and what members of this House have brought to my attention. So in coming months I'll work closely with educators to shape the annual priorities for future years, and early in the new year, as I had indicated in the statement, we will be launching a detailed survey for schools which will aim to pinpoint what further areas that additional investment, including around equipment and resources facilities, would be particularly needed to enhance the delivery of the Northern Ireland curriculum.
I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I join with others in thanking the Minister for his statement. The Foyle constituency and many primary schools right throughout will be very thankful for the announcement, particularly around the outdoor play equipment. Could the Minister clarify whether or not that also includes preschools? Many preschools obviously don't have the resources or access to resources that some other schools would have. So can the Minister clarify that it includes those groups as well?
Well, can I thank the member who has had me in Foyle on numerous occasions, highlighting the needs of the school estate in his constituency. And he asks the question around those preschool providers outside of the statutory nursery. Yes, they will be included in this for those when it comes to that preschool year group. This funding opportunity will be available to them as well.
Thank you, Minister. That ends questions to the Minister's statement. Can I just remind members that when statements are being made and people want to ask questions, they need to be in the chamber when the statements are being made. So thank you. Members, take their ease. We change the top table.
The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Agriculture Bill. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Agriculture Bill be agreed.
The Agriculture Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have brought this short bill to the Assembly to provide for changes to two legacy EU support schemes, namely the Fruit and Vegetable Aid and the Agri-Food Information and Promotion schemes. These schemes have their roots from when the UK was in the EU, and if they are to reflect post-EU policy development, new powers will be needed. If I may first provide some background. Under the EU Common Agricultural Policy, the Common Organisation of the Markets in Agricultural Products Regulation, or in short CMO, provided market support tools and aid schemes to certain sectors and encouraged producer cooperation. As part of the CMO, farmers and growers are incentivised to come together to form producer organisations, which allows them to strengthen their position in the supply chain and increase their competitiveness. In addition, POs provide a mechanism for promoting environmentally sound cultivation practices and production techniques, including climate change mitigation. While POs can be set up in a range of sectors, financial assistance is payable in the horticultural sector under the Fruit and Veg Aid Scheme, which supports operational programmes that meet the regulatory requirements and fit within a UK strategy and environmental framework. Operational funds are part financed by contributions from PO members, and prior to EU exit, match funding would have came from the EU. Since Brexit, when the governing legislation transferred to UK law, as was what is now known as the Simulated Law, the legal obligation to match fund eligible claims for POs headquartered in Northern Ireland has, since mid-2020, fallen to DAERA. Before I discuss the need for the bill, I want to say that locally grown fruit and vegetables play an important role in the rural economy of Northern Ireland. However, it is my firm belief that the sector has potential to grow and develop further for the benefit of our health, economy, food security and the environment, including with respect to the decarbonisation agenda. I am therefore committed to fostering sustainable growth of horticulture as part of our transition to more sustainable agriculture. To this end, my officials are continuing development of the Farm Support and Development Programme in co-design with the Northern Ireland agriculture industry, including the horticulture sector and other key food and environmental stakeholders. Officials are also reviewing existing support under legacy EU schemes, including the FVAS to evaluate what has been delivered and whether better targeted support could be provided in the future. In addition, I am delighted the Executive recently agreed the Food Strategy Framework, which sets the long-term direction to help position Northern Ireland as a home of sustainable food. Increased availability of locally produced, sustainably grown fruit and vegetables will continue and will contribute to that ambition. I have met representatives of the local mushroom sector that currently avails of support under the FEAS. I have sought to reassure them that while I have not reached any decisions on the way forward, I have no plans to pull the rug from under them in terms of support. We need to let the current policy review run its course and then carefully consider the way ahead in the context of wider support to the horticultural sector. However, without the bill, my department will have an ongoing legal obligation to fund eligible claims under the existing legacy FEAS. Members will be aware that the autumn budget statement will see funding for agriculture, including the FEAS, that was previously earmarked by His Majesty's Treasury, baselined within the resource funding provided to the Executive for 2025-26 and beyond. It will now be for the Executive to agree funding for agriculture as part of the budget exercise. Therefore, the first thing this short technical bill does is to make support under the FVAS discretionary so that Executive Ministers have the scope to fully decide on funding priorities and ensure support is available where it provides best value for money and best meets local needs. Importantly, the second thing the bill will do is to provide the power to amend the assimilated law governing the FVAS. By its very nature, this unique type of legislation has not kept pace with changes elsewhere, including the EU, that seek to support productivity while also contributing to protecting and enhancing our environment and tackling climate change. Therefore, these new powers will ensure the scheme can be developed to best meet local need. This has been welcomed by stakeholders, given that this would allow for improvements to the scheme in the future, including for it to align with support elsewhere if appropriate. The third thing the bill will do relates to EU-derived legislation that provides support for information and promotion for agricultural products. Under this legislation, not-for-profit organisations could apply for EU support for promotion campaigns, primarily in third countries. The aim is to open new market opportunities for farmers and the wider food industry and help them build their existing businesses and sell products in an increasingly competitive global marketplace, whilst delivering jobs and good green growth. While Northern Ireland benefited from the scheme in the past, there are currently no live projects. However, the bill includes powers so that any future promotion schemes delivered under this legislation could be tailored to best meet local need, subject again to the review of the legacy scheme and future policy development on support for food promotion. Before I discuss the details of the bill itself, I would like to thank those who responded to the consultation on policy proposals earlier this year and for the ongoing engagement with officials on the wider review. I am grateful for industry representatives for briefing me over recent months on the challenges for the mushroom sector and on the value of the FEAS to that sector. The comments received on the FEAS reflect its importance to the local mushroom sector, with calls for the scheme to continue after the current programme's end in 2025. Stakeholders also detailed the sort of changes that they believe should be made to the scheme. So while it is vital that I can prioritise funding where it can best be used, I want to again reassure members, as I have sought to do with stakeholders, that I am aware of the importance of the support provided under the scheme over many years. By seeking to make support discretionary, I am not singling any plans to end support for the sector here. Rather, the bill clearly provides a scope to allow for the scheme's future development so it can best reflect the needs of Northern Ireland, subject to the outcome of the ongoing review and, of course, available budget. I look forward to seeing the conclusions of the ongoing review, and I again give my assurance that I will consider it in the context of wider support for the horticultural sector in making future funding decisions. The bill has therefore been drafted in line with the consultation proposals, and it is my hope that it will reach royal assent next spring before the end of current programmes. I now want to take a few minutes to set out in a little more detail the key clauses of the bill. Clause 1 amends Article 32 of the assimilated CMO regulation to remove the statutory requirement to fund all eligible FEIS claims, It also provides transitional provisions in relation to existing FAIS programmes. Clause 2 provides that assimilated law governing the FAIS can be modified by regulation, and by virtue of Clause 4, only with the approval by resolution of the Assembly, that is, by draft affirmative resolution. Clause 2 also includes an enabling power to make regulations regarding reviews of departmental decisions relating to such aid necessary as a consequence of support under the FIS becoming discretionary. Clause 3 provides that the assimilated law governing the agri-food promotion schemes can be modified by regulation, again by virtue of Clause 4 by draft affirmative regulations. In summary, the bill, if enacted, will make support under the FIS discretionary and empower my department to amend both the FIS and agri-food promotion schemes to align with post-EU local policy. I commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the DERA Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I just want to commend the Minister for his performance on Radio Ulster this morning on a very important topic in regard to Belfast Lock. And whilst I'll commend you today, I can't guarantee that's always going to be the case as Chair of the ERA Committee. Well, certainly the committee will work hard to keep your feet to the fire. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I welcome the second stage of the Agriculture Bill, which was introduced on the 25th of November. And if the bill passes second stage today, it will be the first bill to come before the ERA Committee in this mandate. At last week's committee meeting, to prepare for second stage, members considered the background to the bill and the committee's scrutiny of this matter to date. That at the committee meeting on the 11th of April, members considered a letter from the Minister informing of his plans to consult on a bill proposal to amend two legacy schemes from the Common Organisation of the Markets in Agricultural Policy, otherwise known as CMO. The committee is aware that since leaving the EU, DERA continues to meet existing funding commitments under the CMO schemes, including aid to producer organisations in the fruit and vegetable sector. The CMO schemes were part of the Common Agricultural Policy that governed UK agricultural support as part of the UK's EU membership. The Rural Payments Agency administers and publishes information on these schemes on DERA's behalf. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister then consulted on making the funding for the Fruit and Vegetable Aid Scheme, FEAS, discretionary, providing a power to make subordinate legislation which will allow amendments to be made and to be assimilated law governing the FEAS, and providing a power to make subordinate legislation which will allow amendments to be made to the assimilated law governing the agri-food information and promotion schemes. Just over 2 months later, at the committee stage on June the 20th, members received an oral briefing from the bill's officials, which was to update us on the outcomes of the consultation. And in summary, the committee heard that 7 responses had been received and that the comments reflected the particular importance of the FEAS scheme to the local mushroom sector. And while not universally supported, there was some understanding of the need to make funding discretionary and for the Minister then to prioritise. There was a call for changes to be made to the scheme as the EU scheme had improved since Brexit. At the committee meeting on the 12th of September, we considered a further response from the Minister highlighting that the FEAS is a devolved scheme and therefore Northern Ireland is free to consider what support best suits the need for our horticulture sector and the current post-EU policy review and development of agricultural support, and we are told that that is still ongoing. So in parallel to this review, the Minister is seeking primary powers through the bill to make FEAS support discretionary and allow DERA to modify this legacy scheme. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to the main principles of the bill before us today, the committee does understand that one objective is to make that the FEAS funding discretionary prior to the end of the current programme, as eligible producer organisations will be submitting new 3-year programmes before September 2025, which adds some import to what we're doing today. The committee appreciates the Minister's view that he wishes to be able to prioritise support where it provides best value for money, and that's something that should be close to home for all of us as legislators. However, if the bill passes second stage, the committee will then need to consider the impact of this proposal from all sides. On the 20th of June, we heard from the NI Mushroom Growers Association of its concerns that if discretionary became removal at any point, it will remove one of the only supports that the mushroom industry as mushroom farms, as they're not eligible for land-based programmes such as the Basic Farm Payment. The committee are also now aware that it needs to consider this bill in a different fiscal environment that was envisaged during the consultation, indeed when the Minister launched this. And I refer to the removal of earmarked funding for farming support payments, now potentially putting additional pressure on any discretionary parts of the Minister's budget. Other principles of this bill are to provide DERA with powers to make subordinate legislation, which will allow amendments to be made to the assimilated laws governing the FEAS and to the assimilated law governing the agri-food information and promotion schemes. The committee is keen to see bespoke schemes to support the local agri-food sectors, but is being asked to consider this enabling bill without having had sight of the completed policy review. And this is not ideal, Mr Deputy Speaker. So we do look forward to hearing what fruit and veg growers and producers have to say at committee on these matters, should this pass second stage. I would just like to also highlight that although this bill is short, like myself, the committee looks forward to proper scrutiny of the enabling powers and to engaging with stakeholders on these proposals to see what benefits this could bring, while fully investigating any unintended consequences. This is not the stage for going into detail on the clauses. However, in respect of the potential and unintended consequences, the committee will need to consider and take advice on the powers in Clause 4, which the Minister has touched on. And although we note that these are underpinned by the use of the draft affirmative procedure, the committee, I believe, is supportive of the principles of the bill in terms of support and being prioritised where it best provides value for money and best meets local need. The committee does look forward to considering the bill in further detail during committee stage, and as I have said, will be particularly mindful of considering any unintended consequences through a detailed scrutiny process. And that ends my comments as committee chair. I just want to add a couple of small points, if that is okay, and I'll maybe phrase them in the way of questions, Minister, because I look forward to we're now in that legislative process where we're going to have proper debates in here, which is rather good. There is a query, and I'm not. This hasn't bottomed out in my own head, where it has been insinuated that if the scheme wasn't to change, that DERA would be faced with the potential of having to fund schemes outside of Northern Ireland. So, if the Minister even today could give us some more detail in regard to that aspect, I'm sure that's not somewhere any of us would want to land. And the Minister will also be aware at the moment from the debate last week with our fishers, but also the mushroom sector in particular, are under severe pressure at the moment with seasonal workers and the inability to acquire useful visas for the workers required for that work. And I have a concern that the potential worry of a double whammy for them. And I know you have verbally said that it is not in your intention to remove the funding, but given that this is perhaps the only funding support that mushroom growers, in particular in Northern Ireland, can avail of, I think they would need some certainty in that. And as a member, I would certainly welcome at every iteration that is given and sought, and that it is underpinned. Because my last point is this: that this. We do have a global food market now. The competition for every product is quite severe, and mushroom growers and the whole horticulture sector face into those pressures, and we should be doing everything that we can do. And whilst value for money is absolutely appropriate and we have to be fiscally on our toes, the reality is that food security has come under its greatest pressure on these islands over this past few months with the changes brought in by the Labour government. So I look forward to engaging with the Minister on this bill. Can't always promise that we'll be as cordial, and we will hold your feet to the fire, but I look forward to the Minister's answers in regard to those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Butler. Could I call Patsy McClone, please?
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister for bringing forward this bill.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP welcomes the second stage of the bill today. Should it pass, I look forward, and hopefully it will, I look forward to examining it and its implications more closely during the committee stage. However, it's somewhat disappointing that the Minister hasn't been unable to bring forward the comprehensive agricultural bill that is required. A comprehensive agriculture bill, unlike the one before us, would provide a clear purpose for future agricultural policy. It would set out clear objectives for the use of agricultural funding to guide policy decisions, and it's necessary to provide a strategic direction for agriculture here. In fact, I'm sure the Minister will respond later, will the Minister bring forward a domestic agricultural bill before the end of this mandate? Both Scotland and Wales have already introduced that legislation, but we're still waiting here. The bill before us today may be small, but it isn't insignificant. It is largely a technical piece of legislation that allows for changes to be made in the funding provided by the Department to producer organisations for operational programmes. That funding is to become discretionary when, previously, as long as those programmes met certain requirements, funding was mandatory. Producer organisations enable farmers and growers in a variety of sectors to strengthen their position in the supply chain and increase competitiveness. And it is very important that we provide the support to those producer organisations to make sure that a fair price, in effect, goes to farmers, the ultimate producers in this regard. They play a very important role in promoting environmentally sound cultivation practices and production techniques, and indeed climate change mitigation. Excuse me. This bill introduces uncertainty over future funding for those organisations and almost inevitably cuts the financial support available to them. It risks leaving producer organisations in the north at a disadvantage, and I hope the Minister will underpin that that won't be the case, particularly when they're in competition with organisations that are still within the EU, because inevitably this is another consequence of Brexit. This financial support was previously being provided from EU funding streams. As with other EU funds, the British Government has not properly replaced it. The British Government has in effect washed its hands of responsibility, and it's now up to the Minister to find the required funding. That financial support for producer organisations will in future come from whatever level of budget he can negotiate with his executive colleagues from the block grant. Making that funding discretionary will mean it will be entirely up to the Minister to decide which programmes are funded and which are not a particularly enviable position you've been placed in, Minister, as a consequence of Brexit, it has to be said. Under those circumstances, it isn't difficult to understand the concerns of producer organisations about the level of future financial support, but not all producer organisations will be equally affected. It has already been referred to here today. One group to be potentially affected are mushroom growers, who aren't eligible for land-based programmes such as Basic Farm Payment or the Department for Economy's Energy Efficiency Scheme. The mushroom industry has already felt the impact of Brexit and the restricted access to labour through the Seasonal Agricultural Worker Scheme, and I'm glad that the Minister did announce here today that support would continue at least in the before the future, I hope, on a stable basis when it's required for the mushroom industry. And the best place, of course, for that would be to incorporate it within a comprehensive agricultural bill, which I hope the Minister will clarify. We are going to get a comprehensive and embracing agricultural bill for the North, similar to what has been introduced elsewhere. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Patsy. I call on Declan McAleer. Declan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the second stage of the Agriculture Bill. According to the Department, this bill reflects the need to update legacy EU schemes such as the Fruit and Vegetable Aid Scheme and Agri-Food Promotion Schemes in the context of the post-Brexit reality. Whilst the Executive has offered support for this bill, it should be pointed out that it also presents challenges as well as opportunities for rural communities. The bill marks a fundamental shift away from mandatory funding to discretionary funding for the Fruit and Vegetable Aid Scheme, and with this may provide the Department with greater flexibility in terms of managing spending. It also raises concerns about the impact on the horticultural sector and our rural economy, particularly given the divergence from the south, where mandatory funding remains in place by virtue of the fact that they remain in the EU Common Agricultural Policy. Stakeholders have rightly voiced concerns during consultations. Indeed, we would have met them as a party as well, noting this disparity between north and south risks undermining the competitiveness of producers in the north, who are not on an unequal footing compared to counterparts in the south, who still benefit from the robust EU schemes. The Agriculture Bill introduces key provisions to modify schemes like the Fruit and Vegetable Aid Scheme, including granting DAERA discretionary funding powers, enabling more flexible allocation of resources, providing enabling powers to amend schemes in line with evolving local policy needs, and ensuring a legislative framework is in place from 26 to 28, allowing producer organisations to plan their operational programmes effectively. We in Sinn Féin acknowledge the necessity of reform, but we do remain concerned that the bill's scope. This proposal is, and again, it's by virtue of the fact that Brexit is less progressive than the EU's revamped common agriculture policy, which benefits producers in the south with funding for environmental initiatives, research and development, and long-term plans. We believe that the North should align more closely with these forward-thinking policies to ensure fairness, sustainability and competitiveness for our primary producers. This post-Brexit context demands comprehensive strategic action to fill the void left in agricultural policy. And we call for policies that promote equity across the island, ensuring that our producers have access to fair opportunities, robust funding mechanisms and the resources needed to thrive in an increasingly competitive market. As representatives of rural communities, it's our duty to scrutinise this bill thoroughly, and we look forward to doing that during the remainder of the committee stages, and advocate for policies that deliver real change. And let us ensure that this legislation provides the necessary support to our farmers and rural businesses, paving the way for a fairer, more prosperous agricultural sector. I look forward to further deliberations and to working with all the stakeholders to ensure that the final legislation truly reflects the needs and ambitions of our rural communities.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I call on Michelle McElveen.
And I welcome, as others have said, the opportunity to speak on the Agriculture Bill. Setting aside my own concerns about the imprecision of the Bill's title, which hopefully will be revisited as it is misleading, the DUP supports the intention behind the proposed bill, aiming at ensuring a locally accountable minister can bring forward proposals and changes in the funding of the fruit, vegetable and mushroom sectors in Northern Ireland. As the UK moves forward post-Brexit, it is vital that the support mechanisms for these sectors are carefully restructured to ensure continued growth and competitiveness. However, while we acknowledge the need for flexibility, we emphasise that this must not come at the cost of financial stability or long-term sectoral growth. The transition to a discretionary model as proposed in the bill offers an opportunity for innovation and tailored support to address the specific needs of the fruit and vegetable sectors. However, it is essential that this new model is not seen purely as a means to cut costs or to reduce funding for critical sectors. The support provided must be viewed as a means to enhance long-term support for affected sectors, allowing them to invest in the industry, fostering growth, competitiveness and sustainability. The Farm Business Support Scheme has played a crucial role in reducing barriers to market entry, helping farmers and producers meet required standards and access vital environmental and climate change support. So as we consider future models of support, we must ensure that the core principles of the current system, i.e. supporting sustainable farming practices and climate change mitigation, are preserved. As others have referenced, the mushroom industry, which accounts for 40% of Northern Ireland's horticultural output and contributes approximately £64 million annually to the local economy, is a key pillar of this sector. With 700 people employed directly in mushroom production and over 300 in the supply chain, the sector's continued success is vital for both economic growth and food security in Northern Ireland. As we've discussed at committee and in this chamber, access to labour is vitally important for this sector, with 95% of those employed coming from outside the United Kingdom. Mushroom growers have expressed concerns about an uneven playing field between Northern Ireland and other jurisdictions, particularly regarding issues like access to seasonal workers and financial support for innovations such as automation and energy efficiency. These concerns highlight the need for a funding model that not only provides fairness, but also ensures that the industry can compete on an equal footing. Simply maintaining statutory obligations that are not finely tuned to local sector needs will not effectively address these challenges. A more adaptable and responsive response model is needed. one that understands the specific dynamics of the mushroom industry and supports its unique challenges. So while the proposed bill provides greater flexibility, it is crucial that the Department outlines a clear pathway for the sector's future development. As the Chair has highlighted, the move from a 4.1% flat funding model to discretionary support does raise significant concerns about the potential shift towards a competitive grant system, which could create uncertainty and insecurity for growers. Growers require clarity on future funding arrangements to enable them to plan effectively and to make the necessary investments in their businesses. As the current producer organisation scheme is set to end in 2025, there is pressing need for a statement of intent from the Minister on how future support will be structured. The future of Northern Ireland's fruit and vegetable sector, including mushroom production, depends on a fair, flexible and secure funding model, and the Minister needs to take the opportunity presented by this bill to demonstrate a clear vision for the sector's growth, provide certainty for growers and enable them to plan for the future. Mushroom growers, along with other horticultural producers, deserve a sustainable framework that will support their vital contribution to food security, environmental sustainability and to economic growth. There will be a need for the Minister to provide clarity on proposals for the development of the sector alongside the progression of this bill, which would help to provide some of that clarity and hopefully dispel fears within the sector. So will the Minister be consulting further with stakeholders on further proposals for the sector in the near future? And perhaps the Minister could perhaps provide details of the next steps in his response, including a timeline for this. Mr Deputy Speaker, with regards to the principle of the bill as outlined today, we're content to support the bill at this stage and look forward to scrutinising it at the and also hearing from stakeholders at committee stage. So thank you very much.
Michelle, I call on John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to express our support at this stage of the proposed agriculture bill. This legislation represents, I think, a significant step forward in aiding the fruit and vegetable sector, supporting our rural communities and ensuring a sustainable future for food production in Northern Ireland. The challenges faced, Deputy Speaker, by the agriculture sector have recently been the focus of considerable discussion in this chamber. Today we have an opportunity to address some of these pressing issues with actionable solutions. First and foremost, I want to thank the Minister for presenting the bill to the Assembly. By doing so, the Minister has demonstrated a strong commitment to addressing our agriculture sector's challenges and a dedicated effort to create a more sustainable future. The legislation, Deputy Speaker, serves as a vital pillar for fostering sustainable growth within our fruit, vegetable and horticulture sector. It introduces crucial reforms designed to support our farmers and producers as we navigate the post-Brexit landscape, enabling them to thrive in a competitive global market. Without the passage of the bill, the Department will remain under a legal obligation to fund eligible claims under the existing Fruit and Vegetable Aid Scheme, a legacy EU position which would restrict the Minister's ability to prioritise support in a manner that maximises value for money and effectively meet specific local and, crucially, arising needs also. Therefore, the bill allows for a more targeted approach, as has been said by other members, incentivising producers to adopt sustainable practices. Yes, sure.
For giving way. This is a piece that has intrigued me, and I know the member was at the briefing last week, that there, in the previous scheme, in the legacy scheme, there seemed to be a smaller uptake than I would have envisaged in regard to the aid scheme as it was envisaged. And I'm sure you would agree with me that in any new scheme coming forward, that to maximise participation would be an ambition, not just for food security, but for that competitiveness that is required. And perhaps the Minister can maybe at some point maybe give us some indication as to why he believes that some organisations, maybe particularly in around apple growing and stuff, maybe didn't avail of the scheme as it was, and is it the intention then to develop something which will bring in a broader cross-section of the horticulture community? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for the intervention, and like the committee chair, it's my hope that there will be increased engagement and uptake, and perhaps would suggest the consultations and engagement on the bill itself and other arising policy issues will assist in increasing that uptake. So I was saying it was incentivising producers to adopt sustainable practices that safeguard our environment. Also, for example, it could support initiatives to reduce carbon emissions, improve soil health and conserve water resources. I must also stress that the legislation provides much needed clarity and stability regarding future horticultural support, which will undoubtedly be welcomed by those who work in that sector. The DAERA Committee has been told of the continuing policy work in this area as well. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, I would say the legislation signifies a substantial leap forward to a more sustainable future for our horticulture sector by fostering local food production, advocating for sustainable farming practices and ensuring equitable access to markets for Northern Irish farmers. The legislation will directly contribute to decreasing the carbon footprint of our food system and invigorating our local economy by delivering jobs and growth. So Alliance supports the bill at this stage and we'd urge others to join us in expressing that support. Thank you.
Minister, I'm calling you.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for members' contributions to this debate today. In this closing speech, I will try to respond to key points made in the debate. I will also check Hansard and, where appropriate, I will follow up this debate in writing to individual members if I have inadvertently missed anything, so I don't want anyone to feel left out. In terms of some of the issues, Robbie, as Chair of the Committee, raised a number of legitimate points. One of the ones is in terms of any potential liability arising from changes that DEFRA might do in England. So under the current rules, claims could come from POs that are headquartered in Northern Ireland, but some of those growers are located elsewhere in the UK. So DAERA would have a duty to support those POs to the potential detriment of local growers or other agricultural support. And I'm aware of the developments in terms of where DEFRA is going on this, and that's one of the reasons why we need to get this legislation progressed, because we need to support our local growers here in Northern Ireland. The other issue the Chair of the Committee raised, which is around seasonal workers, and a worry that there could be a double whammy in terms of the pressures that are facing around this. And hopefully in the opening remarks that I used as part of introducing the second stage of this bill, I've given a necessary level of assurance in terms of the support I want to continue to give. This is an important sector, something I wish to see grow, and for many different reasons, particularly environmentally, but also around the fact that this is food that we export beyond Northern Ireland to great fame, and we should encourage that. But on the issue of the seasonal workers, I'm very aware of the concerns around that, and that's why I have been writing to the UK Government. I've also engaged with the Economy Minister, who has lead on this, and we're seeking to get the UK Government to listen to the concerns around these issues. There are certain sectors where automation, which would be the desire of the UK Government for us to pursue, isn't as practical as compared to other areas. So, for example, in terms of mushrooms. And that's why I'll continue to do the work on that, and I hear the concerns in regards to seasonal workers. In terms of the points raised by Patsy McGlone, in terms of the more comprehensive agricultural bill, there is initial scoping underway around this, and this is about giving the Department the necessary powers to take forward the interventions that we need to take. If you give me time to be able to go through that, and then we'll see what steps we can take after that. I would say that this comes back again to the stop-go government. I look at the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Seanad, and they essentially have a baton race where they move from each mandate to another, progressing legislation, taking things forward. But we haven't been able to do that here in Northern Ireland because of the stop-go government, and we need to be understanding that it has implications not just beyond public services, but also in terms of legislation and policy development in Northern Ireland, and I'll continue to highlight that. In terms of the concerns that you raised, Patsy, around the funding and whether it could stop, hopefully I've used a form of words here which provides that necessary level of assurance. There is a need for us to be able to give a bit more clarity around these issues, and the review is underway. The review should report towards the end of this year, subject to staff resources, and then I will take some time to reflect on that in terms of next steps. But engagement, as Michelle has outlined, the stakeholders will be absolutely crucial in that regard, and I find it very productive engagement with stakeholders, not just in my office but out and about, visiting particularly the apple industry in County Armagh, which we're famous for. So I will do that engagement, and I'll not be found wanting on that, because I think it's absolutely key. You also raised, Patsy, that this is one of the consequences of Brexit, and it is. The issue is that I approach this in a different way than perhaps others do, because I approach it in a focused upon solutions. I see what's here, I see what the issues that have presented itself since the referendum in 2016, and we could talk about the problems, quite a lot about that, but I think we're in public office to work through those issues in a pragmatic manner, and that's what I seek to do, because people in Northern Ireland owe it to us. Northern Ireland voted to remain, but we left the EU, and we worked through the issues arising from that. Just in terms of one last point that was raised, and hopefully I haven't missed anything, there was a dialogue between John and Robbie around previous uptake in past schemes, particularly in relation to apple growing, and I think that probably demonstrates why we want to bring this legislation through. I think it's something potentially the committee can tease out as part of its committee stage, because that will help us then form judgments in terms of future support, so that we can actually target that support and ensure that uptake, because it is regrettable that it hasn't had that level of uptake in some other industries, and perhaps maybe that's because of the administration and the need to follow certain procedures to get access to it. But I'm quite keen to see that happen, because being down in County Armagh, I've been down there a couple of times and got apples and turned them into apple crumble. But it wasn't me, actually. I want to admit that to the House. It was my mother. I did a very good job around that, and hope to be able to have the opportunity to do that. I also, for those in the House as well, was able to enjoy apple crumble last Wednesday in County Fermanagh when I was down at Anna Social Farm, and it was excellent. All parts of Northern Ireland do produce good produce for us to enjoy. Moving towards conclusion of this, and hopefully we can consider how to go forward from second stage. The issues that have been raised in this chamber do reflect points that stakeholders have raised during the consultation. As I have said, I've met mushroom growers and heard firsthand the case for FAIS, with stakeholders setting out the strengths they see in the scheme and its comprehensive nature, including in relation to environmental and climate change benefits. I also noted the potential it has for development of other horticultural sectors. In my opening speech, I reiterated my aspirations for the sector more generally and to see its growth in Northern Ireland, and I'm very passionate about that. Therefore, I acknowledge calls for the continuation of support in relation to the mushroom sector in particular, and again stress that I have made no decisions on the future of the scheme here, nor support of the horticultural sector more widely. And a lot of people know it's something I want to support. I will not take decisions until I've considered the outcome of the ongoing review of the FAIS and the planned review of food promotions. However, as I've said, I and future executive ministers must have the full scope to decide on funded priorities, including the levels of funding, in order to ensure support is provided where it provides best value for money and to target it where it best meets local need. I therefore hope members will agree that it is an unsustainable position for a minister not to have control over their budget allocation. It is essential to be able to set departmental funding priorities and allocate the available budget accordingly. It is now even more important that I, as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, can make those decisions, and that's what devolution is about. As members will be aware, the budgetary allocation for farming is no longer earmarked, whether by the EU or by Westminster, and now will be part of the wider Northern Ireland block grant from April next year and beyond. And this is a very new horizon for us, because previously that funding came in 7-year tranches from the EU, and I'm very aware of the uncertainty around that, and hopefully by the agreement of a draft budget by the Executive we can give some element of reassurance to our farming community. Without making FAIS funding discretionary, there is a risk that our commitments under this legacy scheme may become unaffordable, and that other dearer priorities are not adequately supported. I have given assurances that I wish to support the horticulture sector and help it both develop and grow, and as such there is currently no plans to close the FAIS scheme here. The previous UK Government made legislation that would close the FAIS in England at the end of the current programmes in December 2025, to be replaced by a new scheme from 2026 onwards, and the Chair touched upon the implications of that. I appreciate that uncertainty around the UK Government's new position is a concern for all UK growers, and that it particularly impacts those in Northern Ireland who are currently members of POs headquartered in England. My officials will continue to liaise with their counterparts in DEFRA and across the UK to clarify their intentions and implications for local stakeholders and, of course, for the Northern Ireland budget. I note the calls for alignment with the scheme and as it has continued to develop within the EU since Brexit, and the fact that stakeholders see that local growers are already at a disadvantage compared to their nearest competitors, and I've heard that very loud and clear. To this end, the enabling powers in the bill allow for the scheme to be amended, whether in line with developments elsewhere or simply to develop support that works best for Northern Ireland and our ambitions for a more sustainable agri-food sector. I welcome support for this aspect of the bill. In closing, I would like to thank members for their contributions to this debate and for the questions and the issues they have raised, and the support also for this bill to proceed past second reading. To conclude, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, members, this is a short bill that will make support under the FAIS discretionary, the statutory requirement to do so being a legacy of this being an EU scheme and not appropriate in the post-EU exit world that we live in. Doing so does not, however, signal any plans to end the scheme here, and I have made no decisions on future funding ahead of the completion of reviews of the FAIS and of support for the sector more widely. The bill will also allow for 2 legacy schemes in question to be amended as necessary and appropriate to best reflect local policy and also local needs. I and my officials look forward to working closely with the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee as they now begin their important scrutiny role. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the second stage of the Agriculture Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Agriculture Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Thank you. The next item of business is a motion on all island rail fares. Settle ourselves. Thank you. Clerk, can you please read the motion? Thank you.
That this Assembly notes with concern the growing disparity in the cost of rail fares between Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland, acknowledges the significant role of affordable public transport in promoting social mobility, reducing carbon emissions and facilitating economic growth across the island of Ireland, recognises that Northern Ireland's lack of ambition in relation to public transport has led to significant fare imbalances, creating inequality for cross-border commuters, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to work with the Minister of Finance and the Minister for the Economy to bring forward proposals to better align rail fares between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland in the context of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, and to undertake an assessment of the feasibility of creating a unified fare structure for cross-border rail services that encourages greater economic integration, reduces barriers to movement and promotes regional development across the island of Ireland.
Okay. Thank you. I call on Justin McNulty to move the motion.
Moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Justin, please open the debate on the motion.
I have brought this motion before the House today to address the shocking disparity in rail fares between the North and the Republic. The simple fact of the matter is that commuters in the North are being saddled with an enormous and unequal cost burden relative to our neighbours across the border. This fact is illustrated dramatically by the reality that a one-way fare from Newry to Belfast costs £14.50, whereas a one-way fare from Dundalk to Belfast costs just £6.85. That's 111% difference. A 111% difference. That bears saying again. A journey from Newry to Belfast, a shorter journey on the exact same train, line, is costing more than double the price of a journey from Dundalk to Belfast. That means that a commuter in Newry who works in Belfast every day will pay thousands above the odds for commuting every year. This motion calls for action to address the inequality that cross-border fare imbalances create for cross-border commuters, and I believe it is critical that we as legislators take a clear stand on this issue. Affordable and accessible public transport is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It is a cornerstone of social mobility, economic growth and fulfilling our duty to combat the climate crisis. Public transport, particularly rail services, can be a powerful force for change. Effective rail services connect people to jobs, education, healthcare and leisure. It helps businesses grow by providing employees and customers with reliable access to services. But when public transport becomes prohibitively expensive or inaccessible, it risks creating a two-tier society, where only those who can afford to travel or who have access to transport or transit hubs can access the opportunities that public transport offers. The startling disparity in rail fares between north and south is troubling. And let me be very clear, this is not a trivial issue. Commuters travelling from my own constituency of Newry and Armagh to work on a daily basis in Belfast, Dublin and in places in between face increasingly unaffordable and unfair prices. Not only does this act as a barrier to access, but it also undermines our efforts to decarbonise transport behaviours. Existing rail fare structures in the north are not compatible with the integrated all-island economy that we are striving for. We have to ask ourselves, how can we expect people to move freely across our island for work, or recreation, or study, when rail fares in the north make such travel prohibitively and unnecessarily expensive? And how can we possibly hope to foster a truly all-island economy when the infrastructure that connects us is so imbalanced and its pricing unfair? Affordable rail travel enables people to access better job opportunities regardless of where they live. The All-Island Strategic Rail Review, commissioned by the SDLP's Nicola Mallon, set out a bold vision for connecting every part of our island. It set a clear ambition of allowing people from rural communities to seamlessly commute to work in cities, facilitating students in pursuing exciting opportunities across the island, and enabling isolated elderly and individuals living in rural areas to commute for leisure and recreation. This goes to the heart of what makes a society fair and just. The vision of the All-Island Strategic Rail Review should be lauded. My frustration is that we are missing opportunities with the basics, the fundamental foundations of building a sustainable public transport model, including fair pricing. We are fully aware of the scale of investment required to ensure our public transport infrastructure is fit for the future. This has been illustrated very clearly in the investment required to establish the new Belfast Central Grand Station. Grand Central Station is a critical transport hub for the north. There is no refuting that. But at the same time, it must be said that a £350 million investment for a new rail hub in Belfast must be met with an equivalent investment commitment to ensure that fares paid by commuters are not artificially or unnecessarily inflated. We cannot simply invest in grand projects in our major cities while neglecting the fairness and equity of cross-border transport services. That is the political epitome of all fur coat and no knickers. As it stands, the lack of strategic focus on aligning rail fares between the North and the Republic is a missed opportunity. We must ensure that we do not neglect the basic needs of everyday commuters who rely on affordable transport to get to work, school or to access healthcare. This brings me to the core of the motion before us today. The All-Island Strategic Rail Review represents an invaluable opportunity for us to rethink and reimagine how we approach cross-border transport. We must see this review as not just an academic exercise, but as a practical step towards integrating and unifying our transport infrastructure across the island. With respect to the DUP amendment, I must admit that I was somewhat surprised to see the DUP out ahead of Sinn Féin on an issue relating to cross-border transport. I largely welcome the input of the DUP have provided, and I think it is a positive sign that there is common ground here. And I enthusiastically support the re-establishment of the Armagh to Portadown rail line, which of course will extend through Monaghan, Clonus and Cavan and into the Midlands, as per the recommendations of the All-Ireland Rail Review. Connecting Portadown and Derry, I'm sure the DUP would also recognise that Donegal has been forgotten in terms of rail connectivity and would support connectivity there. Ensuring, but that's obviously beyond our remit right now, ensuring that Belfast International Airport is connected to a rail line. These are all critical long-term strategic objectives that, if realised, will represent a quantum leap forward for this island with respect to public transport, and they require the full weight and force of government behind them. The motion calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to work with the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Economy to bring forward proposals to better align rail fares between the North and the Republic. This is a sensible and urgent step. By doing so, we will be addressing a fundamental issue of fairness, and we will be taking an important step towards greater economic integration on the island. But the motion goes further. It calls for an assessment of the feasibility of creating a unified fare structure for cross-border rail services. This is a vision that we must pursue, a unified fare structure that would make travel simpler, cheaper and more accessible. It would remove the barriers to mobility that currently exist and promote greater economic integration and growth between and on both parts of this island. In closing, this motion represents an important step forward towards addressing the shocking, unfair and irrational disparity in rail fares between the North and the Republic. By aligning rail fares and exploring a unified fare structure, we can reduce inequality for cross-border commuters, promote economic growth and do our duty in addressing the climate crisis. There is a clear and demonstrable inequality at the heart of rail fare pricing structures, and it would be totally unacceptable to me and to the SDLP if the current system governing fares is allowed to persist. Public transport should be accessible to everyone on this island on an equal basis. The time has come for us to take action and to address an unfair system. I hope and trust that members will throw their support behind this motion today and demonstrate that we are serious about incentivising public transport use, that we are serious about fair play, and that when a problem becomes apparent, we demonstrate that we can move quickly to address it.
Thank you. As the member takes his seat, I would just ask him to reflect on some of the remarks he made in the comments. And he made a particular statement that some might find indeed offensive, and indeed some who have already remarked across this building about the use of language and humour that's not respected by everybody. So when the member looks over his remarks again, just could he be cautious in what he says? And I understand already that some members have raised concerns about that. Can I ask on Deborah Erskine now to move the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Moved.
Indeed. Thank you. You have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is important that in any modern, forward-thinking society we have infrastructure projects that will aid the betterment of people both socially and economically. And I believe that setting our sights high in relation to infrastructure capital investment should be at the forefront of all of our minds. However, that plan, no matter how ambitious, must ensure that we think first about our own jurisdiction and how it impacts upon each and every citizen that lives and works in Northern Ireland. Not least in these days of budget constraint, any plan must be fair and proportionate to balance the books. That is why the DUP have amended the motion today to ensure that we promote the needs of Northern Ireland when it comes to rail infrastructure and boosting the opportunities that can and should exist for Northern Ireland plc. Hence why our party has brought focus within the motion upon the rail feasibility studies which are funded by the Union Connectivity Review. These plans consist of the electrification of the rail from Belfast to the border, the reopening of the Antrim-Lisburn rail line and the additional stop of Belfast International Airport, the reinstatement of the Portadown Armagh route and the line between Portadown and Londonderry. all important in creating better public transport offerings in these parts of Northern Ireland. I know the SDLP like to shout about being the proponents of the All-Island Rail Review. However, their motion does not recognise the failings of the review to ensure each and every part of Northern Ireland will have train track considered for each county. To me, the real lack of ambition from the Department of Infrastructure is not necessarily pertained to fares. It is, in fact, to step out and build infrastructure in rural areas. Not including Fermanagh within the All-Island Rail Review has led to significant imbalances in creating inequality regionally. For a border constituency like mine of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, not having ambitious plans for bus and rail expansion and the development has essentially cut us off. There must be better service planning in the here and the now and for the future. At a recent Infrastructure Committee, officials came to brief the committee in relation to the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, and it will give members no surprise that Fermanagh was high up my agenda. Whilst mention was made of the Fermanagh and Omagh transport plans as a means of understanding the transport needs of people in the Fermanagh County, those plans are being developed up to 2035. I've read the document. I didn't see rail wholly mentioned in that document, and the timescales also don't fit in with the 10-year review of rail for the area as mentioned in the review. Surely we need to be looking at the inclusion of rail in transport development plans now for its inclusion ahead of the 10-year review. I was then horrified that officials deemed it acceptable that a transport hub offering in Omagh would be an acceptable alternative than not having developments in the Fermanagh County itself. My geography isn't great, but Omagh is in Tyrone, not Fermanagh. Fermanagh should not be disregarded. It is an integral part of the economy and has a wonderful tourism offering. Sustainable and reliable transport offering is needed for my area. Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst the motion refers to the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, of which some money is coming from Shared Island Unit, it is important to recognise the Union Connectivity Review. Whilst it overlaps in terms of the development of rail as per the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, it also has provided the funds for the necessary feasibility work, and this work was funded via the UK Government's Union Connectivity Development Fund. Funding is the component to drive forward any rail or transport expansion here, and we must be realistic of this. Businesses investment and profit drive the agenda also, and that is why I recognise the need for a aligned fare structure to ensure that people of Northern Ireland do have fair and accessible transport network offering. We must ensure that fares are reasonable in our own jurisdiction to create that greater economic growth, ensure barriers to movement are removed, and to promote regional development between jurisdictions. But it is important to note that TransLink and Irish Rail are funded in different ways. TransLink last increased enterprise fares in March 23, which had not been increased for 5 years prior to this revision. Irish Rail have been able to reduce both their standard and online fares by 20% in recent years due to the funding provided by the Department of Transport. We do not support the aspiration of a unified approach to cross-border rail service, not least because Irish Rail and TransLink are constituted differently and because it would require a harmonised approach to subsidies going forward. Any solution must ultimately respect the legal and political status of each jurisdiction, as well as the bespoke funding arrangements for each operator. That does not, however, mean we should not strive for greater alignment in fare structures within those parameters. Practical cooperation is possible and should be pursued. It is misguided, therefore, for the motion to propose to pitch alignment of fares in the context of economic integration. TransLink have recently introduced a new online fare structure for the enterprise service, which is more closely aligned with the Irish Rail web fares. TransLink have been operating in challenging situations with an increasing cost base. There can be no question that the underfunding of public services in Northern Ireland has created disparities. Subsidies are likely to be required to meet the shortfall between running a rail service and rail revenues, and that requires effective funding over a longer period than is currently the case with single-year budgets and an ad hoc in-year payment. The All-Island Strategic Rail Review and the Union Connectivity Review present a clear vision for better connectivity throughout the British Isles, and full delivery of these commitments stand to unlock opportunities for economic growth and job creation within our communities. We will work constructively with the Executive and the UK and Irish governments to this end, and to progress the 4 feasibility studies currently underway, and hopefully I'd like to see more in relation to rail development and transport developments across Northern Ireland. It is crucial that we now see an impetus moving away from the ideas phase, from aspiration to delivery. The elephant in the room is, of course, funding, and integral to any implementation plan there will need to be a firm up of timescales underpinned by a clearly agreed understanding of available executive allocations going forward. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will continue after question time, when the first member to be called will cap a bowling. Thank you very much indeed. We are, by leave, suspended. There we go.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Time for questions to the Minister of Finance. Questions 4, 6 and 12 have been withdrawn. I call Owen Tennyson. Minister.
65% of the hospitality sector as a whole is already in receipt of support via the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme. While calls for ever-increasing rate support are prominent, I'm sure the member will appreciate similarly vocal views on how additional support would be funded are harder to solicit. As the member will also know, England is phasing out their particular measure, and the reduction in the retail, hospitality and leisure rate relief from 75% to 40% means that the cost of support is lower in 2025-26. The Executive has received a reduction, therefore, of £58.2 million in 25-26 in relation to business rates. Every pound that we spend on rate relief as an Executive means either reduced revenue for vital public services or higher rates bills for other homes and businesses. In terms of additional support, that would need to have a clear economic rationale. The rating system is our sole devolved tax lever and is there to generate income for the Executive and councils. The member will be aware of the wider funding challenges being faced across Executive departments. I do, however, plan to meet with representatives of the sector, along with other sectors, in coming days to discuss the issues they currently face and how we can work together.
Mr Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Minister, that's somewhat of a disappointing response. Whilst I accept that the public finances are constrained, if businesses go to the wall, our rates base shrinks. Can you commit now to work with the Minister for the Economy and with the Chambers of Commerce across Northern Ireland to bring forward some level of support for hospitality and retail businesses who are struggling on our high streets?
Minister.
And I have had significant engagement with businesses, as the member will appreciate. I understand that there are a range of issues facing businesses, a lot of them out with our control in terms of decisions that have been made by the British Government as recently as in the budget statement. I have, like I'm sure other members, had significant correspondence in relation to some of those issues. The fact remains is that in terms of support, non-domestic ratepayers here, some 70% of them receive some form of support, and our finances are limited in terms of what we are able to do in terms of providing additional support. I will always commit to engaging with the sector to understand the challenges that they face and to see if, as an Executive, there is actions that we can take to help support them. But of course, the rating system may not be the most appropriate approach to trying to provide that support. I, of course, am always willing to listen to suggestions that either business organisations or other members have in respect of that.
Armstrong.
Minister, thank you for your answers to the question. Could I ask, Minister, please, what progress has been made on rating reform, particularly to help the SME sectors? Minister.
So I have spoken on a number of occasions that I have brought forward proposals to the Executive in relation to my approach to the rating system and to take a more strategic look at the rating system in the short, medium and longer term. I hope to be communicating more detail to that to members in the near future.
Brogan.
Thank the Minister for her answers there. Can the Minister advise when she shared her rating proposals with her Executive colleagues, please?
I first circulated my proposals for consideration by the Executive on the 10th of October, which included detail on potential consultation for certain rating policy measures. I subsequently asked for my paper to be considered at 4 meetings of the Executive on the 17th of October, the 7th, 11th and 21st of November. I also wrote to colleagues outlining the potential implications of the paper not being tabled to allow for any potential changes to be implemented in April 2025. It's regrettable that despite having cross-party from my own party colleagues from Alliance and from UUP, support to date, that paper has not been tabled for discussion at the Executive. I am not alone in sharing the view that such important matters should be discussed collectively at the Executive. This is evidenced by the cross-party letter which issued asking for my paper to be tabled. Executive discussion, if not agreement, on the general direction of policy was, in my viewpoint, important prior to engaging in further supplementary consultation.
Mark Durkin.
Speaker, Minister, I've been in touch previously about the plight of businesses in Foyle Street in my constituency who have suffered hugely due to protracted works by Northern Ireland Water in the area, and they're seeking relief on their rates bills. The process of revaluation is intrusive and exhausting and expensive for these businesses and labour intensive for LPS. Is there no other mechanism whereby rates can be reduced when the negative impact on these businesses is blatantly obvious?
Yeah, and I know the member has raised this issue with me previously, and I am sympathetic to businesses that are being impacted by works that are beyond their control. I know the member will be aware that there is relief in terms of hardship, the hardship scheme that is available to businesses that are suffering from impacts that are beyond their control. But the award of any further relief for specific purposes means that there will be less money to spend on public services, and as I've already mentioned, that's our only revenue generator, and it funds our public services. It's either there's less money to give out, or we put up rate bills for other homes and businesses. Under the rating and valuation system, every case is assessed by LPS on its merits by considering the impact of the work on the NAV of the property, and that is determined by established case law and a long-standing statutory framework that supports the stability of our tax base used to fund central and local government services. And I know the member will appreciate that it is important to have that statutory framework and to consider every case against that, because there will be a lot of demands on LPS in terms of making support available to businesses in difficult circumstances, and so there has to be that framework within which it is considered.
Jerry Carl.
You're not effectively developing a scheme at the minute, but if you were to consider one, would you be considering putting conditions on giving public money, not giving public money to organisations that are hostile to unions, don't pay a real living wage, or use zero-hour contracts? Would you be supportive of those kind of conditions on a public scheme? Minister.
So I didn't quite catch the first part of the member's question, but I think I got the gist of it. The rating relief is provided to businesses, as I've just outlined to the previous member, on the basis of a statutory framework. In terms of how other government services are procured, some of those issues are already included in our social value procurement framework.
Moving on to Matthew O'Toole. Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Financial transaction capital can only be used to provide loans to or equity investment in the private sector. This funding is ring-fenced for this purpose and cannot be used for anything else. It is therefore more challenging for departments to identify suitable projects that advance the Executive's policy aspirations and fulfil the criteria of a loan or equity investment. I have consistently encouraged departments to consider how they can use this funding. My department has agreed with Treasury that any FTC underspends not carried forward under the Budget Exchange Scheme may be used to offset the required repayment of 80% of FTC allocations, thereby using this funding to reduce future liabilities. I am pleased that following our continued engagement, the level of FTC bids by departments for Budget 25-26 is up on previous years. However, we must still consider all feasible options to use this funding most effectively.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Minister. While your and your department's approach to FTC has not quite been computer says no, it has been computer says this is quite difficult, so we need to look at it in more detail. I'm afraid we're handing back tens upon tens of millions of pounds every single year in FTC. I offered the example of Tribeca, a part of the northern part of the Belfast City Centre, which is falling into dereliction over decades. We could use the FTC for that. You sent me a letter saying, again, it would be difficult but not impossible. Minister, can I ask, rather than simply encourage departments, will your department properly, proactively look at ways that this money can be deployed to improve people's lives, to regenerate towns, to build social houses in Northern Ireland?
Well, just I suppose to correct the point, we don't hand the money back, as I said in the previous answer. It's used to offset future liabilities. It is not obviously our preferred option for how that money would be used, and we would much prefer it if departments were able to identify projects. As I have said, I have been encouraging actively in all of my engagement with ministers, and that has resulted in a significant uplift in terms of the bids that have been made this year. I know the member has made some particular suggestions of his own and has had correspondence back from my department in relation to those, and I am happy to proactively engage with ministers in terms of trying to identify ways that we can better utilise FTC. I do think it's an important revenue stream that has supported development in line with the principles that the Executive has set out.
Steve Egan.
Thank you very much for remarks so far. Minister, as well as FTC, you'll be aware of the fact that Andy Burnham has been able to reach out and look particularly things like the National Wealth Fund and funding from GB Energy. Could I ask the Minister whether she's tasked Neil and his merry bunch of staff to go and talk with people like Andy Burnham to see what we could potentially do with other levels of funding that seems to be there, and Northern Ireland deserves a considerable chunk of these national funds as well.
Sure.
And I think the committee has either received correspondence or will be receiving correspondence in relation to the National Wealth Fund and GB Energy, and to give some further detail in relation to that. I have not specifically asked my officials to engage with Andy Burnham, but as you will appreciate, they have regular engagement with Treasury to understand what the outworkings of those funds and how the plans that Treasury might have in relation to those can be utilised to impact positively here as well.
Peter McDonald.
Thank the Minister for responses to date. Minister, what actions have you taken to use financial transactions capital to support the expansion of green energy?
Minister.
So the member might be aware of the NI Investment Fund, and it uses FTC on behalf of the Executive to support private sector investment. And one of the themes under which developers can access that fund is around decarbonisation, and it's one we'd actually actively encourage further and more interest from private developers, because there has been quite limited interest to date in respect of that, and projects taken forward under that banner. We are keen to encourage more of that, so if the member wants to engage further with officials, I'd be happy for him to do so.
Question number
3.
Sir.
The Department is currently finalising contract terms with Fujitsu for the provision of the new IT land registration solution, which will transform land registry services. The new IT solution will implement a range of new services via digital channels, and customers will be able to submit applications online. Many manual processes will be automated, which will result in an improved quality of service, increased workforce productivity and value for money. It is anticipated the contract will be signed in January 2025, with the implementation phase of the new solution commencing in April 2025.
Ms Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Does the Minister have any concerns that the Education Authority recently decided not to proceed with the contract with Fujitsu for over £5 million?
Minister.
So I am not over the detail as to why the contract wasn't taken forward between the EA and Fujitsu. As the member will be aware, that public procurement here is regulated through the UK Public Contracts Regulations 2015, and my department conducted a robust and vigorous procurement process, which resulted in Fujitsu being the preferred bidder for the delivery of our new land registration IT solution.
Right, no further questions. Call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 5.
With the Speaker's permission, I will answer questions 5 and 10 together. The Career Opportunities and Promotion Policy sets out the arrangements for temporary promotions in the civil service, including the circumstances they may be considered, eligibility requirements and the selection processes. Temporary promotions are designed primarily to meet business needs and can be required for several different reasons. For example, to cover sick absence, maternity leave, special exercises that are time-bound projects, and to temporarily fill substantive posts vacant for reasons such as resignation and promotion. Based on information provided by our HR services provider, over the course of the last 10 years, the average duration of temporary promotion over this 10-year period is 317 calendar days. Some staff may have been temporarily promoted more than once during that time period. As at the end of October 2024, the majority of temporary promotions, 76%, in the civil service were due to vacant posts and/or resulting backfill. The civil service continues to work to reduce the number of temporary promotions by filling vacancies where possible on a permanent basis through external recruitment competitions. Budget pressures have resulted in recruitment activity for the civil service being curtailed, which has impacted on the use of temporary promotions.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. But, Minister, temporary promotions are not intended to last more than 1 year. While there is no strict maximum duration for temporary promotions, prolonged periods from 1 to over 4 years can lead to complications. For instance, if an employee remains in a temporary role for an extended time, they might argue that the temporary position has effectively become their substantive role. Could this potentially lead to claims of implied contractual terms based on custom and practice? And is it not promotion without due process of advertisement of roles, interview and selection processes? And if so, what does the Minister intend doing to rectify this situation?
Okay. Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. As I set out in my original answer, there is policy in place in terms of which temporary promotions are guided by, and an individual's suitability will be assessed under that policy in reference to the selection criteria for the temporary promotion. In all circumstances, if an individual is deemed fit for promotion, if an individual is selected, they must be deemed fit for promotion by their line manager. The policy, the career opportunities and promotion policy, under which temporary promotions falls, is being reviewed as part of a wider review of recruitment policies. But I must say also temporary promotions are still likely to be required as a temporary staffing solution in certain situations.
McGrath.
The Minister says that the civil service is trying to manage this. Well, it's failing it. We have 10% of our civil service on temporary promotion, and that number is increasing year on year. And I worry about the practices that are actually being followed to fill a lot of these positions. There's still a lot of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and there's a job for you. Can the Minister commit to filling the proper ranks with open competition that will be completely fair and give everybody the opportunity to apply for a full-time permanent post?
Sure.
I thank the member for his question, and I suppose I would push back a little bit on his characterisation of how the posts are filled, and I think that proper process is followed in relation to that. The civil service does continue to work to reduce the number of temporary promotions by filling vacancies, just as he said, where possible on a permanent basis through external recruitment competitions. As I mentioned in my opening answer, recent budget pressures have resulted in recruitment activity being curtailed, and that has had an impact on the use of temporary promotions.
Andy Allen.
The Minister will no doubt be aware today is International Day of Persons with Disabilities, and as we speak, the Equality Commission is currently holding their conference in City Hall, Breaking Barriers, Building Futures. And to that end, can the Minister advise what steps her department has taken within the civil service to remove barriers for people with disabilities to be able to take up roles within the civil service?
Yes, and I thank the member for his important question in that respect, and it is an issue that I have discussed with my officials at the highest level in relation to HR and recruitment and to support for our existing staff. I do think it's really important that as a civil service, as one of the biggest employers here in the North, that we lead the way and set an example in relation to issues including inclusion and accessibility for people with disabilities. And so that is something that I have actively encouraged and that we are looking at our policy policies in relation to how we support current workers, but also removing the barriers to employment. I would be happy for my officials to write to the member in respect of some of the work that is being done, just to set that out for him.
Melissa McHugh.
I thank the member. I hosted a banking roundtable on the 20th of November with a wide range of representatives from the banking industry, financial services union, credit unions, post office, business bodies and the community and voluntary sector. This provided an important platform to discuss key concerns and issues around access to cash and local banking services. I also invited the Chief Executive of the Financial Conduct Authority to the roundtable to hear the views of local stakeholders firsthand and to update attendees on the new rules which came into effect in September this year in relation to access to cash. My officials will be monitoring the impact of the new rules locally and will be sending a summary report setting out the key issues identified at the roundtable to the British Treasury and regulatory authorities for a formal response. I also intend to visit one of the local banking hubs early in the new year to better understand the services that they offer, especially for our most vulnerable in society. And I will continue to engage with stakeholders, including hosting an annual banking roundtable to ensure any local issues are brought to the sector and relevant authorities in Britain.
Mr McHugh.
Thank you, Minister. And could you outline for us, Minister, what your key asks are of the Treasury?
Minister.
A range of issues will be raised in the summary report that we will ask the Treasury to formally respond to. This includes the need to ensure local issues are reflected in its new National Financial Inclusion Strategy, given our relatively higher levels of vulnerability here. As the new access to cash rules do not cover financial advice, I am also keen to understand its plan in that regard to ensure communities can still receive this vital service, which is so important for our most vulnerable. Communities here also need to be made aware of the new rules and how they can submit assessment requests, especially where access to cash is already limited. I am keen to understand what the Treasury is doing to ensure these new rules are effectively communicated here in the North. Treasury will also be asked how non-profit businesses such as charities can be treated fairly under their regulatory regime. This is particularly important when local branches close and understanding of different business models for the voluntary and community sector is lost.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers so far. I welcome the Minister's comment that she's going to be visiting a banking hub in the new year. In my constituency in Kilkead, we had the first banking hub in Northern Ireland and another one's opening this week in Newcastle, which is great news. But one thing that is coming in the feedback from the banking hubs often is that they don't give 24-hour access to cash in terms of cash machines. And I was wondering, has the Minister done any work or have any commitments to promoting the inclusion of cash machines to businesses in rural communities?
And I thank the member for her question, and I wasn't aware the one was opening in Newcastle this week. In relation to that particular issue around access to cash and that 24-hour access to cash, that was one of the issues that was raised as part of the discussion and put forward very strongly by some of the representatives in attendance, including from our community and voluntary sector. I think it's fair to say that the new rules that have been put in place by the FCA only came into effect in September, so there's not been a lot of time to assess their effectiveness as yet. And I think, as I said out already, it's really important that people understand the ability that they have now to ask for assessments around access to cash and that 24-hour access to cash, and ensure that that is available for communities. So I'd be happy if the member wants to write to me and I can get officials just to provide some additional information in relation to that.
Nick Boston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers on this issue up to now, and I would certainly say if she wanted to come and visit a banking hub, we have one shortly due to open in Cumber in my constituency where she would be made very welcome. Would the Minister be able to provide any more detail on the sort of policy interventions at executive level that would be useful in terms of supporting retention of high street banking services, particularly in rural areas?
Sure.
Yeah, and I know the member will be aware that we have very limited powers in respect of banking, and the majority of those are reserved, and that is one of the reasons why we hosted this roundtable. It was to get an understanding of the issues, and I have received lots of correspondence and representations from members around access to cash, and particularly in rural areas, and we have strongly conveyed that to both the FCA through my officials to the British Treasury as well. So I think that the roundtable offers an opportunity for those issues to be aired, and it was really good at this time to have the Chief Executive of the FCA in attendance so he could hear the local issues specifically, and he did find that very useful. He reflected that, but I suppose as an executive we are in some respects a conduit to the Treasury in terms of making representations and ensuring that regulations that are being implemented by them and by the FCA are fit for purpose for our people and communities as well, and that's something that I am committed to trying to achieve. The British Chancellor announced the Executive's funding envelope for 25-26 in the autumn budget on the 30th of October. The settlement for future years will be announced in spring 2025. I am currently engaging with Executive colleagues on our approach to the 2025-26 budget and have been working at pace to develop proposals. It is my intention, subject to Executive agreement, to publish a draft budget early this month to allow time for a full public consultation before a final budget is agreed by the Executive prior to the start of the new financial year.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her answer thus far. Is the Minister supportive of ring fencing the agriculture funding that has been baselined for next year?
Minister.
Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question. In short, yes. I appreciate the uncertainty, the Chancellor's decision to remove the ring-fenced element of this important funding. It is also disappointing that the amount included in the Executive's baseline did not include an inflationary uplift. I am keen to see appropriate funding being made available to the farming and fisheries communities, and therefore I am very supportive of ring-fencing the agriculture funding, and I will be proposing this when presenting a draft budget for 25-26 to the Executive. Ultimately, however, it will be a decision for the Executive as a whole to take.
Minister.
I met with the DERA Minister in advance of the budget announcement to discuss the importance of ensuring that adequate agricultural support funding is made available to farmers and land managers here in the North. I also discussed the issue with and wrote to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to request clarity on the future of the ring-fenced agricultural support funding and requesting that consideration be given to uplifting any allocation for inflation. Unfortunately, an uplift was not included in the budget settlement announced by the British Chancellor, and the agricultural support funding is no longer earmarked by Treasury. Following the Chancellor's budget, the DERA Minister has written to me setting out his concerns and requesting that Resourcedale, that was previously earmarked by Treasury, is treated as Executive earmarked funding. I appreciate the uncertainty the budget announcement created, and I am keen to see appropriate funding be made available to the farming and fisheries communities, and therefore I am, as I said to the previous member, supportive that the funding for agricultural and fisheries, which had previously been earmarked by the British Government, is similarly earmarked by the Executive in the 25-26 budget. However, this ultimately will be a decision for Executive colleagues.
Mr. Malone.
Minister, you did mention there that you had written to ministers. What response did you get from them, or has one been received yet?
In relation to my engagement with the Treasury, I raised it directly in person with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, as well as having written. I can't recall the response off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to correspond with the member in respect of that.
Moving on to and the first name on topical questions is Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, in the annex to the Budget Sustainability Plan published with limited impact but much ballyhoo last month or in October, one of the options for raising revenue was £6 million a year from not proceeding with the suspension of hospital car parking charges, a bill brought in, an act brought in by your colleague, the junior minister. Isn't it surreal that a finance minister is scoring as a saving not proceeding with a piece of legislation introduced by her ministerial colleague?
I'm not sure I would characterise it as surreal. I think the member will understand that the annex to the Budget Sustainability Plan, and we discussed this at length at the committee last week, was a requirement under the financial package in terms of raising the 113 million of revenue over the course of 2 years. So any revenue that has been raised either this year or is projected to be raised next year is included in that annex, and that is why that is reflected.
I appreciate the technical response you've just given me, but I think given your reputation for seriousness and detail, you would have to accept that it is a fairly surreal situation for a finance minister to be relying upon suspending the provisions of her ministerial colleague's private member's bill in order to secure savings. You haven't got onto the executive agenda a minor change to the rating system around the domestic rate caps. We haven't seen any proposals as yet, despite elaborate promises on fiscal devolution. Isn't it the case that the big reform agenda that was promised around budget and revenue raising simply hasn't emerged as yet?
Minister.
And again, and I would reflect this, it was simply a case of that is money that is being accrued this year, and that is why it was included. In relation to the broader issues that he raises in respect of rates and fiscal powers, though the fiscal powers piece in particular is part of the discussions around our future fiscal framework. And in relation to issues of income generation, as the member will be aware, that was included in the Budget Sustainability Plan, and the Executive has committed to that regular strategic consideration of our income generation measures. As the member will also appreciate, we are working to quite tight timeframes in terms of the development of our budget for 25-26, and so it was not possible to include that consideration in time for that. But it's certainly a piece of work that the Executive will be continuing to progress, and certainly I, as Finance Minister, will be continuing to progress the negotiations with Treasury around our future fiscal framework.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers thus far, in particular her response in relation to the ring-fencing budget for struggling farmers. But given that you're minded to do that, Minister, and I welcome that, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Affairs are doing many environmental programmes. Does your department cost those to actually see if there's actually a benefit, or are those just environmentally based and no consideration to either the farmer or savings?
Well, I would say to the member that those are obviously first and foremost for the Agriculture Minister to develop in relation to his business case, and obviously those would have to go through the normal processes of ensuring value for money in respect of departmental spend.
Mr. Clark.
And I appreciate what you're saying, Minister, in terms of value for money, but of course, does your department, given that you have the overall responsibility for the budget within the Assembly, does your department do any scrutiny of that to actually find out what the net benefit is to Northern Ireland as a whole, or are these just seen of some sort of environmental schemes that that particular minister wants to push at the detriment to our farmers?
Minister.
And I wouldn't want to be answering on behalf of the Agriculture Minister, so I will try to resist that, but I'm sure he wouldn't be intending to detrimentally impact farmers. But the cases for particular schemes that are developed by any individual department, in this case the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, will be a matter for that department, and it would only be in an instance where a business case was above a certain threshold that it would come to the Department of Finance for consideration in respect of that.
Butler.
Minister is aware that today is International Day of Persons with Disabilities. However, we've seen the civil service fail to set ambitious targets for employment for people with disabilities, with the figure sort of staying stagnant around 5%. Is the Minister happy with this position, or has the Minister taken any steps to increase that figure?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and I had an answer to his colleague a few minutes ago in respect of HR and recruitment policies in respect of people with disabilities, and it is something that I've had considerable engagement with my senior officials in relation to HR and recruitment and supporting of the people who already work for us, and it's something that I am actively encouraging and proactively asking the department to ensure that we are removing barriers for people with disabilities to access employment with the civil service.
Mr. Butler.
Thank the Minister for her answers, and I'm sorry if I missed a previous question in regard to this. Does the Minister agree with me? I think we get it right sometimes when we set things in there to catch people, to ensure that they're not discriminated against, instead of using some form of positive action where we should set targets and we should set the parameters for including people as opposed to trying to stop excluding them.
Minister.
Yeah, and as I said, it's something that I am actually very encouraging of in terms of ensuring that we as an employer, and as I said this to Andy a few minutes ago, I think that as one of the largest employers here, it is important that we lead by example and we set best practice in relation to this, and so I'm actively encouraging officials to look at how we can do exactly that.
Michelle Guy.
Can I ask the Minister, the pooling of budgets is a core element of the Children's Services Cooperation Act. Is your department taking account or taking note of every incident that this is happening across departments?
So the pulling of budgets is something that we actively encourage as part of the budgetary process, and did so again in relation to budget 25-26. I'm not sure that we actively record every instance of where that happens, but as I say, it's something that we do encourage, and if there's further information that the member wants to ask about, that I'd be happy for her to engage with officials in respect of it.
Ms. Guy.
So the Act confers, excuse me, I have a cough situation going on here. The Act confers part on your department to bring forward regulations that would determine how different departments would come together to pool resources. Would you have the intention to bring forward those regulations?
Minister.
So this is something that has been raised with me on a number of occasions, and there is already in place guidance in respect of how departments can do that. And one of the concerns I would have about putting regulations in place is that it may hinder some more innovative solutions coming from departments in terms of how they can work together to tackle particular issues. So as it stands, I feel that there is sufficient scope for departments to work together, but it is something I'm happy to keep under review.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if she's had any discussions with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury regarding whether there'll be any specific support for doctors' surgeries, dentists and community pharmacies in light of changes to employers' national insurance contributions?
So this is an issue that has been raised considerably with me, as I'm sure it has with other members. I've had correspondence both from public sector partners and community and voluntary organisations who deliver in partnership or on behalf of government, but also from our business sector. And national insurance contributions are going to have a significant impact. In relation to the public sector and those who work in partnership with us, we are still working through quantifying what the costs might be, and we have asked the third sector to share any information or evidence that they have. Officials have been engaging with Treasury, and we intend to progress that engagement in coming days and weeks.
Mr. Martin.
I want to thank the Minister for her answer. Specifically in terms of doctor surgeries, certainly there has been a lot of chat about doctor surgeries in the rest of the UK, sort of saying they can't actually afford to pay this. If Treasury makes a change to what it's said to date around this issue, can I ask the Minister, would we see Barnett consequentials come from any Treasury, say, positive Treasury decision, and would those consequentials be ring-fenced?
Minister.
So no, Barnett consequentials are ring-fenced when they come across, and it is obviously for the executive to decide how it spends any of its money, and that's obviously an important aspect of actually having an executive and ministers locally. In relation to the Barnett consequentials, one of the concerns that I have, and as I'm not alone in having this, the Scottish Finance Minister has been out publicly saying it as well, is that the Barnett consequentials that we are getting for the national insurance contributions for the public sector isn't even going to be enough to cover what our additional costs are going to be in respect of that. So that is why we're trying to get some of that additional information to understand fully what the impact of the costs are going to be, and that's why we're continuing that engagement with Treasury to communicate what the impact is going to be, because I think it's going to be significant.
Mr. Sheehan's not in this place. I call on you, Murphy.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Given the recent hike in insurance costs, is the Minister concerned about these rises and higher premiums?
Minister.
Yes, is the short answer. I'm deeply concerned that the increasing insurance premiums are adding to further financial pressure on households, businesses and communities. My officials and I have been engaging with the insurance sector and the regulatory authorities to identify what is behind these rises and what can be done to control them. It's suggested that increases are being driven by a number of different factors, some of which are being experienced globally due to inflationary pressures in the industry, whilst others appear to be more specific to the market here. I raised my concerns directly with the Chief Executive of the Financial Conduct Authority when we met on the 20th of November. I asked for stronger regulation here in the North, especially in regard to claims management companies, which are already regulated in Britain but not here. On the 19th of November, I also attended a meeting of the Transport Interministerial Group to discuss the work of the new task force on motor insurance led by the Transport Secretary, and I look forward to engaging with her further. I also took the opportunity at that meeting to call for British Government ministers to investigate high home insurance prices, which are also a particular issue here.
Ms. Murphy.
Mialga Can Collier, and the Minister answered my question that way. She's also answered my supplementary.
Doug Beattie.
Minister, could you outline the horizon scanning your department's doing in regards to EU laws that will affect Northern Ireland's budget and the funding envelope in future years?
I think the member says EU laws. So there was work, I suppose, undertaken on behalf of the Executive in terms of new EU laws, and obviously the work under the Windsor Framework. In respect of specific laws, the Department officials obviously keep abreast of what is development both in Britain and in the EU to ensure that we are kept appraised of that.
Minister, and thank you for your answer, but clearly laws that are going to happen in the future are going to affect people now. So, for example, in 2030, EU legislation will ban rubber infill on all 3G and 4G pitches. And that's at a huge cost, certainly for setting up 3G, 4G synthetic pitches and for the maintenance post-2030. Have you had any discussions whatsoever to see what packages we can do to provide schools, community groups and sporting organisations to support such?
The short answer is no, I haven't, and it's not an issue that has been specifically brought to my attention. And I suppose in some respects it would be for the Education and Communities Minister within the remit of their responsibilities. I'm happy if the member wants to communicate with officials in respect of that issue to understand what the implications might be.
Michelle McElwain.
Further to my colleague Peter Martin's question, can the Minister clarify whether local government in Northern Ireland will be exempt from the change to the NIC employer contribution, where they are facing an estimate of £12.19 million of a bill?
Minister.
As I said to the member previously, we are concerned that the Barnett consequentials that we got across in relation to the employer national insurance contributions for the public sector won't cover the full remit of the public sector in terms of the additional costs. As the member will be well aware, we face significant budgetary pressures as well in relation to just our general budget, and therefore we are very concerned about the impact that this is going to have on public sector employers. So it's difficult to answer the specific question in relation to who we are going to be able to support in relation to the national insurance contribution costs at this particular point, because we haven't had the figure that we are getting clarified by Treasury as yet, and so we are continuing our engagement with them in respect of trying to understand that, and also in terms of communicating to them the impact it is going to have on public sector, but also the community and voluntary and third sector that work in partnership with us and the private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response from the Minister. But obviously, I'm assuming that there is a Plan B option is being explored, given the fact that ultimately the burden of this will add to further pressures on the ratepayer. So I'm just curious to see what other plans and options that the Minister is exploring.
Minister.
So in terms of the future plans or what we are doing, we are, as I said, we are scoping that at the minute in terms of understanding what those costs are going to be, both for the public sector but also more widely than that. And we are continuing our engagement with Treasury, as I have articulated, given the budgetary pressures that we face already, and the fact that we don't believe the Barnett consequentials are going to be enough to cover the increased national insurance contributions for public sector employers. We're very concerned about what the shortfall is going to be in respect of that, and that's what we are engaging with Treasury about.
Thank you. That ends questions to the Minister for Finance. We're going to move on to questions to the Assembly Commission, and I call Mrs Michelle Guy.
One, please.
Thank you, Michelle. Sinead Ennis is going to answer this question on behalf of the Commission.
And I thank the member for her question. While it would be unwise to discuss the detail of security arrangements in a public forum, the Assembly Commission takes security seriously, and arrangements are kept under review by Assembly management and revisited and amended as required. Access by visitors to Parliament buildings is outlined within the Assembly Commission's conduct and behaviour of visitors at Parliament buildings policy. This includes general rules of entry and those conditions that are applicable to visitors. Members may have noticed a change in relation to the visitor experience team taking responsibility for the reception desk to greet visitors when they enter the building. However, this change operates within the wider framework of our existing security arrangements, which include the requirements to go through the search facility on arrival and the locations of ushers in the Great Hall.
Michelle Guy for supplementary.
Thank you for the answer. You mentioned that security arrangements are reviewed as and when. Is there any particular time frame within that happens on a regular basis?
Sinead Ennis.
Not that I'm aware of. Whenever the Assembly Commission will obviously keep this under constant review, we'll assess how well security arrangements are working, and if there's any incidents or if there's any need to make changes to that, that is of course something any member can write to the Commission on, and something that we will consider throughout the course of the lifetime of the Assembly Commission.
Timothy Gosson for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can the member detail or advise what changes have been made by the Commission in the light of the fact that a Sinn Féin employee standing accused of child sex offences was given a run of this building for months because of the failure of Philip McGuigan to cancel his pass? And when will we see the publication of the report into the issues arising from the Michael McMonagle scandal?
Sinead Ennis.
I thank the member for his question, and he will know that issues relating to that are under investigation currently, and the Assembly Commission has already said it will not be providing a running commentary on that investigation.
Call Robbie Butler.
Number 2, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Trevor Clark to answer on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member for his question? The Assembly Commission takes its responsibility to maintain this historic building extremely seriously. As Parliament Buildings is a Grade A listed building, there are strict guidelines governing how cleaning, repairs and other maintenance works are carried out. The first step in the process is to seek approval under the listed building consent for proposed works. A proprietary application was made in September 24 in relation to the specialist cleaning and repointing of the building because of the age and listed building status of the building. All cleaning and repointing of joints will be agreed with a conservation architect conforming to British Standards Code of Practice relating to the cleaning of buildings and surface repair of buildings. All building decorative features, metalwork, windows, etc. are to be protected throughout all cleaning processes. The Assembly Commission has agreed that the east and west ends of the building will be cleaned in the current financial year, subject to the approval of listing building consent.
Robbie Butler for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the member for his answer. I'm a bit perplexed as to why we would only clean the east and west. We are the custodians of this building, and the Commission is charged with that. Are the Commission not being penny wise and pound foolish in this regard? Are we going to return in a number of years where the tour is saying not only did we cover the building with tar and manure in the Second World War, but we failed to maintain it in the 2020s.
Trevor Clark for response.
There was consideration given at the Assembly Commission in relation to doing the whole building, and a consensus was reached in terms of doing the east and west. I don't believe the building is in such repair that it's causing that much negativity outside of this building, or maybe in some of the interest of yourself and others, but it's still on the consideration for the future.
Well, Gary Middleton.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Excuse me, Sinead Ennis to respond on behalf of the Commission.
Thank the member for his question. The security of members and staff is something that the Assembly Commission takes extremely seriously, and it is recognised that, the interactions which members have mean that security in Assembly Commission offices have to also be considered. The Speaker and the Clerk Chief Executive recently met with the then Assistant Chief Constable Bobby Singleton to discuss the security of members. It was agreed that this will now lead to further meetings with senior PSNI officers to take forward members' security on a broader strategic basis. This should be built upon security and crime prevention advice already provided to members and their staff during previous briefings and discussions at Parliament buildings. Staff from Usher Services and the Clerking and Member Support Office subsequently met with the PSNI and Parliament buildings to discuss the personal security and safety of members and constituency office staff. In addition, the Assembly Commission has approved a new 2024 determination that will introduce new provisions covering the costs of security measures at both constituency offices and MLA's private residence.
Gary Middleton for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member? The member no doubt will share the concerns that I have, particularly in relation to constituency office staff and lone working and some of the challenges that exist there. So will the Commission agree to bring forward further measures that will provide some reassurance to those members of staff who are fearful of some of the more challenging situations that arise?
Yes, thank you. Principal Deputy Speaker, yes, and I share the members' concerns, and I suppose the provision in the new determination was brought about because MLAs had raised concerns and incidents that had happened previously. I myself have been subject to that to an incident at my own constituency office, so it was only through those discussions at the Commission that we were able to provide this new assistance in the determination, and I think MLA should definitely use that uptake on it. But I think if there's any specific security concerns either here or at your constituency offices, I think PSNI should be made aware of those.
Question 4 has been withdrawn. I call Steve Aiken.
Please, Deputy Principal Speaker.
And Colin McGrath to answer on behalf
I
of the
thank the member for his question. In June 2020, the Assembly conferred powers on the Assembly Commission to determine matters relating to MLA expenses and allowances. However, matters relating to MLA salaries and pensions remain a matter for the successor Independent Financial Review Panel. The Assembly Commission is currently considering the introduction of a bill to replace the panel with a remuneration board. Any review of the pension provisions will be a matter for the Remuneration Board to take forward once it has been formed.
Steve Aiken for supplementary.
May I make a declaration of interest as Chair of the Northern Ireland Assembly Members Trustees, Pension Trustees. Thank you very much indeed for your comments. Obviously, there's considerable number of concerns amongst the MLAs, and speaking in some respects as their shop steward on the issues to do with pension issues to do with here. It's very clear that the Assembly pensions, particularly for members, is now significantly out of kilter, particularly against what happens within the Assembly staff itself, who are getting contributions close on, in some instances, 30% towards their pension schemes. And indeed, our own staff who are working with it in our offices are only getting somewhere in the region of about 11%. Again, not getting somewhere. I'm getting there, Deputy Principal Speaker. It's important that we lay out the groundwork for it before I answer the question. And the question is quite simple, Deputy Principal Speaker, is with this significant mismatch in pensions, at what stage is the Commission going to take the appropriate action and expedite the move by the whatever form the pay and pension group comes to? And when is that going to happen?
Okay, I thank the member, and I'm sure all will be interested in ensuring that pensions are aligned correctly with other places where they're meant to be. But I'm afraid in terms of when, all that I can suggest to the member is that the introduction of the bill is currently being considered by the Assembly Commission, and hopefully there will be some movement in that next year.
Thank you, Colin. I call Stuart Dixon for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr McGrath, the answer so far. Can you tell us what the barriers are to bringing forward that legislation?
Colin McGrath for a response.
I don't think that there's any specific barriers other than it's still being considered by the Commission. There will be meetings of the Commission in January and February of next year, and hopefully the matter can be addressed then.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Next, please.
Thank the member. The Assembly Commission is committed to ensuring that the Assembly has the resources it needs to carry out its scrutiny and legislative functions. It has carefully considered both the recommendations of the RHI inquiry and the weaknesses identified in the Media House judgment. The Assembly Commission's Corporate Strategy 2023-28 includes an objective to strengthen the scrutiny capacity of the Assembly as recommended by the RHI inquiry report. In light of this, the Assembly Commission has included in its budget requirements for 25-26 funding for the establishment of new posts to perform increased support and scrutiny, both from a legal and parliamentary perspective. This includes 2 additional legal advisers and, as recommended by the Chairperson's Liaison Group in the last mandate, 9 senior assistant clerks. Among other things, this increased staff capacity will allow for Assembly committees to devote dedicated time to taking legal advice on the human rights implications of bills, to enable them to consider and, if necessary, challenge a department's assessment of proportionality issues in clauses which raise convention rights issues. This increased staff capacity will also allow for significantly enhanced scrutiny of delegated legislation, particularly at proposal stage.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Paula Bradshaw for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the response. I suppose I'm keen that in those new posts that are going to be created, that there are opportunities for those members of staff within the Assembly who have been here for many years, particularly areas where there is under-representation. Can the Assembly Commission give an assurance that additional support will be put in place to ensure that there's equal access to these new posts?
Thank you, Paula. Sinead, to respond.
Yes, and I suppose in terms of the scrutiny role carried out by committees, that's not particularly a matter for the Assembly Commission, but I think anything that will help us carry out our functions better is always to be welcomed, and I think any training that needs to come along with that, I think the Assembly Commission will not be found wanting in that, and I think members and staff will also need to get to grips with the new scrutiny arrangement. So officials will undertake necessary training and awareness raising with all the relevant committees, members and staff. And this will be done primarily through the Parliamentary Excellence Programme that is providing a very effective delivery model for engagement with members and their staff on parliamentary issues, both individually and within committees.
Thank you. Question 7 has been withdrawn. I call Mrs Diane Dodds.
Number 8.
Thank you. Trevor Clark's going to respond on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for her question. References to wearing sporting paraphernalia are included in a number of Assembly Commission policies to take account of the different categories of users of Parliament buildings. For staff of the Assembly Commission, the Staff Handbook contains a Dignity at Work policy which aims to make Assembly Commission staff aware of the types of behaviour that may cause offence. It also highlights the sources of information and assistance which are available and the procedures for dealing with unwanted and unreasonable offensive behaviours. The Dignity at Work policy details some of the common forms of unwanted, unreasonable and offensive conduct dealt with under this policy and provides specific examples of such conduct. The wearing of distinctive clothing or sportswear could be deemed offensive by others and is therefore generally not permitted. The Dignity at Work policy also covers the Commission staff, agency workers and inward secondees. The policy does not cover members or member support staff, other building pass holders who are not Commission staff or visitors.
Diane Dodds for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the answer. I note that the answer is silent on the issue of MLAs and their staff. Now, I know that we want a Parliament buildings where everyone is comfortable within that, but I do note a number of members wearing sports gear, particularly to committee meetings. Could you indicate what the view of the Commission is on this particular issue and whether or not there will be guidance issued to MLAs so that members of staff who have to abide by a particular policy will not be offended by members?
Trevor Clark for response.
Can I thank the member for her question? I have to say, reflecting, I mean, I'm only here to give the opinion of the Commission. I can't here speak in my own personal capacity. However, when I look at some of the examples of answers that may have been asked today, there's nothing covered for that. However, I think it's reasonable to assume that given it dignity at work, as you have said, covers staff, then I think it's something that the Commission should reflect on. And I know that there's representatives here today will be listening to that, and it's something that can be raised at a future meeting.
Diane Forsyth.
Please.
Andy Allen's going to respond on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Usher Services staff issue Assembly ID passes upon request to party staff in accordance with the DeHunt formula, and some of those staff may also work in constituency offices. Members are also issued with 3 ID passes for use by their staff or other nominees. Usher Services staff therefore rely heavily upon accurate and prompt communication from members and parties, both in relation to the initial issue of ID passes and any changes thereafter, including the termination of any staff. A procedure has now been put in place whereby members and parties will be requested to review their ID passes allocation twice yearly for accuracy and to highlight any previously unnotified changes. Assembly Finance will also notify Usher Services of the termination of any party staff in receipt of salary. Whilst it is anticipated that these steps will assist in the wider management and governance of ID passes, there remains nonetheless a clear responsibility on members and parties to ensure records are fully accurate and that Usher Services are promptly advised of any changes.
Thank you, Diane Forsyth, for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for the response to my question. And I very much welcome the fact that the process will be improved going forward, as we have seen member staff within the Assembly buildings who have long since ceased their employment and have been subject to other outside circumstances. But has there been an audit of the current passes being issued for people who are currently in the building?
Andy Allen for a response.
As I said, the Assembly Commission has conducted a review. In terms of an audit, I'll have to write to the member on those details.
Paul Frew. Thank you, Paul. Colin McGrath is going to answer this on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Historically, the Assembly Commission provided members with a printer device for use in their constituency office and paid for associated maintenance and repairs. Members then paid for the cost of printer toner via their constituency office operating expenses budget. The average cost of consumables per member was £550 per annum, which would have enabled members to print approximately 52,000 black and white pages per annum, if you were counting. As part of the printer replacement project, engagement with members indicated that they required print, scan and copy capability in their constituency offices. Some members also indicated a preference to procure their own printer from either a central contract managed by the Assembly Commission or an alternative supplier. The Commission therefore approved an uplift to the constituency office cost expenses budgets of £300 to enable members to either procure their own print capability for constituency offices through a leased management print service or to procure independently. Taking into account the average cost spent by members on consumables combined with the uplift that has been approved by the Assembly Commission, this would enable members to print approximately 180,000 black and white pages per annum under the Assembly Commission's leased management print service. Of course, if the member prints fewer pages than this, the monthly cost is lower. However, the leased management print service is not mandatory and members can procure their own print solution. If members have any queries regarding the Assembly Commission's leased management print service, they should contact the head of IT.
Paul Frew for supplementary.
I thank the member for his answer. It seems strange that if the average was 550 and they've given an uplift of 300, there is a gap there. They may well be wanting members to print less, but when we communicate with our constituents through letters, it's very, very hard, and a printer becomes very vital. With regards to going out on your own and producing or getting a contract, is there any protection for members, given the fact that some of the equipment was substandard in the first place and there'd be a rationale for going out on your own? Is there any protections for contractual agreements that maybe would eclipse the term of an assembly?
I thank the member for his supplementary question. And some of the issues that he's mentioned were discussed at our last Commission meeting and we're to get an update at our next meeting, so there may be some more information that can be circulated in the future. But in terms of the specific question they asked about the protections, I think it would be good for maybe the Commission or the relevant department to write to the member to give him an answer to that.
Question 11 has been withdrawn. Patrick Delargy is not in his place. I call Tom Buchanan.
Question number 13.
Thank you, Tom. And Colin McGrath is going to respond on behalf of the Commission.
Yes. Sorry, Principal Deputy Speaker. There's been a number of changes to the questions today already.
Sorry.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. Initial safety measures, including scaffolding installation, have been implemented to help ensure the ongoing safety of building occupants and to facilitate necessary maintenance work. Experts employed by the Assembly Commission have assessed the damage, determined how it is to be repaired and provided estimate costs for the works. Officials have been working with CPD to determine the best mechanism to procure and undertake the necessary remedial works. It is expected that work to repair the rear parapet will commence early next year, and proposals to undertake the remaining works will be shortly developed in conjunction with CPD.
Thank you, Colin. Tom Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you for the response. Member will know that a few years back there was quite a bit of work was done to the roof of this building, and that it didn't really stand up to the test in some places because the water was still penetrating, and we can see the effects of that in some parts of the building. Can the member then give an indication as to the cost that this work is going to be, and when the work is expected to be complete, and how will we be assured that this work that's been done this time will stand up to the test?
Colin McGrath for response.
I thank the member for his supplementary. Estimated costs of £2.4 million for the remedial works have been provided by experts employed by the Assembly Commission. Accurate costs and timescales for the proposed works will be provided when the works are tendered for, and one would hope that as this is fixing previous problems, that there will be a full, robust assurances in place to make sure that this finally addresses the issues without any further problems in the future.
I call Kate Nicholl.
14, please.
Kate, and Andy Allen's going to respond on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And colleagues will know this is an area that I've shown significant interest in since becoming a member of this House. The member may also be aware that over the years the Assembly Commission has introduced both a number of physical alterations to the building and a number of initiatives to improve the accessibility of Parliament buildings. The Assembly Commission is committed to ensuring that Parliament buildings is accessible to all and is always open to feedback. To this end, the Assembly Commission has commissioned a Disability Discrimination Act DDA audit. This comprehensive audit will identify any areas where improvements can be made to enhance accessibility for people with disabilities. A consultant has been appointed and is doing the preliminary scoping exercise before the survey commences next year. Once the DDA audit is complete, we will carefully consider its findings and develop a plan of action to implement any necessary adaptations. This may include physical modifications to the building, as well as technological solutions and procedural changes.
Thank you, Andy. Kate Nicholl for a response.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his response, and note that actually much of the change that has happened has been as a result of him being elected, and highlights how the building had to be updated. Can I ask, in light of the work that's being done, what engagement the Commission is having with members who, with staff who work in the building who do have additional accessibility needs to ensure that their voices are heard as these changes are being made?
Andy Allen for a response.
As I've highlighted in my opening remarks to the member, the Commission is always open to feedback from member staff and other interested parties and stakeholders. The Commission does regularly engage with a wide cohort of people regarding accessibility measures, but I would encourage members right across this House, and indeed staff that may be listening, or other charities, that if there are any particular barriers or
accessibility issues to make them known to the Commission. If only we know about them, then we can take action and steps to address them.
Thank you, Andy. I call Patsy McClone.
Please.
And Colin McGrath is going to respond on behalf of the Commission.
I thank the member for his question. The Assembly Commission's Education Service has been very successful in encouraging participation by young people in democracy education. Since 2023, September 23, 7,000 pupils visited Parliament buildings and a further 1,500 joined one of our online sessions. These pupils come from a range of school types across all 18 constituencies. Our programmes are offered from primary school ages right up to A-level government and politics students who have been very specific and in-depth requirements. The education programme also gives members the opportunity to participate, giving young people the opportunity to meet with their elected representatives and to see democracy in action. Alongside the schools programme, the Youth Assembly is a group of 90 young people aged 12 to 16 and is currently halfway through its second mandate. In this mandate, they have consulted more than 1,800 young people, formed 3 committees to address identified issues, given evidence to Assembly statutory committees, and met the junior ministers with regard to the programme for government. The Assembly Commission is rightly proud of the successes of both the current Youth Assembly and its predecessor. Our programmes for young people are supplemented by regular professional learning events for teachers. There are for primary teachers, teachers for learning and life and work, GCSE, A-level, teachers of government and politics and teachers from special schools. We provide resources for teachers and these events are well attended and receive excellent feedback.
Thank you, Colin. Patsy McClone for supplementary.
Thank the Minister's in. Could I ask just first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the staff who do this in such a professional way and are so engaging both with members, their staff and the pupils and teachers from the schools too. Really, really beneficial. Could I ask my colleague here just in regard to further cross-border activities with schools on a more strategic nature, is that too anticipated?
Colin McGrath for a response.
I thank the member for his supplementary question. As I understand it, at the minute there are no plans currently for there to be any north-south work in terms of the education programmes, but I'm sure that we can write back to the member to see if there's anything that's on the agenda and if it's something that might be able to be approved by the Commission.
Okay, that ends question time to the Assembly Commission. If members just take their ease, do we change the personnel to top table? Thank you.
Okay, members, we resume the debate on the all-island rail fares, and I call the next speaker, Cathal Boylan.
On behalf of Sinn Féin, I want to welcome the motion in front of us today. We all know the importance of public transport in each of our constituencies and right across this island. Improved connectivity, a boosted economy and further decarbonisation are all positive outworkings of an improved all-island transport infrastructure. As a small island, it is imperative that we seize these benefits. Contrary to one of the lines in the motion in front of us, however, I do believe that good progress has been made in relation to all-island travel. The opening of Grand Central Station, the increased hourly train service between Belfast and Dublin, and most notably in relation to the All-Ireland Rail, the endorsement of the All-Ireland Rail Review by both the Executive and the Government in Dublin demonstrates huge ambition for better rail infrastructure right across this island. However, while improved rail connections and a more frequent service between destinations will help with our goal to reach net zero and to encourage more people to use public transport, it is undoubtedly the case that pricing is a factor in people deciding where to use public transport or not. While prices have been able to be subsidised in the 26 counties, it is the reality here that all our public services are stretched because of the chronic underfunding of the Executive and an austerity agenda which we have felt the brunt of for many years. The effects of partition are felt right across our public services, and public transport is no different. In conclusion, last Concordia, I think we must be optimistic and ambitious about the opportunities that lie ahead and the potential that All-Ireland Rail and public transport has on this island. We need to develop our rail network in the north and public transport infrastructure right across this island to unlock economic opportunities and to ensure workers and families have greater access to public transport. I support the motion and the amendment.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in today's debate in what I think is fair to say is two separate motions. On one hand, from the SDLP on the fair imbalances between the north and the south of Ireland, and on the other, a broader amendment from the DUP to include the electrification of the network, opening of key lines and addressing connectivity imbalances. We're supportive in principle of all of these, and I have spoken in this chamber before about the merits of investing in our rail network to realise benefits for our climate, our economy and our connectivity shortly after the restoration of this Assembly and Executive earlier in the year. It's so important that we get public transport right, and it's disheartening that rail fares on cross-border services are significantly more expensive in Northern Ireland than they are in the south. We are fortunate in Belfast to have the new Grand Central station open, and that is to be welcomed, but it's the cost of fares themselves that will be a significant factor in whether or not you use public transport or resort to a private vehicle. We are still in a cost of living crisis. People will not make greener choices if it means digging deeper into their pockets. Greener choices have to be cheaper and supported choices if we are to have any hope of stimulating the modal shift that we need to see here. Additionally, I just chaired the all-party group on road safety, as the proposer of the amendment will know, and it was brought up as a topic of conversation that better access to public transport and rail specifically can play a key role in reducing fatalities on our roads. As I was reading the motion and the amendment over the weekend, I couldn't help but be reminded of a comment the Infrastructure Minister said during the All-Ireland Rail Review debate a number of months ago, that a couple of billion pounds had been spent throughout the course of that debate. And so many of these debates that we have on infrastructure matters require significant capital investment and strategic planning, which is why we are supportive of input from the Fiscal Council on these matters, but also the creation of an independent, expert-led infrastructure commission, guiding us on matters such as these and informing us of the solutions that are out there and the options that are realistically open to us. Additionally, it also requires multi-annual budgets to support TransLink in a comparable way to its counterparts in the south, and we see this time and time again in that major departments in Northern Ireland are drip-fed money annually or via monitoring rounds. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this is unsustainable for infrastructure projects specifically, and I look forward to the return, hopefully, to enable to deliver on the aims of both these options. Of course, a further point to make is the need for collaboration between departments and a collective will to address financial imbalances and improve our connectivity while reducing congestion. Because let's face it, at the heart of this debate is the public, who deserve fairness on cross-border lines, and I can understand the frustrations that we've heard today about people who regularly avail of cross-border rail, especially feeling shortchanged when the price depends on what side of the border you purchase your ticket. I look forward to the response from the Infrastructure Minister and hearing what steps he will be taking forward with his executive colleagues to deliver upon the aims of the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the proposer and the amender and for the amendment to this motion. Members, I am an advocate of rail. I think rail brings many benefits, and I believe that the provision of rail will help build a better interconnected and interlinked Northern Ireland. That being said, however, we need to see rail fares reduced with more capacity on rail routes. But members will understand when I say this, that first, for the people of Fermanagh, we need to see the re-establishment of a rail service in Fermanagh before I can support rail fare parity with the Republic. A comprehensive all-island rail service can go north-south, but it also should go east-west. When the Minister proclaimed an all-Ireland strategic rail review at Enniskillen Castle back in August, there was much optimism that Fermanagh would be serviced by trains once again. It's safe to say there was much astonishment at Fermanagh's omission in that review, the only county in the entire island of Ireland in an all-Ireland strategic rail review. The review was seen as a way of addressing regional imbalance and inequality in our transport network, but it's clear it lacked ambition. I know the Minister had said this decision would be reviewed in 10 years' time, but I would be doubtful that many of the projects in the review will be delivered within a 10-year time frame, so why not have inclusion for Fermanagh now? When I speak to my constituents... Yes, sir.
I thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that that actually puts ourselves in Fermanagh at a huge disadvantage, where other projects will have years to get feasibility studies in place and one thing and another, but it leaves Fermanagh again behind in relation to all that preparatory work?
Member for her intervention, and yes, I agree entirely with the sentiment that you're expressing. In order for the economy to grow, we need to have interconnected and interlinked infrastructure to facilitate that growth and have a regional balance. So when I speak to my constituents, they ask, why are we forgotten? The obvious response would be to say that the line to Enniskillen could cost over £300 million. But when my constituents see over 340 million spent on an integrated railway station in a city centre where there are already primarily 5 railway stations, I can't honestly say it's not worth it. I think we have to genuinely ask ourselves, do we want to see more investment into our public infrastructure where rail is available to every community in Northern Ireland, or do we want to see rail fares as low as possible now at the expense of those who don't have access to rail services? It's ambitious to think we can have both, but fares will have to remain fair to ensure we have the necessary resources to expand the network and increase passenger numbers, to ensure that we have a better interconnected and interlinked Northern Ireland where there is no community left out. I therefore cannot support the motion, but will support the broader amendment from the DUP. Thank you.
David Honeyford. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My daughter's studying in Dublin. Quickly learned to get a single ticket down at the start of the term and then purchase return tickets from there to avail of the price difference. But the differences are way wider than just the cost of the Belfast-Dublin the train. And linking to the Lewis is cheaper. There's a daily cap to encourage more use of public transport. Also, the bus route between Belfast and Dublin is similar cost, whether you're north or south. So what this motion is focused on is simply the train cost on a particular issue, and I get that from Newry, where somebody from Dundalk's paying less, and I understand that. And I should say from the outset that I agree that we should have a rate that's applied across the island, that we pay the same. I totally agree. But we have to raise a couple of issues that I want to bring out, because this motion is so narrow and lacks any ideas to actually help to bring any change. But firstly, I think it has to be acknowledged that there has been major investment in our transport network, and we've seen that with the new Grand Central Station in Belfast, which has allowed an hourly increase, or an increase in service to an hourly service between Belfast and Dublin. The other side of that has brought quite a few problems to all of our constituencies, whether that's overcrowding in trains with not enough carriages, or whether there's no connections for taxis at the station, or drop-off points, or even the glider connection. And there's an issue of reliability and needing greater investment into your train rolling stock to provide greater capacity on the network to be able to avail of the station. But I have to say, it is strange to use a train service between Dublin and Belfast, which is booming, as the example of a restriction or restricting of usage. But I agree on the pricing. But it's who pays for the subsidy to reduce the ticket price is the question that isn't answered or addressed. We need greater investment and extending the number of trains that are available and including all other forms of interconnection and integration between all of our public. Yeah, sure.
The member's contention that keeping fares for rail travel hiked as a proper incentivisation for commuters to use trains?
No, what I said was you're talking about a train line that is really busy at the minute, so it's not, I don't get that argument, but the other bit maybe, and I'll give way again, maybe the other way, you talk about a unified fare structure, and I agree with this, okay, but maybe the SDLP are talking about the free transport for our pensioners, where ours is at 60 and the South is at 66. Are you calling for that to be realigned? So is there a saving there that you're going to put into the ticket price to reduce? Is that what we're discussing? I'll give way again if you want to clarify that.
Listen, there's been a hugely positive, new, bright and shiny transport hub built and constructed in Belfast at a huge cost, but that cost shouldn't be passed on to commuters, and it's totally unreasonable that people travelling from Newry have to pay more than people travelling shorter distance or longer distance across the border.
So the price, I totally understand, but if you're asking that on one hand, and I agree, but are you then saying, on the other hand, that you want the 60-year-old with a free bus pass here to take the South to 66? So are you saying that our 60-year-olds to 66 don't get free travel in the same route? Well, that's what the motion says. You want... for the third time, yeah.
Okay, I'm asking for a unified approach to train fare costs across this island, a unified island down the line, downstream, which is something you can't ask for, but that's something we don't ask for and firmly ask for.
I absolutely agree with the unified, and I will go further. I've given way 3 times. So, but the economic disparity of north and south and economic growth, surely the price of a ticket on a route is scratching the surface of economic disparity and investment that is across our island. Surely the debate and the action should be actually on our economy and actually on the issues of what we're seeing growth, massive growth in the south, and why we're sitting now arguing over the price of a train ticket. We should be looking at public transport as a whole, connecting between all of our services, whether I get the train to Dublin to jump on the Lewis or whether somebody from Dublin comes to Belfast and jumps on the glider and the bus. There's got to be a wider, serious discussion and integration between transport, and ticketing integration needs to happen across the island. None of that is brought into emotion. It is simply, and I get it that you're in Newry and somebody, and there's a local issue there. I totally understand that, but there's a wider piece here of integrating which isn't coming through. The ticketing options we're seeing around the world shows you jump on with your bank card and you tap off and you tap on, and it automatically integrates on every form of public transport. We're not seeing that here, and maybe the Minister can address this if there's plans. There could well be plans and discussions for that to happen, but if we were to address that, north and south, you actually boost the tourist industry coming, anybody coming north, you help ourselves here. But there's lots of solutions we could drive forward, and I'm being the ground. I've got a cold. I feel grumpy. I have gone, but please, please, please. I've been good all year, and it's Christmas. So because I've been good, can we ask, please, that motions become from the opposition, come with ideas and solutions, constructive stuff, rather than 2.5 years, rather than 2.5 years, rather than 2.5 more years. 2.5 years more. Can I get a line? No? Can I finish? But wait, another 2.5 years. I've been good all year.
Your time's almost up.
Thank you.
Members, could I issue a reminder that it's a basic parliamentary convention that members must always address the Speaker. That includes a process of two-way agreement on giving way and interventions, even if they have been acknowledged at the time. They should be acknowledged to the Chair. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and what an opposite moment. It means I can stand and respond to some of the comments made by the member for Lagan Valley about constructive opposition proposals. I would take profound exception to the idea that the SDLP has not put down serious and constructive proposals. And in fact, I think it is frankly asinine to say that we haven't, given the seriousness with which we have approached our role in opposition. We've been constructive and we've been serious throughout. Occasionally we are robust, and we make no apology for that, because that's our job. In the last opposition day, we put down a series of constructive, serious proposals around regeneration, around childcare. Yes, one included a motion of condemnation for ministers who had been found to have broken the Ministerial Code, and also around our future relationship with the European Union. Indeed, we'll publish a paper on it tomorrow. I will. It's very reasonable, Mr Deputy Speaker, to bring me back to the point. But I did need to address the absolutely absurd accusation that the SDLP has not been putting forward ideas. We've been doing our job in opposition, and our job is fundamentally holding the executive to account, but we've put down a range of practical proposals. We're doing it constantly. We'll be doing it tomorrow. But on this really important motion which we are discussing today, and I'm slightly surprised to hear the member previously seem to agree with everything in it, but then say he didn't like it. It is critically important that we effect what I think many people know now is one of the most vital agendas for the rest of this century, which is moving ourselves away from the addiction that was created in the 20th century to getting everywhere by car. We are one of the most car-dependent regions and one of the most car-dependent islands, certainly in the developed world. The car isn't going anywhere. We all are aware that we, as part of the migration to net zero, that we are going to need to reform how you know, that we're going to move clearly towards net zero and greater use of electric vehicles. The car is going to continue to be critical, particularly in rural areas and indeed urban areas. But I want across this island, and I am proud and unashamed of saying so, I want more of us to be able to take train routes, including in County Fermanagh, and I'm sure that the chair of the Infrastructure Committee would be deeply offended were I not to mention that. My colleague, the former SDLP Infrastructure Minister, set out a clear intention. She commissioned the first All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. I am glad to see that the Minister has stuck with that agenda. We'll continue to press him and his counterpart, presumably his new counterpart in the south, because there's going to be a new responsible minister down there at some point in the next month or two, to progress that agenda. We destroyed our rail network, particularly in the north, during the middle of the 20th century. We're only now starting to construct the ambition towards rebuilding it. Grand Central Station in the middle of Belfast, which is, by the way, causing a huge amount of disruption to my constituents with the roadworks. But I will never criticise it for existing, because I want that potential. I want the extra platforms, the extra capacity at Belfast to build that muscle memory and that capacity for rail connectivity across the north and across the island, and that's what's really important. This motion today touches on a very specific issue, which is alignment, unification of the fare structure. That will be a bureaucratic challenge in the short term, but it is certainly something that we want to see the Minister progress insofar as he is able to with his southern counterpart. It is deeply frustrating, not just for people who are in border regions, but for people who regularly use cross-border rail services, that the system is clunky, that there are disparities in terms of cost. It is, yes, cheaper, but also more straightforward in many ways to book a ticket south of the border that gets you north. It is far, far too complicated. We should be making it as easy as possible, yes, as cost effective as possible for people to use public transport, particularly our rail network. We are unabashed about that. We're proud of that, and we think it's one of the most important agendas for facing us for the rest of this century. So let's make progress on this. Our motion today is about putting this on the Assembly agenda. I look forward to support. I think there's lots of constructive suggestions in the DUP amendment. We don't have any, we might not have worded it in exactly the same way, but there are lots of constructive suggestions in the DUP amendment too, and things that are important to progress. So I'm glad the Assembly is debating this motion today from my colleague Justin McNulty. We look forward to progressing it, and we look forward to continuing to robustly put the case for rebuilding our all-island rail network back together, putting that on the agenda and holding the Executive to account for delivering on it. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, before we proceed, it came to my attention, and it may have come to yours, that a member crossed in front of the Speaker's chair during the course of that debate. I want to inform the House that the member did indicate apologies to the Chair, and I want that written into the record as well. Call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, in April 2022, the Irish Government cut public transport fares by 20% across the board in recognition of the cost of living crisis, including enterprise tickets for journeys originating from the south. In the north, transit fares were frozen between 2019 and 2023, but fares have been obviously hiked again, and more people are finding travelling by bus and rail unaffordable and inaccessible, and we need to remove these barriers immediately. Already we've heard in the debate, Deputy Speaker, that rail passengers travelling from Newry to Belfast are paying more than double the price of a ticket from Dundalk to the same destination, even though it's a shorter journey. It really beggars belief. The Infrastructure Minister said that the price difference, Deputy Speaker, is primarily due to a greater level of subsidies being provided to Irish Rail from the Dublin Government. The obvious point should be raised: why isn't the same level of subsidy, rather investment, being provided by Translink? What's the point in spending over £350 million on a brand shiny new centre with 11 million wasted on consultation fees at that, if people can't afford or are priced out of getting on the trains? Train travel is the safest, cleanest and could be the cheapest form of travel for everyone. We also, Deputy Speaker, have to recognise that we didn't get to where we are now by accident, but by government policy, which was designed to thwart public transport along the policy of partition to decimate border communities in the process. It's quite remarkable if you think about it. 60 to 70 years ago, you could travel by train from Belfast to Ballycastle. You could move from Derry to remote Gweedore by rail, but now Donegal and much of the northwest is a wasteland when it comes to rail, when previously they were bustling with steel lines carrying cargo and people. We have to mention that the Beeching reports also sped up the decimating of rail. It was stated, literal government policy, to roll back on the availability of rail lines. Today, Deputy Speaker, we're dealing with the after effects of it still in Ireland, but so too are many towns and cities in Britain as well. The government and its functionaries put a wager on the expansion of cars, and we're breathing the polluted air of those aggressive and wrong decisions. It's totally unacceptable that we live on a small island and there are swathes of areas without proper access to rail and public transport. And when traffic piles up in cars, as it does recently in Belfast city centre, rather than introduce more frequent buses, trains, etc. to get people out of the cars, we see DFI revert back to type to allow more cars funneling into the city centre. This should be used as an opportunity to break old habits and patterns and not repeat them. The volume of cars in our society today, Deputy Speaker, is having a harsh impact on our health but also our roads, with repeated journeys, heavy traffic and wear and tear. It's questionable whether this is a wise use of public money year after year. Surely investing more in public transport is the better way. And I want to also raise an issue about electric vehicles as well. And this is from somebody who was almost a convert to them. They are very carbon intensive as well in terms of extracting the resources that make up the batteries for electric vehicles. They raise ethical questions about people in the global south reshaping their communities and countries towards the expansion of the West and the economic model here as well. How a government, Deputy Speaker, spends money reflects its priorities. Investing in roads at the expense of public transport means we value unsustainable, polluting travel by private car above free and frequent public transport. We should also be broadening the Smart Pass criteria to include free travel for people with disabilities, to raise tackle the former members' sort of bah humbug points, people with disabilities, student asylum seekers, with a view to making public transport free for all. Happy to give way on that point if the member wants to.
I absolutely agree. I completely agree. I was trying to question whether this is all about fare costs. It's not about public transport, it's about the cost of fares, where the money was coming from, and maybe the SDLP's idea was that they were going to align that to get more money. That's all. I totally agree with what you're saying.
Our position is that the government should be investing in widening out the Smart Pass criteria and reducing fares and moving towards free transport as well. I'll come on to that, how it should be funded in a second. The Minister obviously said in September that due to funding pressures, he'll not be taking forward any of the options which would increase the cost of the scheme, the Smart Pass scheme. And in February, he said he had no plans to provide free public transport to everyone. I think these are both unfortunate, disappointing positions and statements to make. The cost of implementing the recommendation of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is around 30 billion, but the benefits to society in terms of reduced journey times, road decongestion, better health, reduction of greenhouse gases, you can't put a price on those those points as well. And not only is investment in rail economically sound, it's urgently needed to meet our net zero obligations. We need net zero before 2050, and there's an urgency to reach it for 2030 for being realistic. And if you look at Valencia, the warmer temperatures in the atmosphere mixing with warmer and rising sea levels causing a whirlwind storm, terrible weather patterns, death and destruction across the region. So we do need to put more pressure as well on the incoming coalition government likely that has the biggest surplus in the history of the southern state. The biggest surplus in the history of the southern state. This should be a time to push them for proper investment in free transport and rail. There's a €13 billion tax windfall from Apple as well. So I think if we want to triple the number of people using the rail system across Ireland, we need to make fares consistent across the island with the aim of making it free, making public transport free for everyone. It's not rocket science. We've already cracked it.
Time's almost up.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. I call now for the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. The Ministry have up to 15 minutes.
Can I begin by thanking the members who sponsored this motion for bringing it forward. It's a very important topic and it has been a useful debate. For some background information, the current enterprise service was introduced in 1997, and for most of this time, the fares offered by both jurisdictions were by NI Railways have generally been lower than those offered by Irish Rail. Various considerations need to be taken into consideration when setting fares for the enterprise cross-border service, not least that local fares offered by both rail companies and the received levels of government funding support. Translink and Irish Rail are subsidised in different ways. As members have noted, in April 2022, the Irish Government reduced fares on all public transport, including Irish Rail, by 20%. It's worth highlighting the impact this 20% reduction has had on standard fares compared to those by NI Rail. A single ticket from Belfast to Dublin will be the same price when issued by Translink, £33, but with the discount this falls to £26.43 for Irish Rail customers. A single ticket from Newry to Dublin would have been cheaper with Translink, £21.50 compared to £23.91, but with the 20% discount this reduces to £19.13. As the members will know, the Department has been operating in a very difficult financial environment for a number of years and will continue to engage and support public transport where and when it can. However, Translink in conjunction with Irish Rail have amended the rail fares on offer and now provide a more flexible online fare. This enables customers to benefit from online prices up to 90 minutes before the train departs, compared to the 72-hour cut-off currently in place. Online discounts still show a difference in price, with a return journey from Belfast to Dublin available for as low as $29.98 from Translink, while the same ticket is available for approximately $23.30 from Irish Rail. Translink have made efforts that all rail lines offer a similar or reasonably equitable fare structure. However, for Translink to emulate the reductions provided in the south would have a major impact on sustainability of delivering public transport services elsewhere. Since 2010, Translink fares have increased by some 27%, which is significantly less than inflation over the same period, which is 44%. In November 2022, the then Secretary of State said what steps would need to be taken to improve Translink sustainability through operating Translink fares. This reversed my decision to refreeze fares before the Assembly fell, when I recognised the need to maintain lower public transport fares moving forward. Following this statement from the British Government, Translink increased fares in March 2023 on average by approximately 7% across its services. These were the first fare increases in 5 years. Translink subsequently standardised rail fares in November 2023 to resolve some anomalies and to simplify the fare structure. In January 2024, and again in the absence of local ministers, my department's permanent secretary continued with the Secretary of State's request to again increase transport fares with an average rise of 8%. It's worth pointing out that older people and those with disabilities can currently avail of significantly discounted and free concessionary travel and Translink services, which are funded by my department in the region of £47 million annually. The motion refers to the role that affordable transport plays in promoting social mobility, but it's not only about social mobility. Making public transport affordable is also about tackling social exclusion and ensuring that the most vulnerable people in our society can be part of it. That's why the Department provides concessionary fare scheme and why, despite the very challenging financial environment, I made the decision to protect the scheme and to keep the age of eligibility for the scheme at 60, enabling older people to live active, healthier and independent lives and boosting the local economy. As a number of members have pointed out, it's important to recognise that in the South, to qualify for an older person's pass, a person must be aged 66 and over. So when we talk about alignment between North and South, it is important to recognise that in some respects our passengers are better off than their peers in the South of the border. And it's not just in relation to concessionary fares. I have seen significant improvements in public transport here in recent years, which I believe reflects our ambitions for public transport. Many members have mentioned the recently opened Grand Central Station. We've also refurbished York Street Station. I fully recognise the need to address regional imbalance and better connect our communities, including those within the North West. This year I have therefore ring-fenced £4.7 million of funding in my budget to ensure that the Coleraine to Derry Phase 3 project proceeds as quickly as possible. Oh, well, yes.
Through discretionary fares, which you've put major emphasis on there, those eligible for half-fare discount smart passes in the North, including disabled people, can you confirm that they can avail of the statutory entitlement when using cross-border services?
I think I didn't catch all the members' point, but is he requesting, can you use your concessionary pass in cross-border services? Yes. Yes, you can, yes. The budget allocation in relation to the Coleraine to Derry Phase 3 is £5.3 million that has already been spent on this project. Is additional to the £5.3 million that has already been spent on this project. This will allow TransLink to progress the project as planned and seeks to ensure investment in public transport across the entire region. In this financial year alone, TransLink has been allocated a budget of almost £320 million, which is about 25% of the total non-ring-fenced budget available to the entire department. And turning to other projects, the estimated cost for the North Belfast to South Belfast glider route is currently in the range of £142 million to £148 million, whilst £35 million of the funding has been secured through Belfast City Regional Deal. A considerable shortfall of £110 million remains. Work on the feasibility of extending to Glengormley and Carryduff has been finalised, and I commissioned work on the delivery options that could be implemented utilising the £35 million funding envelope from Belfast Region City Deal. The outline business case is being finalised in line with the feasibility reports and delivery options. Subject to approval of the outline business case, it is proposed to initiate the detailed design process to implement these proposals. I welcome the £35 million contribution from the Belfast City Deal and recognise that significant investment will bring enhancements to the city centre and wider public transport network and assist in tackling the current and ongoing traffic congestion within Belfast City Centre. It's another option for people to use public transport. Yes?
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you'll know I've written to you on a number of occasions in relation to the extension of BRT out to Glengormley. Could the Minister then confirm in relation to the outlined business case where the final destination is envisaged at this stage for the North Belfast phase?
I hope to be able to confirm. I hope to be able to confirm that before the Christmas break, though it may be early in the new year. But I hope to confirm before this Christmas break. These projects are examples of the significant investment my department is making in helping to achieve a model shift from car to bus or rail services. An effective public transport network is vital for the economic, social and environmental well-being of our society. Earlier this year in July, in partnership with Minister Ryan, I published the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, the first strategic rail review of its kind on the island of Ireland. The final review report includes 32 recommendations which, if delivered in full, will transform rail services across the island through improvements such as new and reopened rail routes, higher speeds, increased frequency and additional capacity connecting many more communities to the rail network. For the North, it will see a decarbonised rail network, new rail lines from Portadown to Armagh, Lisburn to Antrim, Belfast to Newry and Portadown to Derry, new cross-border routes from Portadown to Mullingar and Derry to Letterkenny, new and improved rail connections to our airports and increased frequency and faster journey times. However, I do understand that many people living within Fermanagh, and their representatives quite rightly made the point today, will be disappointed that a new rail line from Enniskillen was not included in those list of interventions. As members will know, following the public consultation on the review report last year, I asked the authors of the report to further consider the viability of rail services to Fermanagh. This review included consideration of future population growth, potential demand journey times, tourism and various potential corridors through Enniskillen, including to Omagh, Belfast, Dublin, Derry, Sligo, Monaghan and Cavan. However, a new rail line did not appear to stimulate sufficient demand to support rail services within the timeframe of the review. And as has been mentioned, furthermore to the cost, or to the building of a 40-kilometre single track line between Enniskillen and Omagh has been estimated at £335 million. And I accept the point made by Diane Armstrong. When rural communities look at Belfast and they see £344 million being spent, they quite rightly ask the question, what's the difference? In this case, the business case for the Grand Central Station proved value for money. In regards to the current estimated business case for for the Enniskillen connection, would not be value for public funds. However, in a recent meeting with Omagh and Fermanagh District Council and a delegation from the council, I committed to that council that as part of the Fermanagh transport plans, if new information comes to light, I will review that decision once again ahead of the 10-year time frame that has been built into the review. So it is not a closed chapter, it is definitely open and will be returned to again if and when new evidence comes to light, and I have committed to working with the council in that regard. Yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I appreciate and I welcome that he will take a look at that in terms of new information coming to light. I will just impress upon him, at this moment in time, economic growth is very important for my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Businesses will plan their operations and where they go based on where transport routes are. So I just impress upon him that it is important for economic stimulus in my area.
I note the member's comments, and the member will also understand that as a guardian of the public finances, I have to be able to prove value for money in spending public funds. And I'm looking to establish the argument or the case to prove that there's value for public funds in extending the rail line to Fermanagh. And I can assure the member that they're pushing at an open door with me in this regard. In relation to improvements to the enterprise service, work to implement the rail review has started to progress already. Rail services in the island are developing towards the review's vision. This includes an increase to hourly train services between Dublin and Belfast, which commenced from October. Procurement has also started on a new, faster, more sustainable enterprise train fleet for the Dublin-Belfast route, with funding of €25 million, £20 million provided by the Government of Ireland from the Shared Island Fund and the Irish Department of Transport. The hourly service represents the most significant expansion of services on the route in over a quarter of a century. This is another boost for public transport, the economy, and it will improve linkages not only between the two cities, but connections along the entire north-south rail corridor. An expanded and improved rail network offers opportunities to drive jobs and growth and stimulate developments and regeneration and boost access services and education. It will also help decarbonise transport and encourage behavioural shift to public transport. The flagship enterprise service is a very visible and well-known symbol of North-South cooperation, and this replacement programme is a key priority of both governments. Well, certainly, I hope the next government's priority as well. I have no doubt it will be. The programme will significantly improve accessibility between the two largest cities on the island and faster journey times and increased number of services. The funding of this programme under the Peace Plus programme and from both governments demonstrates the positive impact cooperation has on meeting our shared goals in relation to a cleaner, greener, interconnected all-island future. I can assure members as we move forward I will continue to progress the all-island rail review, as there's a number of feasibility studies ongoing, as has been mentioned, that are funded through the Union Connectivity Development Fund, the reopening of the Antrim-Lisburn line with a link to Belfast International Airport, Armagh Portadown, electrification of Belfast to the border, and Portadown to Derry. The main thrust of today's motion is in relation to the regularisation of train fares between both jurisdictions. I can assure members that I will continue to explore all avenues to ensure that TransLink is properly subsidised by the Executive, allowing them to keep train fares as low as possible including cross-border rail fares. In terms of further discussions with the incoming Minister for Transport in the South, I will continue to engage with them as to how both jurisdictions support proper or aligned rail fares moving forward. Members will appreciate that the Dublin Government has quite a surplus at hand and is able to spend funds on matters which the Executive is not able to do at this stage. But I always think that you have to look for solutions rather than the problem. So, thank you.
Minister, thank you. And members, before I proceed, I'm going to do something which I'm not doing lightly. I'm going to read briefly from the Rules of Behaviour and Courtesies in the Chamber. This is directed squarely at those who seek to speak, then leave. So I will remind members, and perhaps it could be conveyed by colleagues and whips, no one's been named at this stage. That does not mean that they won't be in the future. I'm going to read from the rules which say, if you're hoping to be called to speak in a debate, your name must be on the speaking list. You should discuss this with your party whip. Independents and parties should, without a whip, should notify the business office or approach the table to indicate an interest in speaking. It is preferable that you're in the chamber for the opening speeches, but you must be present for at least the 2 speeches before and after yours. If you have to leave later, you must also return to hear any ministerial response and the winding up speeches. Members who fail to observe these courtesies may be given a lower priority when they seek to speak in future, or they may not be called at all. I'm reading that out today because this is a parliamentary chamber. It is not a speakeasy. Wind on the amendment, and you, Mr. Brett, have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I hope not to catch your wrath during my contributions. It brings me back to the days where I used to get scorned by you at the Chamber of Newton Abbey Council. Can I thank all contributors to the debate today? I think it has been a useful and positive discussion. It's good for me to be able to return to my old stomping ground of infrastructure, a portfolio I previously covered until I was replaced by the much more capable chair of the committee, the member for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. But I think it's I think that's the first time, I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been cheered by the Sinn Féin benches for my remarks. So it must be true. But the importance of public transport penetrates all forms of public life and all aspects in which the Executive want to work on, be that delivering economic growth in all parts of Northern Ireland, or indeed ensuring that we get that greener and cleaner society that will ensure Northern Ireland continues to flourish. There's been a number of important discussions in relation to fares and pricing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but before we get to that, and I think the member for Fermanagh South Tyrone made this clear, it's all great to talk about the cost of fares, but if you don't have access to train provision, the issue of pricing is very much secondary. And I think in my constituency of North Belfast, an issue that both my colleague Brian Kingston and I have been engaged in is that we have a train station at one end of the constituency at Yorkgate and at the other in White Abbey. And all those communities that live in between along the Shore Road and the Antrim Road have absolutely no access to those train services, but are expected to bear the brunt of the trains running at the rear of their homes throughout the night, but get no benefits of those public services. I have previously written to the Minister in relation to looking at halts at both Lochside and at Abbey Centre. And I know, given his constrained budget, it's something that he has committed to looking at new halts whenever the implementation of the All-Ireland Review has been completed, and I would encourage him to continue to look at this aspect. I had worried, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this debate would turn into, oh, it has to be about the All-Ireland Rail Review, it can't be about the Union Connectivity Review. But actually, I think there's been a degree of maturity in this discussion that all these issues matter, that we as an islander and a set of islands are interconnected, and that our people who want to get to Dublin or want to get to London, they don't care who funds it, or they don't care the manner in which we do it or the auspices in which we travel. They just want a better, well-connected set of islands, and that's something that better serves all our constituents and all communities in Northern Ireland if we talk about a positive aspiration for what we want to see available to our people and not retreat to simple tribal debates about who funds these issues.
Of course. And I thank the member for giving way. And through the chair, When one heard during the debate various members lamenting the once much greater rail network across the island of Ireland, does the member agree that historically across the world the development of railways was a strong and positive feature of British rule and influence?
Thank you. Throughout the world, indeed, and thank you. And I think the angry comments to my left from people before profit come more from their election result in the Irish Republic rather than from their anger at the motion that is before us today. But I do want to turn to some of the contributions that have been made by members. Mr. Boylan for Sinn Féin clearly articulated the joint mission and aspiration of this executive that we want to continue to deliver state-of-the-art public transport to all parts of Northern Ireland. Mr. McReynolds showed how exciting weekend must be at the McReynolds household that he spent his weekend reading this motion and the amendment before on a Saturday evening. But I'll not comment any further on that. The Leader of the Opposition made a number of remarks, but given that he's been chastised by the Principal Deputy Speaker this morning for turning up 28 minutes late to member statements, then trying to speak, then walking across the Principal Deputy Speaker's chair, then leaving after he made his contribution, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't think that he needs any further chastisement from me at this stage. I do welcome the discussion that took place between the member for Lagan Valley and the member for Newry and Armagh. I thought this debate was turning into a discussion between Mr. Honeyford and Mr. McNulty, but I would encourage, given that there is disunity on those benches, that perhaps one of those parties may want to join us next week in voting with the DUP on the issue of the continuation of the protocol arrangements. Given there's clearly a fallout in that corner over there, you'll be very welcome to join us in the lobbies next week. Mrs Armstrong, the other member for Fermanagh South Tyrone, articulated very well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the shared concerns of all members in this House who have the pleasure of representing Fermanagh and South Tyrone. And I think there is a clear ambition from all parties that they want to see people of the most westerly constituency in the United Kingdom having access to the same services as any other part. The Minister, as always, was both generous and flexible with his time, allowing members to put some further points of clarification. He articulates well the financial pressures that the Executive face in relation to delivering public transport. There has been important progress in the last number of years right across Northern Ireland in delivering services. There is more to achieve, and together this Assembly can ensure that our transport services are fit for the 21st century.
Thank you, Mr. Brett. I now call Mark Durkin to wind and conclude the debate on the motion.
Thank you,
Mr.
Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to close on today's motion and thank everyone who's contributed to it, and reaffirm the SDLP's long-standing commitment to establishing an all-island rail network that meets the needs of a modern society while addressing entrenched regional disparities. Disparity in fare structures on either side of the border is creating barriers for commuters in the north, making it harder for individuals to access jobs, education and essential services. Aligning fares is a simple but effective catalyst required to achieve zero-emission climate goals and to ensure that the north can share in the economic growth for regions that have been historically overlooked. The need for investment in public transport has not been met by the Executive. Indeed, the programme for government is notable in its lack of commitment to and detail around future spend or commitment to public transport. Treasury figures show that public spending per person on public transport in the north is the lowest across UK jurisdictions, with just £193 per head spent here compared to £465 per head in England and Scotland. That's astounding. While governments elsewhere are driving investment towards public transport and passing on improved services and savings to passengers, the north continues to lag behind. In the south, they are full steam ahead with record public transport investment and record passenger numbers. The disparity in action is perfectly exemplified, as the motion highlights, in the ludicrous fact that rail passengers travelling from Belfast to Dublin are paying double the price than those going in the opposite direction. During her tenure as Infrastructure Minister, the SDLP's Nicola Mallon implemented 2 separate freezes on public transport fares during a period of significant inflation in an attempt to alleviate financial pressures on people, but also to drive greener modes of travel. As Caretaker Minister, Minister O'Dowd outlined his intention that fares would also be frozen the following year, but a short time later, in the absence of an executive, thanks to the DUP, passengers were hit by a 7% hike. In fact, we then saw 3 separate hikes in just 15 months. The executive has failed to grasp the significant opportunity offered by public transport. It's ludicrous to include Planet as one of the key missions within the programme for government, yet not have improving affordability and accessibility to public transport as a prominent and defining feature. Even more frustrating is that one of the key components of the Finance Minister's revenue-raising plan is to increase Translink's travel fares even further. And I hope I'm wrong, but it would appear that this measure is one of very few left standing, given that the deadline to remove the rates cap for the North's most expensive homes has been missed. I hope that doesn't mean that the fare increase will be even more than stated and commuters end up carrying an even bigger can. When I asked the Infrastructure Minister for the year-on-year per capita spend on public transport per council area, the department were unable to provide the figures. To me, this inability is indicative of a lackadaisical approach to the issue by the department and/or Translink. If it's not being assessed, it won't be addressed. We have an executive that prioritises vanity over sanity. At a time when public transport fares are becoming more and more unaffordable to the average person, when further increases are being used as a crutch for revenue raising, we've spent £340 million on the Grand Central Station in Belfast and £11 million on management fees, as mentioned by Mr Carroll. Without developing rail and bus routes, reducing costs, or even tweaking timetables to bring benefits that will improve public transport and increase passenger numbers, this station runs a real risk of becoming a white elephant. And I'll apologise for any offence caused by Mr McNulty's analogy earlier. I know the previous Deputy Speaker thought it was below the belt. The approach is akin to embarking on a kitchen renovation when you haven't got the money to stock the cupboards. We've seen some modest incremental improvements in rail timetabling, such as aligning the Derry to Belfast train schedule with the Belfast to Dublin service, and this adjustment does ensure that passengers don't have to wait as long for connecting trains, but more connectivity is required. Since the hourly Belfast service from Derry was introduced in 2017, we've witnessed exponential growth in passenger numbers, due in no small part to the lobbying of Into the West and others. But this is the living embodiment of the phrase, if you build it, they will come. It stands to reason that if we make public transport more affordable, more accessible, even more will come. The fact that public transport journeys are on the rise, despite multiple fare increases and fairly limited rail networks, is proof of the public's desire to use more sustainable modes of transport. I'll touch on some of the contributions of members. My colleague, Justin McNulty, proposed a motion and spoke of the enormous and unequal burden on people travelling from the north that is created by this difference in fare structure. He gave numerous examples. Of course, the one closest to home and closest to his heart is that of Newry to Belfast being more than twice the price of Dundalk to Belfast, and at the heart of this is an inequality. Affordable, accessible public transport isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And our inability to address these issues undermine efforts to meet climate obligations and reduce our carbon emissions. Affordable rail, even affordable public transport, will have benefits so many people and so many areas and aspects of society. Students, it will combat congestion in and around our towns and cities. It will relieve pressure on parking and on the Minister to deliver residents' parking schemes. It's a question of fairness. It's ironic that prices in the 6 counties are going north,
while prices in the 26 are going south. The chair of the committee moved the amendment, which we will be supporting. She pointed to a perceived shortcoming in our motion in that it doesn't name every county. But can I remind the House of the SDLP's very first motion to this reconvened Assembly that did make this call and made a specific mention of Fermanagh, as I'm sure she will recall. She told us that the DUP don't support unification. That came as no great surprise, but we are happy to support their call for alignment. Cathal Boylan disagreed with the motion's assertion that the North had demonstrated a lack of ambition, and we do fully get that we've been hampered greatly by a lack of investment. Peter McReynolds also lamented that lack of investment and the lack of a strategic approach, and then echoed the SDLP's long and loud call for the establishment of an infrastructure commission to oversee all these massive and expensive projects, many of which were later described by the Minister. Come to his party colleague, David Honeyford. I'll see you're grumpy, and I will raise you. He says our motion was narrow. And now, I know alliance motions are normally sufficiently broad to include Mullerhood and apple pie, but his assertion that the motion lacked any ideas, I think, well, asinine, I think is the term that Matthew O'Toole used to describe it. But the motion actually latches on to one idea to make a wider point. It is about the economy. I'll stop there. It's about the environment. It's about people and places. Improved connectivity will improve our all-island economy. He asked, where will the money come from? The cost of division. Matthew O'Toole spoke of the importance of engaging with the new Minister in the South to further all-island rail, and I look forward to the Minister's engagement in that regard. The Minister himself spoke of the difficult financial environment in which he and all departments are operating. We do recognise that, of course, and he outlined some of the bargains to be got on TransLink, but I would encourage him to encourage them to do more to promote these and raise awareness of them. Without question, rail is the most environmentally friendly transport option. Its success is core to achieving a greener future on the journey to zero emissions by 2020. Aligning fares on an all-island basis is a simple solution, but a necessary one. The Executive must recognise the tremendous opportunity provided by rail. Making rail the choice for daily commutes means improving accessibility, reducing travel times through high-speed networks, controlling costs, connecting people and connecting places. But failure to act and failure to invest now will hamper future prosperity and hinder our ability to meet our Climate Act obligations.
Thank you, Mr Durkin. The question is, members, that the amendment standing in the name of Deborah Erskine, Stephen Dunn and Keith Buchanan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question, therefore, again is the question that the motion as amended be agreed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I verbally indicate my apologies for walking in front of the Speaker's chair some moments ago. Obviously, I was rushing, but obviously that is in breach of protocol, so I apologise for that. But can I further indulge as a point of order the Chair in responding to some of the commentary that I believe has been made about me and my role during this debate today? I obviously contribute, I would say, more in terms of plenary debates to this chamber than any other member, and if anyone wants to do a time and motion exercise, they can do it about the work of me and the opposition in terms of contribution to debate and our work in terms of holding the executive to account. And I would challenge anyone who speaks on behalf of executive parties to say that it ill behoves them to challenge the opposition in terms of our contribution to debates when their ministers take £40,000 trips across the Atlantic and miss important assembly debates. I think I've made my point. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Carroll, I'm going to respond to the first point of order, if you're okay with that. Mr O'Toole, I will ensure that any remarks made in regard to the conduct of other members in relation to yourself or comments made will be taken back to the Speaker's office for advice. Can I clarify that a statement I made, and I said I did not do it lightly from this chair, about members leaving before they had heard members following them speak or the Minister respond, I stand by, and if anyone needs clarification on that, it's available at point number 1 in the rules of behaviour and courtesies in the chamber. The other matter can go back to the Speaker's office. The apology you refer to, I had noted earlier and put on the record that had been signalled to me earlier.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the member for North Belfast during the course of the debate made an inaccurate comment that I suggest he correct the record, praising the British Empire's role for rolling out rail across the world. I suggest he correct the Empire and also pick up a copy of The Blood Never Dried on the Empire for Christmas, although I'll not be buying him a copy of it.
Just want to suggest that he might want to watch a bit more Michael Portello, maybe when it's off over Christmas.
I think those matters have now been dealt with. Members, item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Diane Forsyth to raise the matter of the need for significant roadworks across South Down. I call Diane Forsyth, who is up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Infrastructure Minister for being here today to hear this call for significant roadworks in South Down. South Down is a predominantly rural constituency, and our roads are our critical infrastructure, and in their current state they're failing the people in South Down. And since I've been elected, I have relentlessly campaigned for the need for significant road improvements across my constituency. And with no railway infrastructure, poor bus links, our roads are essential for our connectivity. With substantial businesses located throughout South Down, whilst our main roads are not motorways or dual carriageways, they are our main roads and the only routes by which lorries and large industrial vehicles can travel. So our roads are critical and they need significant work. 13 months ago, following significant adverse weather, 3 of our main arterial routes in South Down suffered significant damage. These were the A2 in Kilkeel at Riverside, the A2 Shore Road in Rostraver, and the B27 Kilkeel Road in Hilltown. And when these were closed, the entire towns around them and communities were cut off, businesses ground to a halt, and public transport could not function, and emergency services were severely restricted. The A2 Kilkeel at Riverside collapse was following years of neglect and underinvestment on this stretch of road, and after weeks of closure it was repaired and reopened, but it begs the question, how many other significant weaknesses are there just waiting on serious weather to collapse? The Shore Road Rostraver and the Kilkeel Road Hilltown, however, are a much worse story, and I have written to the Minister about both of these on a number of occasions. With both roads still operating on temporary traffic lights and single lane traffic 13 months after they were first damaged and closed, it is not good enough for the people of South Down and those who travel to it and through it. The failure to repair and reopen these roads for so long is raised to me every single week. Everywhere I go, my constituency office is inundated, and I ask the Minister to hear the significant impact that this is happening on people and businesses, and please take some urgent action. The A2 Shore Road Rostraver is the main road from Newry through Warrenpoint to Kilkeel and Newcastle. Emergency services are significantly impeded by the road restriction, and this could cost lives. The road was regularly filled with lorries and industrial vehicles, with wide loads for business purposes up until last year, but now down to one lane and a narrow lane for a tall vehicle. Many vehicles have to take an alternative route, adding significant distance to their journey and increased fuel costs and challenges to the businesses that they are reaching. For locals, the routine journeys in and out of the town, to work, to school, is severely impeded. And also the large metal plate over the huge hole on the road is the only open lane, is often loose and has clipped up and caused damage to many vehicles. Minister, on the 1st of July, you told me that steps are being taken to move the concrete blocks back to the verge, and these were issues. There were issues to be resolved from DERA, the Forest Service and the NIEA, and the DERA Minister has confirmed to me last month that the NIEA officials have confirmed to DFI Roads that the measures were permitted within the NIEA managed Rostrevor Forest Nature Reserve. So the ball is in the court of the DFI. And Minister, I ask you today in your response, can you please advise when the A2 Shore Road in Rostrevor can be opened to 2 lanes of traffic again and be repaired? People in the area see no end to this and are depressed and in despair and are just looking for clarity. The B27 Kilkeel Road Hilltown is another significant road. The main road through the mountains from Kilkeel to Hilltown and Rathfriland is used by many commuters and large vehicles every single day. The restriction to 1 lane is, as with Rostrevor, slowing emergency response and causing significant delays. And I know the Minister has outlined the complexity of this land slippage in response to me before and the scale of the repairs, but again, as with the road in Rostrevor, can you please advise when the Kilkeel Road at Hilltown can be opened again to 2 lanes of traffic and be repaired? And again, I just make the point, people are exasperated and are just looking for some progress and clarity. 2 significant roads in South Down in need of significant work just to allow two-way traffic to resume as they were. We need to see this improvement soon, and we don't know, as we look across the country, would we see this anywhere else? As well as these significant long-term 1-lane road closures, the road network across South Down is in serious need of other significant works. The A2 from Kilkeel to Newcastle is in a terrible state, and alongside my local Mournes councillors, Glyn Hanna and Henry Riley, we have campaigned for this much-needed resurfacing for a long time, and we will continue to do so. And earlier this year, I asked the Minister on this issue, and initially there was no money for it, but I am grateful that he was able to secure some for a small 1.4-kilometre stretch of road. But Minister, this was far from the worst part of the road, and I ask you to please support the continued resurfacing out of Kilkeel past Council Road towards Newcastle, as it is currently like a train track that no vehicle could run on. Motorbikes and cyclists face incredibly dangerous conditions, and it is an issue of constant complaint to my office. Further down the road, as we reach the Ballock, we also need to see the long-promised road widening scheme, as 2 large vehicles cannot pass without a high-level collision on this part of the road. With many buses and lorries on this through route, it is a significant issue. Mourne needs investment in the improvement of the roads. And this is the Mourne coastal route. It should be a tourist attraction with people out enjoying their drive, and we need the infrastructure to support it. At the upper part of my constituency, people have long been disappointed by the lack of progress on the promised Ballynahinch bypass, and I wonder, has the Minister any plans to revisit this? But in the absence of an official Ballynahinch bypass, we all know that drivers take an unofficial one, and this has led to serious deterioration of the roads through the Spa. And alongside my local Sleep Group councillor Alan Lewis, we call for significant investment on improving the road in the Spa to cope with the volume and complexity of traffic which travels through it to bypass Ballynahinch. Up over the mountains to Rathfriland, and it is often said to me that there's no road into Rathfriland that doesn't need significant work. Patched-in jobs do not cut it with the volume of traffic and farm machinery on these roads. We need investment to fix and improve these for the long term. And again, whilst not motorways or dual carriageway, in rural South Down, these are our main through roads, our connectivity, and when the roads are failing, we lose that, and we lose the critical infrastructure connecting our rural communities. It would be remiss of me not to mention the Northern Ireland Audit Office report released today on road openings by utilities, where to maintain and enhance assets and services, the utilities regularly open the road network, and they do this to access their gas, their water, and it's their responsibility to reinstate it to an acceptable standard. But today's report notes that the issues are significant, with 55,000 openings in 23-24. And it is a regular comment as well when we get a good news of a road resurfacing scheme. I get the feedback and comments, how long until it's open again for another piece of work? And I hope it's not true, but I've had a few messages today on the newly resurfaced piece of Kilkeel Road to hear that it is being cut into. So I'm hoping it's not true, but I can only believe what my constituents bring to my door. So it's so visible on the ground, and nothing more disappointing to see when you fight and get to deliver a lovely new piece of road, seeing it cut open, and it needs to be managed better. The quality of repairs needs to also be improved. We have potholes repaired only to fall further apart and in a worse state, needing repeat work and more significant work at bigger costs. Recently in my area, we've had the road out at Glenlochan and the Banbridge Road refiling, which just this weekend I felt like I was playing dodgem cars as I navigated my way around. But the poor quality of repairs, where the tar then comes out of the road and it gets worse, is a really significant issue, and I asked the Minister for a review of the quality of the repairs. So I love my constituency, I love where I live, where I represent the people, businesses, groups and clubs, and I want to see Southdown be the best it can be, thriving, and in order to do so we really need to be connected to the rest of Northern Ireland by better quality infrastructure. And Minister, Southdown is one of the best parts of Northern Ireland. We all know that, and in spite of the many challenges that are faced by us, I hate to always be negative in the Chamber in my interactions with you, but we need to see significant investment in our roads. At the very least, those in need of repair for some time, to make them have two-way traffic, or at least a date for a commitment to give people some faith that it is moving in the right direction. I call on you to commit to delivering more in Southdown, to reinvigorate the Moore and Coastal route by committing to resurfacing. And it would save you a fortune in car damage claims, and it would improve many lives of people working and visiting Southdown. And I invite you at any time to come down for a drive if you're brave enough.
And I call Cathy Mason.
I firstly want to thank my Southdown colleague, Jan Forsyth, for bringing this important issue to the Chamber, and to start off by saying I couldn't agree with her more that Southdown is definitely the best constituency to represent. And this debate couldn't be more timely. As winter conditions settled in and darker evenings coming in, icy roads are now becoming the norm, and it is critical that all road users feel safe and that they can drive with confidence. Our rural communities in particular face unique challenges when it comes to road safety, and it is imperative that their needs are prioritised. I do welcome the announcement from the Minister of an additional £19 million investment into our roads and our street lighting. This funding is a step in the right direction, and it will help to ensure that roads are maintained, street lights are repaired and operational, and that our entire road network is as safe as possible, especially in those rural areas where neglect has been felt most acutely. It is also welcome news that the Minister has fully funded the winter service, helping to ensure that our roads will be gridded and kept in the best possible condition during the colder months. And this is especially important for rural communities where icy or untreated roads can mean isolation and in some cases life-threatening delays for emergency services. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the completion of the £350,000 resurfacing and footway refurbishment of Church Street in Downpatrick. This project was jointly funded by the Department for Infrastructure and the Department for Communities, and has transformed a key gateway into the town, improving road safety and enhancing the overall appearance of that area. And additionally, I welcome the ongoing work on Irish Street and Market Street, which includes the upgrade of the traffic signals and further resurfacing improvements. These works are not only vital for the residents of Downpatrick, but also for visitors and businesses that do rely on the town's infrastructure. They show what can be achieved with targeted investment, and they serve as a reminder of the potential that fairer funding could unlock for our rural areas. And I do want to put on record my thanks and congratulate the Downpatrick Regeneration Group, who have championed these projects. Whilst these measures offer much needed relief to road users in the months ahead, it must be acknowledged that they come against the backdrop of years of underinvestment and cuts that have been imposed by the British Government. Decades of austerity have taken their toll, leaving many rural roads in Southdown and indeed across the north in an unacceptable state of disrepair. For too long, rural communities have been forced to bear the brunt of underfunded infrastructure. Further funding from the British Government is urgently needed to address these disparities and deliver long overdue projects such as the Ballinhinch bypass that my Southdown colleague alluded to earlier. This vital project would not only reduce commuting times for workers and families who are travelling back and forth to Belfast and other local amenities, but also enhance road safety and accessibility for rural residents. Further funding is also critical to improving rural connectivity. For too many of our rural communities, poor infrastructure means longer, more expensive commutes, higher transport costs and limited access to essential services. So investing in our rural roads will help drive local economies, strengthen our agricultural sector also, and reduce the inequality that persists between urban and rural areas. Additionally, further funding would also allow for long-term flood mitigation interventions, such as those that are urgently needed in Newcastle, Downpatrick and along other rural roads such as the Carnray Road. Rural residents should not have to live in fear every time a storm warning is issued, wondering whether their homes and communities could be cut off or flooded. These interventions are not just about infrastructure, they are about providing rural families with peace of mind and security in their daily lives. The roads in our rural areas are lifelines for those communities. They connect workers to jobs, children to schools and families to services. Poor infrastructure does isolate these communities, making it harder for businesses to thrive and for young people to be able to stay in their local areas. Further funding would help to reverse these trends, allowing us to build a road network that supports sustainable growth in our rural economies and enhances the quality of life for everyone. Sinn Féin and the Minister remain steadfast in our commitment to strengthening public services and addressing the neglect of rural infrastructure. It's so imperative that we continue to press the British Government for further funding, recognising that investment in our roads is an investment in the safety, prosperity and well-being of our people. Our vision is one where rural and urban communities are equally valued, where no one has to endure poor road conditions, poor connectivity or the isolation that comes with inadequate infrastructure. This is about more than just fixing potholes or gritting roads. It's about ensuring that all communities, no matter how rural, can thrive and prosper. Concordia, I ask the Minister, and I look forward to hearing his response, and all the representatives in this chamber to stand together with our rural communities in South Down. Let us work together to deliver the investment that our road network needs, the fairness that our rural residents deserve, and the safety that all road users expect.
Thank you. Call Andy McMurray, and I should have indicated to members you have up to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and certainly would associate myself with the comments and love for South Down that the two previous speakers have alluded to. But yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a well-trodden cliché of politicians appearing in the local paper pointing at a pothole, but it's a cliché for a reason, because it's an issue of one that's regularly raised with us in South Down, and it's important to our constituents. I regularly hear about people having to drive in the middle of the road, having their back pain exacerbated by going through potholes, or indeed the difficulties of parents trying to keep their special needs children comfortable on journeys at times. So the list goes on, and that's why I'm standing here this evening talking about the potholes and the state of the roads. And I thank the member for South Down, Ms Forsyth, for raising this issue, and indeed the Minister for being here today. I know the Minister has been at the crease for quite a while now, so he's 2 innings not out. Happy days. But the state of the roads are appalling, and nowhere more so than Newry and Down, which covers the most of my constituency of South Down. At 20,005 potholes in 2023, Newry and Down has the highest number of surface defects in Northern Ireland, and by a substantial margin. It also has the worst ratio of potholes to road length, with approximately 6.5 potholes for every kilometre of road in 2023. Over the past 5 years, Newry and Down was also the council area with the highest number of claims resulting in compensation. Potholes can cause a lot of damage, and vehicle damage claims from Newry and Down have nearly tripled in the past 5 years. There were 704 claims in 23-24, and DFI paid out for nearly 600 of them at a cost of over £770,000. I think that's something that Mrs Forsyth has referenced. And most of these increase in claims is due to potholes, and in most cases a vehicle was damaged. But we must not forget the 120 claims in the last 5 years where someone in Newry and Down got physically hurt due to a road defect. Potholes are more dangerous for vulnerable road users, which include cyclists, motorcyclists and pedestrians, especially with reduced mobility. This is easily forgotten when the focus is on damage on cars, and I wrote to the Minister asking for a breakdown of public liability claims for personal injury by road user type. The response confirmed that the majority of personal injury claims are from pedestrians, but his department cannot disaggregate between personal injury claims from pedestrians, cyclists or motorists. So I would encourage the Minister to collect this data in future so that the risks faced by different road users can be better understood. Vulnerable road users can be seriously hurt if they ride through or trip over a pothole or veer into traffic in order to avoid a pothole. These road users also an increased risk from other drivers losing control of their vehicle. An interesting piece of research was mentioned to the Infrastructure Committee a few weeks ago, which referenced the use of eyeball tracking to show that motorcyclists spend more time scanning for road defects than car drivers, and this time is not spent for other hazards. Indeed, as a pedal cyclist myself, while we are travelling slower, often other motor vehicles will swerve to avoid hazards and therefore put the cyclist at risk. People have a tendency to think about themselves rather than the cyclist at the side of the road. We already know that inattention is a major cause of road accidents, so any distractions that disproportionately affect the most vulnerable road users must make us pause. I don't think that this is adequately reflected in the way road safety statistics are currently presented. And again, as a cyclist, I find this deeply concerning, and I'm not alone in feeling that way. In a DFI survey on road safety, 40% of cyclists said that poor road conditions made them feel unsafe, second only to heavy traffic and inconsiderate drivers. And unfortunately, our roads are getting worse. In recent years, the gap between defects instructed and defects repaired have been widening dramatically. DFI's most recent report shows that last year close to 28,000 priority defects were recorded in Newry, Morandown, but only about 18,000 were repaired within the specified time frame. That's a gap of nearly 10,000 serious potholes that are just sitting there and waiting. As is so true for many of our issues, this reflects a significant and long-term underinvestment in our roads network. To make matters worse, DFI's Transport, Road and Asset Management branch also has been struggling with severe staff shortages. All of this means that only essential road maintenance service has been delivered for some time now, and only the highest priority defects have been fixed in areas of higher risk. But as we've seen, even priority defects can often take longer to fix than they should. Today, as referenced, the NI Audit Office published a report on road openings by utilities. The issue that utilities must sometimes open roads or footpaths to maintain their own infrastructure, but they are then obliged to repair the opening to an acceptable standard. Unfortunately, this doesn't always happen, and in those cases, the road or footpath may deteriorate more quickly. Indeed, I witnessed this only on my Sunday run on Sunday morning, and watched the tarmac around the manhole disintegrating in front of my very eyes. So again, it's an issue that's happening all the time. If the department doesn't spot a substandard repair within 3 years, it becomes responsible to fix the damage. The report found that the department has improved the way it manages these road openings, but also found that further improvements could be made. For example, it suggests that an inspection and testing programme could be improved, the warranty period could be extended, and inspection charges could be increased. Hope the Minister will consider these options carefully to ensure that the department focuses its limited resources on the repairs that are truly its own responsibility and doesn't pick up the tab for those caused by utilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank my constituency colleague for bringing this debate, very important debate. Although I do reflect that as a health spokesperson for the party, after about 6 or 7 weeks of health adjournment debates, I remember speaking to the whips and imploring that we move on to different subjects, and we've now had about 5 weeks of South Down issues, so I think we're just compelled to be here as the latest attendees on a Tuesday. But look, the issue that's here, there's just so many different layers to it. There's no point in us laying punches, as it were, into the Minister. The Minister's inherited a department, that he's inherited a road network that is absolutely deplorable. And there were 2 different examples that came to mind. One was, I remember joining the local town twinning committee about 10 years ago and visiting Moldova, and we arrived into the capital city, which is quite up in the north, and we were attending a city which was about a 3-hour drive in the south, and it was the worst drive of my life. There were just literally massive craters in the road, and the minibus that we were in was weaving its way down to that city, and it took an age to get there, and you really just felt like your stomach was in your mouth for the journey. That's actually what comes to mind with some of the roads that we have in South Down and across other parts of the north. You really do find yourself driving, paying serious attention to the sides of the roads to try and work out when you'll have to pull over onto the other side of the road to navigate round, not just potholes, but sometimes just little surface defects that mean that your car is going to bump its way along, which isn't necessarily comfortable for you or for your passengers. And of course, you're also worrying about the fact that there's cars coming on the other side of the road to make sure that you don't stray into their path. And if you add into the mix of that as a rural constituency, on some of the country roads, you really do at times have to take your time and you really do sweat as you're driving along some of the roads because of the danger. Add into the mix of that a heavy fall of rain and you don't know, is that a puddle? Is that a pothole? Can you drive over it and it'll be grand? Can you drive over it and you'll bump right down into it? And we all know from our constituency offices the number of complaints that we get. None yet top the complaint that I got about 15 years ago as a councillor whenever a person sent me the bill and asked me to pay it for them because of the state of the roads. Thankfully, I was able to direct them to the other online system to be able to get that claim back. But it does seem counterproductive that we are directing people to receive compensation, which is running to millions and millions of pounds, and yet we can't use that money up front to be able to try and fix the roads. And the second thing that I remember as well, as a child, we regularly had to travel for a period of time to visit sick family in Dublin. So it used to be every Sunday the whole family was packed into the car and off we went down to Dublin in the morning, visited the family and then travelled back up again. We used to sort of laugh in the car because we knew exactly where the border was, because the road surface just suddenly as you travelled north became much better. It was smooth. It was a much better road because the roads in the south were always much worse. And how times have changed, that has completely turned round, that the roads in the south are far and above any of the quality that we have here in the north, and that does make life difficult. And other members have rehearsed the individual examples. The area around Moore, and especially that road from Newcastle down to Kilkeel, is just, the road surface is horrendous. And the worst bit about that for lots and lots of visitors too, I know they're supposed to keep an eye on the road and that's important and that's always the priority, but the beautiful scenery around you, you never get a chance to take it in, even as a passenger, because the car is bouncing around, people are grabbing a hold of whatever there is in the car to hold on, and it does mean that the journey is much more difficult. I want to echo as well today the other remarks that were made about the audit report, because that is something of an absolute bugbear, especially, and I can use the greatest example as my own town of Downpatrick. When you drive into Downpatrick from Belfast, sometimes you're doing that journey, you just feel that your car suddenly is starting to move towards the side of the road, and you realise that it's your tyre is in the track of the utility company that has resurfaced the road, but it has actually dropped down and it has created a little bit of a recess in the road, like a groove in the road where that was there. That should not be happening. And I really do have to question the department and would ask the Minister to use his full influence to make sure that every road that is ripped up by a company, that there is a robust checking system put in place, because right around Downpatrick there are numerous examples of where the roads have been dug up by utility companies and then they're put back down again, and some great work that has been done. And I know there is a period of time before a utility company can come in and dig up a road, but sometimes it feels like they're waiting and waiting and waiting, and once they get to the first day after that deadline, they're straight out with their diggers and digging up. I know in my time here in the Assembly there was a piece of resurfacing done between Crossgar and Downpatrick, and already, it's only about 6 or 7 years ago, it's already dug up in various places and it just ruins the road that is there. And the other, just a final issue to touch on, it's just, I suppose, a bit of a pet hate, because whilst drivers have to be absolutely careful, whilst drivers need to take account of what there is around them, there seems to have slipped into the email response, and I'm not sure if other members have noticed this as well, that every time that you ask about an issue about a road, or ask for it to be upgraded, or you point to some surface defect in the state of problems with the road, we get a response, and it's a responsibility for the driver to drive appropriately for the surface, and of course that is. But But if we had nice surfaces, if we had nice roads, it might be a much easier and more pleasant thing to do. But I do feel South Down is probably no different from any other constituency in terms of the states of the road. Or if it is, then that gives more ground for it to be fixed as quickly as possible. But a good debate, one that's really important and one that more or less impacts everybody in the area, because we're all in a car or a vehicle at some stage. And I hope that the Minister can do all that he can to help address those roads in South Down. Thank you.
Thank you. And I ask the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Functionally, I would like to thank Ms Forsyth for instigating this important debate on the need for significant roadworks in South Down, and to the other members who have contributed to the debate. I have listened intently to the comments and issues raised by members, and have heard their concerns about the road network in South Down and the need for further investment and improvements. Investing in new roads and maintaining roads is critical to ensure the safe movement of people and goods to allow growth of our economy, whether rural or urban. I would stress that the North can have whatever quality of road network it wants, but it just needs to be funded, and in fairness, a number of members have touched on the need for funding to upgrade our road network. Without funding new strategic roads to improve safety and help economic improvement will not get built, and roads will continue to deteriorate. My department, like other departments, has been operating in a difficult financial environment. We hope against hope that we're moving out of an austerity period, and that we will be able to stabilise our budgets as we move forward, and we prepare and plan for that scenario. I recognise the inconvenience in relation to the A2 Shore Road in Rostrevor due to a landslide which occurred in late 2023. Since this occurred, my officials have been engaging with DERA, Forest Service and NEA to bring forward an appropriate and safe, sustainable solution to this issue. I have recently visited the location to see for myself. Due to the scale and complexity of the work required, we need to obtain the necessary environmental improvements, which now have been obtained, which allows us to carry out the work. However, I can notify members or allow members or be aware that Forest Service wishes to coordinate tree works on the embankment slope to allow us to take forward the reopening of the slope to 2 lanes. However, if Forest Service isn't in a position to move on to that site in the near future, I'm going to ask for that road to be reopened in 2 lanes. We obviously want to work in cooperation and with other agencies, etc. But if it is a case where we can open the lanes without the work Forest Service needs to carry out, then I think we need to move towards opening that road. I also recognise the inconveniences that have been caused by the temporary closure of 1 lane on the Kilkeel Road in Hilltown due to verge slippage caused by severe weather in late 2023. The member will be aware the scale and complexity of the work required at the Kilkeel Road is significant and means that it will take time to deliver a safe and cost-effective scheme. My department will continue to work hard to have the road open to two-way traffic as soon as possible. On a positive note, my department is developing 2 major projects in the area. Newry Southern Relief Road, valued at around £110 million. Between £110 and £130 million is being progressed as part of the Belfast Regional City Deal. That will provide a strategic link between Belfast to Dublin corridor and the A2 Warrenpoint Road. Members have mentioned the Ballinhedge bypass, which just lies north of the boundary of the new South Down constituency, and would bring substantial benefits to the area of County Down. Development work on the project, valued at around £50 to £60 million, is largely complete, but is currently paused. But I can assure members that I am giving the progression of this project active consideration and hope to make an announcement in due course. In July, I announced in the House that the A1 junctions, Phase 2, will proceed to procurement stage and is valued at between £120 and £130 million. Our outline business case has recently been approved by the Department of Finance, and I'm now moving to commence procurement of that project. Finally, in June, I announced with the Irish Government the start of the construction of the Narrow Water Bridge, which is valued at around €100 million. The project is being led and funded by the Irish Government through the Shared Island Fund. It is a key piece of infrastructure and will connect north and south and create active travel linkages with the centre of Warrenpoint and Newry, and will increase tourist numbers from the Carlingford Greenway. In total, the ongoing work to develop major projects has an estimated value of around £350 million that, when delivered, will encourage economic growth in South Down. Turning to road maintenance, the Executive agreed a 2024 budget, and I made best use of the funding to target road surfacing. To that end, I have allocated 101.5 million to capital structural maintenance, which includes resurfacing, surface dressing, structural drainage, verge stabilisation. This figure includes 12.5 million of the 19 million I secured October monitoring for essential structural road maintenance and street lighting work. I also secured an additional 1 million of resource funding from the October monitoring round, which I have directed towards gully clearance, which I know is an issue across all constituencies, and South Down would be no different. As in previous years, the total level of capital funding in the Southern Division, which includes South Down, is significant and likely to deliver over 25 million of structural investment for this financial year. Road maintenance activity again presents challenges, and the closure of roads or the single line traffic can also cause challenges for road users, but I have to ensure, and my team has to ensure, that there's safety of road workers. I know Ms Forsyth has mentioned before her concerns that road works, etc. in South Down weren't being properly publicised, but I can assure her now that my department publishes current and upcoming road works on our Traffic Watch NI website, where significant delays may occur to allow people to choose alternative routes for their journeys. I also want to relate to members the active travel delivery plan and draw members' attention to my department's recent launch of a public consultation for the future delivery of active travel, which I think will be of huge benefit to the scenic areas of South Down. I'm sure members will tell me all areas of South Down are scenic, but in terms of particularly in areas such as South Down, namely Newry, Kilkeel, Newcastle and Downpatrick, where active travel proposals have been set out, I think these will be of huge benefit not only to the local community in that area, but also to the tourist potential which they will bring forward as well. We engage with our colleagues on a number of travel linkages. I've mentioned the Narwater Bridge, which will connect north and south, and likely attract locals and tourists from Cardiff and Greenway to Warrenpoint and Newry. And turning to the Pacific members, one of my colleagues is here from the department, and any roads which have been specifically mentioned, a note will be taken of, and we will respond to members directly. I want to mention, or just respond to members' comments about the utilities Audit Office report, which has been published today. I am limited in what I can say because protocol dictates that it has to go through the Public Accounts Committee first and foremost. But I think the recommendations contained within it, I think my department can work with the Audit Office and can work with the Public Accounts Committee in bringing those recommendations to fruition. I am already looking at increasing fees for the opening of roads for utilities, and part of that is because they haven't been increased since 2011. Also, the increased fees will allow me to recruit more staff and have more inspectors, which in turn will ensure that roads are repaired properly and reinstated properly, and we can inspect more. Roads aren't allowed to be reopened within 12 months of resurfacing. Now, in the case of an emergency, if there's a leak or something, of course they will have to be reopened. But that's the general rule in relation to that. I can assure members that in terms of investment, I am doing my best to target more investment into rural roads and to ensure that rural communities aren't left behind by poor road conditions and others would face moving elsewhere. And just in terms, there is a standard response in all the letters, Mr McGrath is right, but it's there for a reason. 95% of all road traffic collisions are caused through human error. That's the reality of the situation. Now, if there is a traffic collision, the condition of the road will also be taken into account as part of the investigations, and my officials cooperate with the PSNI in terms of their investigations. But the harsh reality for us all is 95% of all accidents are caused by human error. Okay, thank you.
Minister, thank you for that response. Members, the Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. sound. Assembly chamber, sound. Assembly chamber, sound.